After a day of pause, we are back with FISSURE Universe Episode 3, and for everybody who was wondering why weren't they here yesterday, well, it's because after the patch there were certain bugs in the game that made it unplayable. So some of the games have been scheduled today. We're gonna have 2 consecutive streams. One is gonna be here with me and Bowie, and the other one, T-Panda and Robinroll, are gonna be taking you through the 2 series, of course. Later on in the day, our Cryptic and Exotics are gonna be taking over as planned, and tomorrow we end our tournament. So 6 best of 3s today, Bowie. I guess not everybody will be able to follow every single second of every single game, but I think this was the best possible solution.
Oh yeah, of course. It you said it was unplayable. I think you just had to ban every crit hero and Storm. I'm not sure it was that bad, right? Storm just got a 12% rate increase. I think as long as you dealt with that, you should be fine. But here we are, as you said, 6 series today. It's going to be a lot of Dota to be played. And first of all, we're gonna have to decide who will be eliminated. So in Group A, it's gonna be MOUZ versus BetBoom, which is the series we are covering.
Yep.
And then we have Group B with Falcons and Cloud9. Another, I mean, dude, would you expect Falcons to be here? Elimination after like one series?
You know what?
Two series.
Bowie.
Sorry.
Well, they went up against Team Spirit, so considering how stacked the tournament is, I could have seen anybody in an elimination series. So would you expect Gaimin Gladiators just to be straight up eliminated? No, but we did get to see it, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looking at the odds here, very close odds, which I think it's warranted. But you know, I'll tell you something. Our boys from BB Team, BetBoom, they didn't really play that many tournaments in the last 3 months. They are actually the team in this whole tournament that has the fewest amount of games played. And considering the performance of Nouns, how much they already played, I look at those odds and I am not sure I fully agree with them. I would even say I think Nouns are the favorites to take this one.
I don't think so. In this one, okay, I don't think my reason is going to be the reason for the odds, but I think BetBoom is generally a bad matchup for Nouns. So what BetBoom tends to do is that they're a very individualistic style team with 5 godly players, right? Maybe a little bit less now when Miero joined in and Pure went out of the team. I think they were even more like solo oriented, but Nouns, they win as a unit. BetBoom, they demolish their opponents everywhere and just win the game. And they've been playing like this for a very long time. So I think Nouns, they might not have met some of these teams, and these teams are not easy to play against when you're still a team that is forming, let's say. And speaking of forming, we're trying to form our channels to get a bigger viewership and of course bigger following. So guys, subscribe on FISSURE on YouTube and follow us here on Twitch so that you know when we are live, so that you don't miss it. Let's say yesterday if somebody was following the Wikipedia page before it got updated, they would think, oh, where's the tournament? But unless you get the notification that we are live, that means that something is changing also. Like Bowie changed his facial hair today. You look clean.
Thank you. Yeah, sometimes we gotta change things, right? We didn't have a full day of casting, so I was like, okay, I don't have anything to do with my time, might as well shave. And I wonder what the teams did with their time, because you know there was a lot of time for preparation here. I was looking at the drafts from the game that Nouns lost, and it feels like these Nature's Prophet is becoming even more of a problem. Nouns was able to win the game they played Nature's Prophet, but the other ones, you know, they gave away Tinker, which I was very surprised. They got demolished. Whereas for BetBoom, the games that they lost, I wouldn't say there was necessarily anything super OP, but I guess the Naga Deluge thing is actually OP. I say that it's not OP, but the win rate in the tournament is incredible. I think it has 8 games, and it is... Oh, it's actually a 50%. I thought it was a bit higher, but there were a couple of carry Nagas, which I think decreased the win rate. Support Naga seems to be still pretty strong.
Yep. And we're looking at the Nouns roster, looking very clean here. Happy to be taking those pictures as well, especially Gunner and Copy. They look like they were... very content while taking those pictures. I saw your tweet 2 days ago about Deluge slowing down the Centaur ulti. Is that patched out? Is that fixed?
I think that's intended, bro. I think that's a new mechanic that...
Really?
Yep. And there's 2 heroes with this mechanic, actually. So Wind Ranger was the first one with her... is it a facet or the innate? So basically, she cannot be slowed down past a point. And now Naga has the whole... I will set your max move speed to this value. So it works with Surge, it works with Stampede, it works with literally anything. And you basically have to dispel it.
Yep.
I think it's like a fine mechanic. The fact that it is 4 seconds level 1 is really the part that kind of rubs me the wrong way. I feel like it's too overpowered.
Looking at BetBoom and their new jerseys, a little bit pinkish. How do you feel about the rebrand? You like the pinkish color?
I actually do like the new logo. You know, a little bit minimalistic, but you know, in the past it was literally just the name, and I like the colors, but I do like the new form better. I think it's easier to read. It's smaller. It looks good. Whoever did it, congrats. You know, and we have so many like dark white logos in esports. This color is very refreshing because I don't think a lot of people use it.
For me, always like the best combination of colors was black plus some hot color like orange or red, right? Maybe yellow. That's what to me was always the best hit. But then when I started getting more into it and seeing some of these other colors like pinkish, you know, the light blue or something, they can also work, right? With the right design, it can look quite nice. But Bowie, the game is now patched. Everything is fine. I do still think now we are gonna be getting a patch after this tournament. Have you still not changed your mind? Because I think you owe somebody an
You think
apology.
I'm wrong?
No, I'm certain.
No, I'm definitely sure it's gonna drop. I'm not sure you remember, but last year we actually got a patch 4 days before TI. You remember that?
No.
Yeah, we did. Obviously, it was a longer type TI, so it only. Teams had more time to adapt just because TI lasts for almost a month, I think. But yeah, it was very close, and I just look at the current state of things, and I feel like you have to patch it, you know, at least a little bit.
Okay, so we saw there the votes in the chat, exclamation mark B for BetBoom, and of course N for Nouns. Do you think Nouns fans are up? Do you think NA is finally hyped up again to have a team that's doing well from their region?
They're definitely happy, you know, to see Nouns play this well. But looking at the time, I can't help but feel like it's gonna be BetBoom, bro. They have a lot of fan favorites, right? As you said, they have incredibly high MMR and well-regarded players. And it might be too early for NA. It is very early for me, and I'm in South America. We share the same time zone, so I would say that BetBoom should take this one. But, you know, maybe if we get to cast them later in the day, it's going to be different.
Yeah, I guess so, but a lot of the BetBoom fans are going to be Russian-speaking fans, so they are going to be on a Russian-speaking stream. So that is a possibility. You guys can check that one out as well. Fissure always tends to have a nice studio and a nice setup for the Russian-speaking community.
Are they cuter than us? I don't think they are.
No, no chance. Exactly. There is absolutely not even close. Looking at Nouns, they look ready. Copy as well, because look at him. He is playing in a jersey. That's how you do it, and not these guys just... Okay, Lelis, I can get behind with. He at least has a t-shirt with the logo. Everybody else, get your logos on. And Milan, are they just using him as a water boy? Dude, that's your coach. Come on.
Well, I mean, he's a hydration coach. And speaking of hydration here, we get to see a lot of water on the side of BetBoom, which
Again,
I like.
in Serbia. They're in Serbia as well, man. I can see the water bottle, and I know that that one is from my country pretty much exclusively, right? And I don't know why they all drink the same water, though. That particular water, of course, we're not going to name it here, but it's... I guess every time you buy it, like one dinner that's like 1 cent of a euro, let's say, goes for you know, pregnant women and stuff like that. So it has a good cause. Maybe people who come from abroad want to participate.
Oh, I see. Is your like bottled water normal? I know that sounds like a weird word, but when I traveled to Argentina recently, almost all of the water bottles were salty. Like,
what?
You could, yeah, like they were salty. It was weird, almost like someone diluted beach water a little bit, and I just like half of the waters were undrinkable for me, and it was really freaking weird. They're like, for them it was normal. Like you would see Argentinians just buying and like, oh yeah, this is lovely. And I was like, bro, how do you drink this? This is awful.
No, we don't have salty water. I'm gonna guess it has something to do with electrolytes on their side, but yeah,
It's just like
pretty basic
their normal mineral water. Like it has lots of salt, like way more than other places apparently.
Interesting. I
Yeah.
didn't know about that, and also I didn't know who got the first pick, who got the Radiant side. Well, now we're gonna know Nouns choosing first pick and BetBoom being on the Radiant side, so no surprises here. It's not gonna be like G2IG, who always wanted to pick up the Dire side. But how did that end up for them, Bowie? They got eliminated, the first team to get eliminated from Group B. But now we're in Group A. Let's focus on these two. The draft is starting, and we are gonna be getting into it right now. BetBoom, they're the ones getting rid of the Nature's Prophet. It's a hero. Is the type of hero I think Nouns would shine with. I don't want to say the most, but definitely a lot, and in the upper echelon of this tournament.
I would say that moving forward in this tournament, no team should be willing to give away NP first phase. Like if you're giving away NP first phase, you really need a good reason, right? It's game 2 of a series. Something else seems to be a problem, and then you try to solve that problem and give away the NP. But in general, I think this here is absolutely overtuned. Just like Lina, just like Omni, just like Tinker. So I would be surprised to see either one of these heroes. And as you can see, they do leave the Omni open, something that Nouns played well. So curious to see what BB team is willing to do here if the Omni gets picked up. I guess Ench for the Dispel is something we've seen. Shadow Demon is the other response. So you can probably ban Omni, pick Shadow Demon, or you can not ban Omni, pick Shadow Demons because it probably dissuades BetBoom from playing it.
Makes sense. Also, coming back to the Nature's Prophet, here's the thing. When a hero is overtuned, when everybody wants to get it, if you find a way to deal with it, there is a good chance you win the tournament, because you're always going to be able to save yourself that one ban. I think that's how Spirit won TI 10, right? That was their first TI that they won. So I don't know, man. I kind of feel like by the end of this tournament, somebody will figure out a way to
Dude,
I've cast
here with you. I've cast recently other tournaments where a team picks Mirana, Crystal Maiden, and Doom, and the NP is still absolutely atrocious to deal with. Like,
those are wrong picks.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they should be picking the Spectre you were talking about. That hero has a great win rate right now, I've heard. But yeah, I do like what BB team has here. They ignore the Omni. They get Pango, notoriously good against Shadow Demon because of all the mobility. So I like it.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want to play the Omni into Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon Demonic Purge is one of the very few things that can purge off the Guardian Angel through the repel, right? So
yeah,
you don't necessarily want to play it versus the Shadow Demon. But you might want to ban it out, because Nouns would maybe want to play it. I don't know if 2 defensive supports are the way to go, though.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Demon is kind of a defensive support, sure. But I think if you have aggressive enough cores, it doesn't matter. And we saw them play a very similar draft, I think, that with that one Husker that they played. They have 18 in the second phase. I agree with you. I would probably ban the Omni, right? Because they can, I don't know, Omni plus offlane, pick Husker. And this is already a very scary draft here from Nouns.
Yep, it does look very scary from their side, getting rid of the Morphling. And oh, we didn't see Rubik for one day, and people probably forgot about our giveaway. Exclamation mark 1x give in the chat will make you liable, or give you the information needed to get yourself into that giveaway. We'll get some of the Arcanas that we do have ready for all of our fans watching the streams here, as Dragonite will get taken out. If this was against Team Spirit, probably would have been a first phase ban, while a Chen gets picked up.
Interesting. Not at all what I expected. Some Siege, and I guess now if you pick Omni, you're in this position where you don't have a lot of wave clear. You don't have a lot of way to deal with the Chen. This is cool. This is an interesting approach. Not a popular hero right now. We've seen Chen in response to NP in a couple of games that we cast, but this one, I guess, very BB team. I don't think a lot of teams are even considering Chen as a hero on its own, right?
Yep, I think BetBoom, what they want to do is crush Nouns early, right? Nouns have been very good in the early mid game. For me, maybe even the best when it comes to movements. Copy has just been destroying everybody. And then the Chen allows you to go forward. And they go for the Omni either way. I think you're in trouble if you're Nouns, even though Shadow Demon in general is solid versus the Chen. You purge off the overtime heal of the Hand of God. You purge off the Divine Favor. All of those are nice if you're committing onto a target. But I think this is not the idea for BetBoom. BetBoom just won a 5-man at some point and now needs esports. Their supports, they need their cores to be strong, and that takes time.
Yeah, I do get what you mean. Chen is by far one of the fastest heroes when it comes to actually sieging. There's not a lot of heroes that even give you this at the moment, but there is Enigma. And I wonder, looking at the picks here for now, especially if you want to go Husker, if Enigma is something they could be going for, right? Because right now it doesn't feel like they can pick another support, so no Silencer, no Rubik possible for Nouns. You could potentially get Enigma plus the support here, and then you just play Pango mid. Still, you would be under the threat of a Huskar, but for the overall game plan, it might not matter that Pango gets sacked if you just overwhelm them with aggression early on.
I think this is a copy Primal Beast, though. We've both talked about it, and yeah, Gardner does play the Primal Beast, but he hasn't had much success in pubs lately, and copy has been looking amazing on the Primal Beast. I don't think you necessarily have to be afraid of the Huskar, but yeah, I do like the Enigma. The only problem then is you're gonna get a gyro to the face, and when it comes to the laning phase, Enigma just doesn't do well in a matchup versus a gyrocopter. I think that's why BetBoom are not going to be thinking about the Miero Enigma in this one.
I don't know. I get the gyro, but you. What if you
like
pick gyro support? What if you pick gyro support Enigma? Huh?
But that I'd be fine with. But I still am.
I don't think they're gonna do that. But
yeah, probably not. I still see Miero is playing Lone Druid. He's playing Timbersaw. Right, I like something like that. A Grimstroke pickup. Okay.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams that like to play this. It's Save's most played hero in the last 3 months. Definitely a hero he loves. And they play a lot of Doom. So is that the play? Just Doom the Omni, prevent him from doing anything?
Yeah, well, that would be the play if Doom wasn't banned out first, right? But considering that Nouns dealt with that early on, we are not going to be seeing a Doom. Wasn't expecting this. This has to be a carry, right? It does combo well with the Grimstroke either way.
Yeah, it's cool. Good Inkswell target. Now I have a Dispel for the Primal Beast OT, unless the Shadow Demon OT is on. I guess you still get the Dispel, though. Even if he cancels the Inkswell, you should still hard Dispel after the shard, so it's alrighty, I guess. Will you Husker? Honestly, I would. I think
I know
the
you
silence,
would, man.
Dude, I'm not even joking. Even if you have all of this overwhelming aggression, your lanes still don't look that strong. Like,
did Nouns even play a Huskar in this tournament?
Yes, they did. They destroyed G2IG with it. We cast that game.
Oh yeah, you're right. The first game. That was the first game that first series that Nouns and G2IG played.
Alright, I'm gonna hold the Husker for now. They got a CK. Not a hero that is bugged anymore, but they don't have a lot of ways to deal with the Chen army, right? It's only the Primal Beast that really has a lot of AoE.
Well, that's where Gunner's hero is gonna be kicking in. And actually, Gunner has been winning some Primal Beast matches lately, right? He's been losing quite a lot of them in the when we were first looking at his pubs, but now in the last 3, he has won all of them. So means that he is finally great on the hero.
I think you're right about the Primal being mid, by the way. The Timber Saw ban definitely alludes to that, at least. What else would you ban here if you're Nouns?
So this is a good Timber game anyways, right? If you look at it. Look at these 3 melee strength heroes. Like, what are they gonna do? Apart from die.
Yeah. Do you ban Underlord as well if you're Nouns? You know, lots of auras. Deals with the CK illusions and the SD illusions too, for that matter.
CK is a different type of illusion hero, though. I don't think that you should necessarily always go for the classic CK counters. For the classic illusion counters, let's say.
So you're saying this Pango's off lane? They're probably gonna go mid?
Pango can go off lane. Yes, he can go off lane, but I think both Miero and GPK do play the Pango, right? But I'd say Miero more often than GPK.
Yeah, GPK actually has no Pango games in the last 3 months. He has one, and Miero definitely has. Wait, Miero has 2. They actually don't play a lot of Pango at all on BB team. Interesting that they first phase it this time. Not a hero they usually resort to.
They play it in competitive more so than in pubs, I think. And have
No, I'm
played
talking
so in the
competitive.
past. Yeah,
I'm talking
okay.
competitive. Yeah. They've been pugged, so they think Primal could be offlane here, banning 2 mid heroes. So if not Underlord, what do you take out here?
You know what?
They have a lot of
Sand King is still in the
squishy
pool.
heroes.
Sand King is still
yeah.
in the pool, right? Maybe you take that one out unless you want to pick it. I don't know how much Gunner would want to play it. We'll get rid of the Viper. Okay, so now I think it's pretty certain that it will be a Primal Beast in the mid lane. He's the hero that doesn't want to play versus that.
They did
And
ban
what do we
2
have?
mid heroes for BB team though.
So what do we have
Is
now?
there something that they can pick on BB if now just pick Huskar 23? It's not conventional to pick Huskar 23.
Well, you talked about the
happens?
Enigma. You talked about the Enigma.
Oh, okay.
That looked like a copy hero though, right? So now you
Yeah, I think so.
So now you definitely put the Pango in the offlane, let's say.
And you pick something to address the Monkey King. What would that hero be?
Storm?
GPK
Storm will do
hero.
okay here. I like
Can
the
you
Storm, man.
Shadow Fiend? They're too squishy. Their alignment looks too squishy. They need something tanky, I feel like.
That's not very tanky. But I look at you have a Chen and you have a Grimstroke, right? Do you really need to be that tanky? They're going to be making you tanky. Sure, Co-op should be at least a little bit tankier than the Storm. And on paper should do better versus the Monkey King than a Storm should.
I don't know. I don't like BB. I think if they don't get a big advantage in the first 15 minutes for BB team, this game is hard. Like they cannot really kill. Because it's not only that Nouns is tanky, but you have an Omni Knight and a Shadow Demon. And when you look at it, there's not that much hard lockdown. In fact, there's no lockdown in all 3 cores besides Rolling Thunder. Like, you're relying on Inkswell and the W of Grimstroke. When you have 2 saves, you have the spells for the Inkswell. I don't know. I look at the BB team draft and it doesn't strike me. It doesn't seem very 737B. And I know that they are really good, but I think now they grasp the patch better. And I look at their heroes, it just seems way easier to play.
We're seeing here that 1xBet doesn't agree with you, but it's actually 50-50. So NA fans, they are up, or maybe even some European fans are happy that another region is battling through some of the best teams in the world. I think, Bowie, what I've noticed when we cast is that you do not put a lot of emphasis on the mobility of the draft, right? And both Nouns and BetBoom, they have ways of moving around the map fast. But when it comes to pushing down towers, BetBoom takes the primate. And because of that, I'm going to go with them. Because look at them. Chen forces you to TP a hero onto a lane to defend the tower. The other 4 can be anywhere instantly. Like, bam, they come. So I think this is the type of draft that BetBoom really know how to utilize. That is a good counter to the early mid game that Nouns like to play. If I had a draft, this is the type of draft I'd like to have versus Nouns, man. I think BetBoom are going to be getting this one.
All right, let's see who's gonna take it then. One thing that I noticed is that we will have this swap against the Monkey King matchup, and that is not something I've seen in a long time. So this is an interesting one. There's a lot of cool plays that can happen, right? You can dodge the dagger initial damage. You can dodge the Scream of Pain. Very curious to see how GPK is going to perform. Usually, he does stomp a lot of his lanes.
Yeah, and is this one of the lanes where you get more points in the dagger? We've seen that spell almost completely ignored.
I don't think you get it. I don't think you get it.
Is it that bad? Is it really that bad?
It really is. Like, you don't... The Monkey King will get Jingles on you, right? It's just too easy most of the time. Like, you just get double Wraith Band in the lane. You have enough attack speed to get 2-3 hits, especially when the Cop has to commit for a range creep. And then he's gonna get all of the HP back. Whereas if you go for the Scream of Pain, at least you're going to make sure your CS looks good, because the animation and the damage of the Monkey King are superior. So if you don't go for Scream of Pain, you're gonna probably be out CS.
Okay. Let's see if that's something that they go for, as we are going to be seeing no fights for the runes. Everybody just taking their owns, a 2-for-2, no surprises there. So we start the laning stage on an even footing. Toronto Tokyo starts with the Satyr convert. Is this Satyr staying to annoy the Monkey King, or is he coming towards the bottom lane? I think he's moving it with himself at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen the Satyr annoying people in some matchups. I guess this one isn't hard enough. Like, we've seen against Huskars, or like matchups that are one-sided where the Chen just tries to help the mid lane.
Oh, Copy misses the first mischief. It's not easy to mischief a Scream of Pain. It has a weird connection moment with the spell. It does damage a little bit before the red circle gets on top of it. I don't know, man. It's weird.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy one to dodge. Looking at side lanes, Primal Beast plus, and you know, this is actually kind of a hard lane for Toronto Tokyo, I would say. They will lose Lelis. Oh, long TP. Why was it so long?
That is huge. I think it was 3 seconds. It's just the time slowed down for us while he was going for it, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe one of them had to TP to this tower. Yeah, well, whatever happened, it's unfortunate. He's gonna have to walk here. Gunner will be under some threat, but in the top lane, Grimstroke definitely not a strong laner, right? I think the Oni Knight, at least in the beginning, is very good at zoning him away.
Man, this mid lane is a catastrophe for GPK. He's not losing. He's being annihilated, and he didn't get any points in Shadow Strike. Maybe he changes his mind.
It's a bad either way. Like, this melee heroes, the animation's too good. The base damage on Quap is just a shadow of what he used to be. And you're not gonna out-harass this guy. He will get the Jingus, and that's only one Wraith Band. He can get more, he will get boots, and yeah, tough start as they find save.
Yep, laning stage going really well for MOUZ. If we look at the early mid game where BetBoom should be stronger, they don't have to be, but they would want to be. And if they lose the laning stage, it's going to be a problem. This is one of the games where I think the laning stage matters a little bit more than what we were used to in the current meta, Bowie, on this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like when Chen was OP, maybe 6 months ago, that hero would farm so fast, and the game was different. It felt like the game was slower. You could always recover as Chen. Whereas nowadays, I mean, I haven't seen that much Chen, to be completely honest, but I do feel like the hero isn't as strong. And, it was a first wave ban literally every game at that time. Oh, Hoppy.
No blink on GPK, and he knows it.
Here. Yeah, we'll play safer. I mean, he is ahead. GPK has no mana. There's no reason for him to be over-aggressive.
There's 2 points in Shadow Strike on the Quap, but as you mentioned, no bottle charges at the moment. In a minute until the water runes come over. Yuma dropping low. Miero is applying some pressure. Pango not to be underestimated. This is so far the only lane that is going well in terms of CS for BetBoom, but they did lose a hero there, so that is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and I think this lane only gets harder. Once the CK gets more levels, the aggression ramps up. But at least in the bottom side, the Weaver is having an okay time. But yeah, every core announced slightly ahead of the counterpart in BetBoom.
Why is the Primal Beast farming this much better? Is it just Gunnar playing really well? But he was also missing a support at the start.
Base damage, bro. It's like range cores, both mid and bottom, with melee that has better base damage. Chen just doesn't harass this Primal nearly as much as he wants to.
Okay, makes sense. Saika, he's doing his best. For people that don't know, that's former Nightfall, former Epileptic Kid. I don't know how many names he has gone through, but known by many names and feared on every single one of those, Bowie.
Oh yeah, definitely a legend in the making here. Hasn't really... I mean, there's so many big carries in Eastern Europe that sometimes we don't talk about him that much, but he's been like extremely high MMR for a long time.
The rotation from Copy every game, man. Every game somehow he finds these super fast rotations. He reminds me of Thompson, but Miero will be slowing him down and also disarms him. No MKB for you, my friend. Let's see if he's gonna be. If you give the Jingu stacks, you might as well kill save. But the Boundless Strike to get them will be okay, because now he doesn't have a spell to do amazing amounts of damage.
Alright. Yeah, unfortunate that he doesn't connect, but he's actually trying to fake back here. But will he find this? He'll have Boundless Strike in one. Nah, Miero's way in too good in a position.
Yep, he's gonna also. We talked about Saika, and I remember, and it was now 6-7 years ago, before he became famous, when he was rank 1. Before he played for any of the teams, I remember there was a manager I knew. He's a manager of a big team nowadays, I'm not gonna be saying which one, and he was trying to get him to play for his team. And he's like, no man, I'm the best carry in the world, I'm gonna get picked up by like Virtus Pro or something because I'm better than Ramses, right? It's like, I'm the best. And so he knew even back then just how good he is, and knowing your worth sometimes it's quite nice. At that point it might sound like you are being you're overestimating your abilities, but he pretty much showed it.
Yeah, I mean that's how Dota players are, right? You need to know your worth. You need to be a little bit cocky if you want to be the best in the world. There's no going around it. You have to be humble enough to improve, but if you're not cocky enough, you will not be able to make it. That's kind of like, I don't know. It's weird, right? How it works. It's a fine balance.
Yeah, imagine like at that point where Ramses was a god. He's like, no, I'm the best, right? I'm the best in the world, in Eastern Europe definitely, and that's where Virtus Pro were crushing pretty much everybody.
Oh yeah, I remember. As in the top lane here, Miero taking some harass, but should be okay.
Okay, laning stage wise, pretty equal, right? We see a little bit of a lead from BetBoom, but that's the Chen, and this support is always gonna be slightly ahead of everybody else. But when we put the laning stage to rest, which is pretty much now, Gunnar, those creeps, they do hurt. Well, he hurts more. When we put it now at the end, who's happier with the outcome?
I would say Nouns. As I said, laning stage I think is very important in this game, and I would say getting by even is a win for now. So you're going to be able to enable all of the scores that are actually, like, they don't really need a lot. Like Primal, Monkey King, CK. CK is a bit more farm heavy, as rotation from save. The mid lane.
It's gonna be a big one. Copy Sonic Wave as well. Gonna be taking him out, but loses his life in the process. Gunnar somehow is in the right position to get himself a double kill. What the hell was he doing there?
Well, he just TP'd up. He knew there was going to be a fight for the runes and joins the fray. MOUZ denied this from the co-op, but again, nice that BetBoom was able to get the kill with GPK.
Yeah, this time around it wasn't Copy that was making the plays, it's Gunnar, and Gunnar is becoming more and more...
Oh, top lane, another play.
The top guy in this team. Gunnar is everywhere. Now he's gonna be showing who's the top offlaner of this series. Not gonna be playing the bottom lane no longer. He's everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, look at his items. Windlace plus Faded Brooch and Phase Boots. So he's incredibly fast to connect those plays. And yeah, that's what's scary about Primal Beast. This hero doesn't need items at all, or just needs very few items at least.
And immediately he's in the mid lane, and again it is Nouns in this early mid game that are just moving around the map faster than their counterparts, no matter which team it is. They managed to do it. Copy has struggled with his rotations. At some point he decided he wanted to move around the map, but at his expense Gunnar has gotten stronger.
What I did like about that move that he went top is that Lelis was very quickly getting experience in the mid lane. He was level 2 minute 7 or 6, I think, and at least he recovered because of it. So now he's like level 5.5, and we know how important Shadow Demon's ult is going to be this game. So the fact that, you know, sure, Copy goes from a perfect game to kind of a mediocre now. It does alleviate the pressure that I'm not exactly sure what happened. Maybe he was just making a lot of stacks, and giving back to Lelis might pay off.
It is still a very close game between the two, but of course the Primal Beast miles ahead of everybody else. JPK already felt the romp and stomp on your face, and Fly steals the shield rune. GPK didn't feel confident going for that one. Also, guys, you should feel confident clicking on the banner down below, especially if you know the promo code, which I'm gonna tell you right now, UNVRS3, and you get a 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit. So that is a nice thing we have prepared here. Giveaways, deposit bonuses, everything here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 for our lovely viewers. And of course, awesome Dota. That's what we're here for.
Awesome Dota. Looking at the item builds here, GPK is going to go for the Dagon. Pretty standard build. Saika going for the Maelstrom that literally every range core is going for. And a Greaves on the Pangolier. Just some extra armor. Whereas for Nouns, it's going to be the Armlet Orchid for CK. The Blade Mail on the Primal Beast. As well as a... we're not sure for Copy. He does have 1,000 gold, still unsure what he wants to build.
We'll be finding out fairly soon. Maybe you get an Atos. Yeah, there it is. He has queued it up right now.
Okay, yeah, I really like it. Pango, Quap have a lot of incentives to having the Atos, although once minute 15 comes around, you will be dealing with the Dispel of that Dreamstroke and possibly even the Chan if he has a Purge creep.
That's why you get a full Gleipnir, and then you connect it onto 5 heroes. Who are you gonna dispel now, huh? The smoke from Nouns, however, towards the top lane, Miero is on the menu. They want both of them. Here comes the onslaught. No save for Miero, and even his support
Dad
is gonna be in trouble. He did use the Inkswell, which will stun the Primal Beast before the last smash into the ground. I'd rather get smashed by that Primal Beast than when Yuma gets a hold of you. Also, very lucky with the Phantasmagoria as well.
Yeah, very smart by him. He doesn't clump up on the Inkswell target, just waits for it to pop and then gets his Reality Rift on top. Arcane Rune for Gunnar. So they're doing... Look at Nouns, man. They get 2 kills in the top lane. They prevent the rune from being picked up by GPK. Obviously, the Quap's still farming, but this hero farm is pretty slow, not gonna lie. This is a hero that needs to win the lane, that needs to be playing from ahead, and so far, it feels like only GPK can play this game. Everyone else is in farming / recovery mode.
What was that? How did save TP like that? Was it the TP to the tower and then to the high ground? Like, what the hell?
Wait, what?
He just appeared next to GPK. Was it just a normal TP? Or is there a hero with an ability that I don't understand?
I am pretty sure his TP is on cooldown.
And maybe, okay, maybe it's the new compendium. Maybe it's the new compendium TPs. Like, it looked completely different. Like, there was an effigy that spawned in there.
Yes. TPs have effects. They are magical things that a boomer would probably not understand.
Oh man, this TikTok generation. You know what even the funny thing is, Bowie? When I see a kid, 15 years old, making boomer jokes, I'm okay with it, but you should be more mature than me.
Well, I may look old, but I'm always looks maxing, and you probably wouldn't understand that Riz is something that I have tons of.
Okay.
I know some Zoomer words.
Oh man, you're gonna have to teach those to me so that we can understand each other. As a smoke was used, copy. Don't want to go him. They're making a beeline towards the CK. It's like they know exactly where he is now pinging the wrong spot. And as Yuma just dodged,
he's in a good position to break the smoke, but now he's gonna be found.
Yep, there's a scream of pain, rolling thunder.
There's some TPs coming. They don't have that much damage. Lelis is gonna be here in time.
Inkswell connects, disruption as well, removes the silence. No.
The toggle?
No Phantom's Embrace. He's gonna be toggling it multiple times. In the end, it's still not enough.
GPK TP cancel.
He doesn't have a
No
mana,
mana.
hiding in the trees. He's gonna be getting out. That Hand of God really making a difference. And now Miera doing some damage. But here comes the real beast from the side. Also, it won't be enough to keep the Queen of Pain in place, trying to go for more. But they did hunt down Lelis. Now Gunnar is gonna be in so much trouble. He will be slowed down by the lucky shot. Gets into the tower. Uproar, more than enough armor. Boundless Strike. Keeps save at bay as well. BetBoom. They've gotten themselves 2 kills. Very nice rotation. The response from Nouns, it was fast, just not fast enough.
Yeah, they came one by one, right? That's usually what happens when you have to TP multiple heroes. And unfortunately, you know, the CK dies. The damage was also split because of the position of the heroes of Nouns. And yeah, the Zora's already starting to pay off. You have the Chen with both the Seeds of Serenity and drums, with his Hand of God, and he had attack speed from the potato, healing from the satyr. So just annoying. Too much garbage and not enough damage so far. Or now to deal with it.
There is an Atos on the Monkey King. Speaking of which, Weaver will have his finished along with the entire Gleipnir in pretty much 200 gold. So that is going to be another timing that BetBoom can go for. Also, Gleipnir very good versus the CK, very good versus the Primal Beast to protect all of your teammates. And BKB is coming out soon? Not really, but CK will have an Orchid. And versus a Queen of Pain and a Weaver, that just looks like an amazing item.
Oh, smoke breaks. They're trying to wrap around Saika here. They have the Atos, so you only need to land Onslaught on top of it. Copy will get vision. They find a kill on Lelis on Fly on the other side, but okay, they're not gonna find Saika here. He is way too good to be picked off.
I think that kill on Fly gave them the info on what was going on, right? Because there was nobody responding to the Fly kill. And instantly at that point,
about
you know
top
that
lane?
something's wrong.
Orchid.
There's the Orchid reveal. You have a mech, and I think now he finishes the Guardian Grease, uses the shield crash. They don't have enough damage, not even close.
Yeah, those auras, they're gonna start to add up. We didn't really talk about the mech on that fight, but yeah, Miera also has one. This is what you were talking about. It's not even the mobility of BetBoom in play, but just the grouping up with auras. And not a lot of auras on the side of Nouns. There was a pipe queued up for Gunnar initially. He stopped for a Blade Mail, which means that for the next, I don't know, 5 to 7 minutes.
He's almost done with it.
Yeah, but it's just a pipe, and he's also just a Primal alone. Goodbye.
Yep. Very much dead. Won't be able to survive. Even if he had 3 pipes there, it wouldn't have been enough. And there it is, BetBoom. This is... So, pushing towers, being everywhere on the map. This is a part of the game that Nouns need to survive. I think with the advantage they had, the slight one before this, they'd have got a chance.
Oh, they definitely do. They definitely do. It just means that taking the fights right now, especially when BB is grouped up, is scary. You probably are fine giving away these tier 1s if... Oh, do they know about all of this?
Yeah,
they don't.
Blink forward, the silence will be there, but they have the X-Wall to remove it instantly. Sonic Wave onto the 2 of them. Yuma is standing his ground. They have the disruption. Mech used. Yuma slowed down quite a lot. The Rolling Thunder will be used as well as the disruption under it. You have the glyph if you want to use it on Nouns just to keep them at bay, but look at how much they're not committing just for a second. Let's try to deny him. Don't kill me, dude. I'm not dead. Now with the silence and the reality rift into a tier 2 BetBoom, they've stayed too far. And because of that, they will be losing a core, maybe even more. Toronto, Tokyo instantly silenced up on Gunnar, and that is going to be saving Tokyo's life. He uses
they have
the
another
onslaught, slowing him down as well. No, Nouns are not going to chase. They understand. BetBoom, they overextended. Nouns will not be doing the same.
All right, they will chill. Really good armlet toggles from Nouns. A lot of patience. They get the disruption on the right time, and Yuma will live. So not a bad play. And, you know, that is the weakness, let's say, that grouping up always has. You are not farming as fast, you're not getting experience, and when you don't get value out of that grouping up, when you don't take towers, it can feel bad. They didn't even take that tier 1. If they don't chase there, probably BetBoom is able to take the tier 1, get more map control for themselves. So we'll see if they're going to be punished by some of these moves not landing, as now announcing the aggressor.
There. BetBoom, they read this perfectly. They also scanned them out. This does allow you to push the mid lane a bit, and I think this is the main tower for now. The next 5 to 7 minutes to take down is the mid lane tier 1. You need this one open. It is going to be slowing down BetBoom significantly. From that mid tower, all of the moves of BetBoom in the last 5-10 minutes were made.
Exactly. And looks like it's not going to take 5 or 7 minutes. You might just take one, because this Primal Beast is colossal at taking towers.
Yep.
There we go.
For everybody who has watched Attack on Titan, you know that the Colossal Titan very good at taking down structures, no matter how tall and strong they are. If you want to see those structures taken down all the time, Primal Beast is being played a lot in this tournament, so subscribe to our YouTube and follow the Twitch channel here on Fissure so that you know when we are live. And you can follow the action as waiting for the Roche. He will be coming through the twin gates.
Amplify damage ready for GPK.
This looks scary. Nouz knows, but there is a ward. So BetBoom, they know that Nouz are coming. However, Nouz had a ward. They knew that BetBoom are here.
Yeah, but yeah, this is still good. You're denying this Roshan. The amplified damage will expire. BetBoom, they go for a smoke of their own. Yuma breaks the smoke, has that Orchid, but stops for the
extra. Well, there's an Ink Swell. You need to find the Grimstroke. Look at his positioning. Pipe. Gonna make sure it does nothing. Monkey King, very deep copy. Uses his ult. He's not taking any damage, and this will allow Nouz to break apart the formation of BetBoom. The Grimstroke already doesn't have mana as GPK is trying to run away. He's always being hunted down. Miero TP out. GPK.
Oh,
we know
they found
exactly
him.
where are the illusions from the high ground giving vision. Yuma, he knew how to position himself, his illusions, and just make sure that an extra hero plus Roche go down.
Perfect fight from Copy. He finds the backlines. Initially, it feels like his Wukongs is useless, but he just breaks the formation of the fight. The supports have to lead the cores, and they end up getting the pop and also punishing Roshan. Great awareness, and now Nouz definitely in the driver's seat.
It's so cool when both of the teams have info on what the other team is doing, and then you just see how they're going to be positioning themselves. The problem is that BetBoom were pincered in that corner. And now it's new. Now it's new. You just come from different angles. You have a Monkey King, you have a Primal Beast. It's so easy to be able to pick them apart.
I mean, it goes both ways though, right? Because yes, they're pincered, but at the same time, they have the high ground. So it was very awkward. The CK illusions get demolished initially. The Primal Beast can't really go in. So it felt like the fight could have been okay for BetBoom, but I think it's really on Copy to just split it up. And it feels like right now, the Nouz, like if Nouz is also S5, even though BetBoom is sustainable, they don't have damage, right? You're relying on Dagon level 1 and Sonic Wave, but there's 3 Giga Tanky cores alongside all of the healing and saves from the supports.
They get a shard for Toronto Tokyo, so some of those ancients are gonna be coming in handy. Looking at the game though, Bowie, has BetBoom lost their momentum? Can they get it back? When do they get it back?
I would say they can get it back, and it's gonna be mostly on this Weaver, in my opinion. The Weaver is going for some defensive items though. We gotta be so careful about Orchid and CK stun, pulverize.
Save, Rod. He needs to think swell on himself, but he cannot pop it. Gets pushed to the low ground. Think swell. They don't see him with the Gladiator. They will be able to. He gets the sound of save. How is he still alive? They made a mistake, and now he will be able to somehow live in an unlivable situation.
Well, is it unlivable?
Well, yes. Still one of dead. Gonna go for another Inkswell. Copy is chasing, and sorry save. He will remove the Gleipnir, but they will remove his head, which is a lot more important.
Yeah, some time wasted at least, right? That could have been a very quick kill into a tier 2, and now you do waste your 40 seconds chasing. But I think coming back into this game, it's gonna be about both the co-op and the Weaver getting more items. But because they have to go Lincolns on the Weaver, it's gonna take some time. Like, you're gonna need Shard on the Weaver, plus some damage items, plus level 20 talent. Co-ops, timing curves are weird at the moment, right? Like, the items that you go, it's mostly about Sonic Wave right now. It feels like the level 20 on co-op seems like the strongest talent at the moment. Just getting the, I don't know, I think it's 42-second cooldown Sonic Wave once you're level 20.
If you have an Octarine, even less.
Yeah.
Even less. It's like 35, right? So, Smoke from BetBoom, Rolling Thunder, Miero.
Fly,
they
under vision.
find a perfect target. Inkswell gets popped, and even with a pipe, that's not going to be enough. This is a Primal Beast without any mana. Where's the stun? They don't have a stun.
Oh, told you. A lot of mobility. They only have one stun on the Pango and Inkswell.
And they used the Gladiator as well earlier, so it just allows the Primal Beast to live through everything.
Counter on Tokyo.
Saika.
2.
That was even Phantasm used, so MOUZ really wanted this Weaver kill. Luckily for him, he has the Lincoln here. What's the next item for the Weaver? It has to be a damage item, right? Like a Daedalus even?
Yeah.
He wants a Manta.
Has a Manta, huh? Very defensive.
Fast. It gives you some damage, but really not all that much. What is you're removing the silence, you're dodging the Chaos Bolt. That's about it.
That's it. Yeah. It's fine, I guess. Fine, I guess. Doesn't really
on the co-op.
Relying on the 5-man too. Like, they need to be taking good fights as a team. Doesn't feel like they're gonna be able to get a lot of pickoffs. All of that mobility is not necessarily going to be the way they're gonna rely during fights.
Still, Nouns with the Sagas, they've done quite a lot. They've taken one tier 2 and the second one will fall most likely. They have a disruption to save the siege creep if need be, but there is no need. They have two very, very tanky heroes that will be protecting it.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe they want to go for a smoke now that the age is expiring. It's 20 seconds. Now it's still not backing out, and
I don't want to fight.
The Weaver here.
The smoke did break, and with a double silence, trying with them, silence on the co-op, has the Inkswell, needs to get closer. Nice disruption to make sure Inkswell doesn't do much. That's Sonic Wave.
They don't have damage.
Really some damage, but really not anything significant. Rolling Thunder too late, and going through the Wukong's man, Miero, who will get slapped too, needs to get out so that he doesn't get popped. Boundless Strike, just at the end of it, does get removed. Inkswell, nicely done. Miero gets to the high ground, but he has been demonically purged, and now they're still chasing into the tier 3. That might be too deep. Saika trying to do some damage, really nothing significant, nothing that is going to be scaring. Now Gunner is going to be coming forward into the base. You wanted me, you got me. The Grimstroke taken out, that is your main defensive hero. That's going to be a Inkswell popping on the Weaver. Silenced up, needs to run away. The high ground push from Nouns, they were the ones that were being hunted. But they turn it around, and now in the high ground, nice shield crash onto the 4 of them. You don't have the demonic purge, you can't really kill this hero. They're trying to remove the shield. Finally will be able to do it, barely. We keep it in place for a long period of time. There is going to be another shield crash in just a second. If Miero can use it, Gunner won't be able to do the damage. Got slowed down by Toronto Tokyo just enough to save his Pango's life.
I mean, this is pretty bad for BetBoom, and it felt like it could have been so much worse. So many heroes close from dying. That Pangolier almost died twice. If that happens, maybe even get a range or melee berries for yourself. And I'm not sure things are going to get much better, right? As we said, they do not have damage on BetBoom. They will need the best positioning, the best vision to take fights, and at the moment, that's not happening. But at least with the Aegis now, they can potentially find a place in the map where that fight will happen.
You need to create chaos in fight if you're BetBoom. Find the supports, kill them, live through the Wukong's command, and then just kite these cores and kill them. And it seems like an easy thing to do when I say it like that, but then you look at the amount of damage that the 3 cores of Nouns can do, ignoring them for 5, maybe even 10 seconds. That's very unreasonable, I'd say.
Even the core-to-core matchups, right? Like CK into Weaver, very much CK favored. This co-op against the sheer amount of lockdown the Nouns have, and BetBoom, they will need Chaos. They will need to play really well off of each other. The auras are annoying. You can see that despite Nouns being ahead, it's not easy to kill heroes, but I think the matchups are just bad on BetBoom. Just dispelling the inks well, even dispelling the Hand of God heal over time. That's a big part of Hand of God now. I just think the Nouns draft is better.
At this moment, it does look like they're gonna be completely fine. Rolling Thunder, disruption just in time. Inks well won't connect. Rolling Thunder will Ellis then get to the edge. There just enough. Uses the demonic cleanse on himself. The heal won't be coming through, but look at the backlines. However, they have the soul bind, and Save might even survive because of it. The backlines, Miero dropping low, will have a shield crash in a second if he ever gets it off again. Gets pulled, so he doesn't connect on the ground. There will be no shield for a nice Sonic Wave onto the 3 cores. Not enough damage. They're always missing a little bit more.
No
Saisha in some trouble. Lincoln's was broken, has the time lapse. They won't be able to chase him further any longer. That is a perfect first target for BetBoom, and you still cannot win a fight, not even close.
Yeah, they were like half a second from saving Fly there. If you get Purification plus Drums, Repel, Glimmer Cape, this is a completely different fight. It's tough for BetBoom. Nouns right now, they seem to be on top of the world, and Roche is gonna spawn in 50 seconds. So can BetBoom control this Roche area before they're there? At least it's gonna be on the Radiant side, so they have the buybacks, they have the positioning advantage, but they're gonna have to use it better, because that other Roche fight did not go their way.
I wouldn't want to do it, man. I'd use the Roche if Nouns go for it. I'd use it to shove out the waves. Nouns has to go for the Phantasm if they want to kill the Roche super fast, and they probably will. So you already have like a minute bot there after he dies. If the lanes are out pushed and you get a pick off, you can survive it. I don't know if they can fight in the pit. It just seems very, very hard. What I do know, however, is that we are still giving away those Arcanas! Exclamation mark 1x give in the chat. Make yourself liable to participate, as Nouns are going for a smoke a second before the Roche can potentially spawn, and it is... Oh no, actually before he does spawn. There he is.
Yeah, they scan the Roche. They actually find GPK. So he's by himself. Oh, GPK will understand what's happening, but they do... Oh no!
Boundless!
Oh, copy!
He saw it when he jumped to the left.
Exactly. He was too overeager. But it doesn't matter. They know that the co-op's not here. They can probably just shove the wave and force Roshan now.
It's gonna take some time. Does allow BetBoom to go for those wave shoving plays that I talked about. And Weaver did good to make sure that the mid lane is kicked in. I think that's the hardest one to do so at.
Yeah, Weaver now going for the Nullifier. So that's the damage item plus a solution for some of the annoying things. Dispelling the Jingu, dispelling the Guardian Angel, dispelling Drums, dispelling Glimmer. Lots of, even the Crimson Guard. It's going to be pretty good for him.
I guess the Omni wants to go for the Boots of Bearing. We'll see how fast he gets there. Still no Bloodthorn on the CK, but after the Roche should be happening. Big item that came out is an Aghanim Scepter of the Quap. Has level 18, no level 20 just yet. So it's 50-second cooldown on the Sonic Wave, and you have an Aghanim Scepter. Keeping the waves shoved out, even versus the Aegis, is not impossible now.
Yeah, I mean, even going high ground is super annoying. This Ags used to be even more broken, but just the fact that you can keep casting that over and over again as they try to go high ground, it makes things hard. Even if you dispel, there's going to be so much damage flying out. We'll see how Nouns going to approach this. If they're going to try and get a pick off before, or if they'll try to brute force that lane anyways.
Aghanim Scepter on the Monkey King as well. That is something that helps you brute force things as well. A tier 2 on top just seems like such a good thing to take. If you look at BetBoom, they want to use their mobility without our towers. That's not going to be a possibility. They get the Shard on the Pango. Pretty decent one to obtain at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Gonna be able to dodge the CK stun maybe. There's definitely a couple of things that you can do with that. Side of Ice. Flying to Gunner. Is that a full Vice?
Does look like it. You wouldn't be moving it if it wasn't. Yeah, it's a full Vice.
That's huge. That is huge. Probably want to use it on a Grimstroke though, because they do have a way to dispel it.
He can't dispel everything, right? If you look at it, there's the Hex. Pops the shield crash.
Oh.
Pulverize as well. Where's your Grimstroke now? Nowhere to be found. Niero, without any friends, will be taken out.
No
That's
buy.
your main team fight hero. You still have to go through the tier 2 and the glyphs, so I think he will be available to defend the Raxus if BetBoom want to even.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That will be glyph used though. And if BetBoom doesn't take a convincing win here, there's still ages. There's still so much momentum outside of MOUZ. The 4K goal lead might seem small, but I honestly don't know how to defend.
Well, you probably don't. You just let it go. You let go one lane of Rax, and you live to fight another day. They have shoved in the mid and the bottom lane, so at least that was done by BetBoom. Did the most that they can with the current situation. That is pretty bad.
Yeah, still 3 minutes of ages. MOUZ, they will retreat, but they have plenty time to maybe force a second engagement if they want to.
Level 20, Queen of Pain. 26 seconds on the Sonic Wave, but we need a... we need to go to school again.
It is pretty fast.
26 seconds.
Enough though.
Nullifier on the Weaver. You have no buyback on the Weaver. They're going for a move, an aggressive move that will cost them a tier 3 glyph being used.
Yeah, they're trying to wrap around here, but great positioning.
Yep,
Lelis,
awesome.
just using the Shadow Poison, getting that vision. Look at the Monkey King, breaks the smoke, and BetBoom. Ankles broken. No way to find the heroes that they need to.
Yeah, the Aghanims on the co-op. That is something that you have to be afraid of with the Octarine Core. We talked about damage issues on BetBoom. No longer do they exist. Sonic Wave to make sure that the Aegis goes down in the back lines. The Inkswell and the Rolling Thunder, they stun up Fly. He's creating enough of a space for them to maybe go for Yuma, who pops the BKB. The Sweeper, he's not playing around. He's doing quite a lot of damage. Hand of God being used. There's the Swarm. Now onto Toronto Toko. He's living a little bit longer. Soulbind as well will allow him to move away as well. With the Inkswell, double Dagon and the double Nullifier. All of those screams. Cover your ears now, so it is going to be going really badly for you. Now found, we talked about them not being able to cancel out those DPs, and because of it, Nouns will get themselves out. They've taken down 3 tier 3 towers, 1 full lane of racks, but the game is still not over, Bowie, and now dead even in net worth.
Yeah, that's the chaos you were talking about. You get the Rolling Thunder, you separate the supports, and not only that, Nouns broke formation. They tried to dive this Chen, but the slow from the Aghanim Scepter of GPK makes things so hard. Yeah, the Primal can dispel it with the Uproar, but then it's just instantly applied because there's a 3-second cooldown on Shadow Strike. It was very awkward for the Nouns heroes to be chasing the Chen. And yeah, I think BetBoom played really well, and Nouns a little bit of a positioning mistake. Just trying too hard to get the kill, and the sustain on BetBoom is still very respectable.
You know, it was a mistake in positioning if you knew what your enemies were capable of, but they just got their items, right? They just got the Nullifier, they just got the Aghanim Scepter to level 20 on the Quap. It was a timing for BetBoom that just isn't always easy to read.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, I think the big one there was the Bearing as well in Tokyo, which was up for a long time. Just trying to win a marathon against someone that has those shoes, it's hard. It's not fair.
Yep, definitely not. Man, they crush those 2 cores, and anybody else who stays close is insane. Plus, all of those dispels now on Nouns, they're not going to be working for them because the screams are just going to be coming out more and more.
Yeah, only the repel user will have the luxury of not caring about it. I guess Bearing on Fly will be up eventually. And surprisingly, he actually has the drums. He has the drums locked up. That's interesting.
Just to remind everybody, this tournament is brought to you by Fissure in collaboration with 1xBet. This is the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. Hopefully, there's gonna be more episodes to come, and this is not the last one. So, hopefully, we can end the tournament with find out on the next episode of. It just doesn't feel right if you don't say Dragon Ball Z, but it will be FISSURE Universe. Anyways, Bowie, we're back into the game. There is no more pause. What are the chances of BetBoom? They're ahead in gold, but at this point, it doesn't mean much.
I think the chances are still relatively low. There's not a lot of... like, they can take a fight like that when they're defending their base, but I don't think it's straightforward to take those fights now. you will need like great vision around the map, but for you to get that great vision and sit in that area, you unfortunately cannot deal with the top lane that's constantly pushing. You still have lockdown problems, which Nouns, you know, when you're diving the base as Nouns, it might not matter as much. But in a fight outside of the base, I think he definitely does. So who's itemizing for control? Literally no one. Saika needs more damage. GPK has 5 Dagons queued up, and the Pango is going for even more auras, which, you know, makes sense when you're defending your base, but I don't think he necessarily puts them forward in this game unless Nouns messes up.
It's gonna be smoke from BetBoom. Lane's decently shoved out. In a couple of seconds, it is gonna be easy to read. When they see nobody on the bottom lane, Weaver has shown himself, but in the end, that also is gonna be alarming your spider senses, not to be losing positioning.
Yeah, very early move from BetBoom. It is Roche on their side of the map at the end of the day. Still a minute for the spawn time. And this nighttime smokes sometimes are very low percentage, but they do get some vision here. They will be able to camp this ward, but yeah. I'm not sure I like their positioning in the map just because the lane that is constantly shoving is away from where they are. They can't like easily address that, and they don't have boots of travel. So here's to see how they're going to address top and still keep their formation. Because, you know, that's the problem of their draft. They have to be relatively close to each other to take these fights.
Smoke being used by Nouns. Want to make something happen on the map. They understand that BetBoom are now trying to get back, trying to deal with the waves. Through the top wave. I want the Weaver, not the easiest target. Who said it has to be easy?
Alright, they're not gonna find anyone so far. Roche 15 seconds from spawning. The wave's very much on the favor of Nouns. Every single wave past the river. So BetBoom doesn't necessarily know where they are, but
oh man, they know exactly. Did you see the positioning of theirs? They were literally outside of the field of vision of the Monkey King. Just
no, the thing is, they are aware there's a smoke, but they're not aware exactly where they are just because they could be anywhere, right? When the waves are all pushed up, they could literally be anywhere.
Saika shoves out the bottom wave. That's quite nice considering the Roche will most likely be fought on the bottom lane. You want to make sure that you can come out of the base. The problem is, you fight the Roche in the bottom lane, the creeps from top will be coming in. So how do you Bowie deal with the top wave? Do you just take the L and allow some of your tier 4s to take damage so that you can fight Roche?
It looks that way, right? What are you...
Yep, there's no other choice.
What can you do? Yeah, there's no boots of travel still. I guess the Quap can potentially be the hero that does very low cooldown on the Blink. But yeah, right now with the Nouns formation, they can just brute force Roshan. It's going to spawn in 40. They have the control of this area. Doesn't feel like BetBoom can even come to this area right now.
Weaver sent the losers on top, so I think BetBoom are actually prepared. This earlier Roche respawn is going to benefit them. They're ready.
Okay, GPK is going to be the first one to show. Vice is available.
Where's the Dispel? They need it now. Safe. No needed at all. He turns around with the Sonic Wave. Gonna be connecting on 3 heroes.
Wukong.
They're still hiding. That is gonna be Wukong's command. They found the Pango and a big hero gets taken out. Does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin. The damage outputs of BetBoom not that great just yet.
Orchid.
BKB. They need another spell. There's gonna be remove, and look at the amount of damage that he does just by running away with the Sonic Boom. Yuma, no more BKB, GPK coming forward, another AoE Shadow Strike. They do purge it off. Fly loses his life to Nero. Nice disruption. The Inkswell not gonna be enough for the Queen of Fate to survive. It doesn't have a buyback. Weaver has been silenced.
Oh no.
Where's the Inkswell? It is gonna be there. He will be fine, surviving for a little bit longer in the time lapse. He turns back time to a place where he was healthier. Wouldn't we all want to do that to be younger? This Weaver continues the fight there, charging down some of the Nouns heroes, and look at that, Copy needs to run out. This Roche, it will belong to BetBoom.
We got a crazy fight. This fight is all on Saika. He's level 26. His damage output this game is absurd. He's 6 levels ahead, 4 levels ahead of the highest level on BetBoom, which is this Quap. And he is like, how is the damage? He did, okay, 10k damage from GPK. He's actually more than Saika. But the fact he's 25, with the shard, with all of the talents, the CK usually can withstand his ground, but once there's this overwhelming damage, it's actually hard somehow for Yuma to be in that fight. He's even a little bit lower level than I would expect. It's Copy, the highest level now. It's 24 right now.
They need to find this Grimstroke, man. He's just doing so much. He has saved the Quap once, almost saved her second time, saved the Weaver's life there at the very end. You cannot allow that to happen. You could see that BetBoom are the ones creating chaos. Now they're going to be needing to create the same amount to find this Grimstroke.
I think the biggest problem is also the healing coming from BetBoom. They're only now getting a Skadi on Copy. There is no Shivas. The sustain that comes from those healings is insane, right? You have the Vlad's Lifesteal, you have Hand of God, you have even the Inkswell heal, and all of the Pangolier items. Overall, BetBoom itemized very well for this game, and Nouns maybe relying on the lead that they had. Well, that lead is gone. 4K gold lead for BetBoom alongside the Aegis.
And the cheese, right? You have the Aegis and the cheese on the two heroes that bought back. On the side of Nouns, it was Fly and Gunner, who expended their buybacks, but they don't have an extra life. They don't have an item that heals you to full HP. However, Monkey King is level 25, Bowie, and he has gotten the Skadi that you mentioned. That could be a game changer in a fight. You have been able to leave the small Wukong's command. The bigger one, it is going to be a lot harder.
Of course, that's definitely going to be a problem. Copy looking very, very strong right now. As you said, they have the Shadow Demon Dispel, but they are really lacking control of the Grimstroke, and there's no blink on the Primal Beast. In fact, there's no blink on any of the cores of Nouns. Usually, you see those items, but I guess the 5-man of BetBoom is scary, so just jumping in by yourself is not necessarily the way to take these fights. But how do you deal with the Grimstroke then?
CK is buying it, so he is going to be doing it, right? You allow
X
the
on
Monkey
save.
King. Yep. Okay, that's huge. Especially if you get multiple illusions of the CK, which is a possibility. Imagine 2 CK illusions. They're gonna destroy everybody.
That Phantasmagoria is very scary.
Plus they're strong illusions, yep. It's dumb.
Well, if the CK can have it, why can't the Grimstroke?
Pain has a refresher shard, considering how...
Oh, they cancel Copy CP?
He is still a Simeon Stride Monkey King. So Simeon clearly gets silenced up. It doesn't matter that you can jump through the trees fast. That is only if you're not silenced, and that is going to be...
Yomin is late?
Down his BKB. He's gone. No buyback. 100 seconds versus an Aegis versus a cheese, and the damage output of BetBoom, even on towers from this Weaver, is insane.
That's all on Psycho. He was hiding. He boundless stroke away 5 seconds ago. Just jumped to a different area, and the Weaver somehow got the Gleipnir on the right target. That is absurd how much Psycho has been able to bring this game back.
He did manage to shove out the bottom wave, but not enough. Use the time-lapse for this, so now you don't have a TP, you don't have a time-lapse, and the CK illusions on the bottom lane are already putting a lot of hurt onto your range Raxes.
Oh, Yuma, he's going to be going for a split push of his own, and I think that's the right play. You don't have this buyback. You might as well give up your own lane of... Yeah. That's what you should do.
Oh boy. Those hurt.
They
you
hurt.
Have a glyph. Do BetBoom care?
Oh my lord.
Pain cares. Well, even her carrying isn't going to change the fact
Doesn't
that
matter.
They got it. The lane of Rags gone. And now you don't have GPK.
Okay, and they even glyphed this one. If they can protect it, it would be huge. They have the Crimson Guard. Illusions are not going to take it. Nouns somehow finding a W where there wasn't. Okay. Can they punish this?
Disruption. The Hex used at the same time. Then the Inkswell to remove the Polarize. So you overlapped your spells a bit on Nouns.
I mean, this is still a win for Nouns, right? You get a lane of barracks. You trade even when you don't have a buyback and Aegis on BetBoom. They should be ahead, and they will not be able to get it in before forcing a fight at least.
They do have a banner. Going for it. Glyph is available. A Hex onto the Weaver. Has the Aesthetics cap, so overall will be fine.
Copy, looking for the angle. There is vision on this side, so he knows he's safe. He's gonna get vision of a lot of heroes here.
He missed. He missed the bundle strike. Didn't go with the shard to the side. The disruption keeping him in place. He can get
Has to
the
BKB
high
for
ground.
this.
But no BKB soulbind being used as well. GPK trying to go forward. Not gonna be happening. Those are 2 illusions. You have the colossal illusion and 2 CKs as well. Don't need to die. The CK illusion won't die from the trample because it is immune to magical damage. Sonic Wave connecting onto the 3 heroes in the back lines. Yuma dropping low. It doesn't matter. You're gonna have it in 15 seconds. Saika, disruption on him. Lincoln Sphere in 2. He also has a BKB. We'll fuck the BKB. Let's go, Gunner. You and me will go for the pulverize and quickly understands that this Weaver just packs too big of a punch. We'll be able to onslaught forward the time lapse just before the bounce.
Back's still alive.
Yep. They are gonna be living through it. You can still maybe poke with the Weaver without the BKB. It's dangerous, but you'll have a Lincoln in 4.
The time lapse 1 hit away. He thought he had it. Oh, refresher.
Go now.
They're going for this.
Boundless strike. Lincoln's broken. Lotus Orb to return the Hex. There's 2 piggies, but one is not going to be lasting as long because of the Ascetic Scap. Now the Silence Mantle to remove that. And the Chaos Bolt as well. Sonic Wave onto 2 Yuma being pushed out of it. Don't really take all that much damage. There is no BKB on copy. Does he have a buyback? Not really. Missing on 1700. Go Boundless strike to run away. Not going to be happening. He doesn't get it down. And Yuma is just being demolished by this Weaver. Look at the amount of damage that he's doing to him. Saika. When he focuses somebody down, it is a problem. And Nouns buying back, but without copy, without your biggest team fighter, how do you do it?
Dude, look at this Weaver. 4,000 HP with the Ascetic Scap. So much DPS. We thought they were going to be lacking damage. They thought they were going to be squishy. But the itemization, these auras from Saika, make it impossible. Like, they cannot breach through the Weaver. And this is looking really bad. They're gonna go for the Shadow Demon.
Sonic Wave as well. It will be breaking the soul bind by bringing down Lelis, who does have a buyback. They'll be coming in. Hexed up Queen of Pain should be able to blink out just in time. Leaves the silence on Gunner. Saika in some trouble. Uses the Manta. Gets picked up anyways. Still has the time lapse if he wants to use it. And there it is. A lot of his HP gonna be given back. Still relatively low. Lincoln's broken. Dropping some items. Running away for now. 40 seconds until the Monkey King. You still have time.
Top is pushing. There's some pressure with the creeps, but
they don't care.
Still 30 seconds. No glyph. This is so hard.
Also forward, Gunner has the BKB. They're just gonna be ignoring him, not really doing any damage into the backline. He's flying some trouble with the Rolling Thunder. He gets demolished by Saika. 1 crit is more than needed. That's gonna be a CK next to him. He also doesn't have a buyback. He does very much look like GG. In 17 seconds, you're gonna have copy back. And you need him. You need him now. You cannot wait. We need our king, and he's not gonna be here, meaning that the throne will fall. And game 1 goes to BetBoom.
Damn. Dude, it's not even that BetBoom won against so much pressure of Nouns, but the way that they did, right? You talked about during the draft that BetBoom is this individualistic, a very high MMR type team, but they won by just sheer 5-manning better, by having the better 5-man, and they played so well. Their formation was unbreakable. Constantly the Monkey King trying to find a way, the Primal Beast trying to find the Grimstroke. They never were able to. And you have this freaking -7 armor golem, the HP from the other golem, the magic resistance. He had a blue ogre, all of the auras, and now it's just unable to go through it all.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo from the shadows, just controlling everything and making a huge difference. It was a big one. But also, I really have to give it to Saika and to GPK when it comes to item choices. When I saw what they were going for, it looked more late game oriented. Do you think this was the plan from the start, or they really saw at one point in the game that it's not going to be their plan A that succeeds, so they immediately transferred it to plan B and then went for it?
I think so. They were getting destroyed in the fights initially because they didn't have damage, right? So the cores just went full damage, the supports went full auras, and I'll be honest, I feel like Nouns was centimeters away from winning that fight, right? The second Aegis, with the momentum that they had, I think they killed the Miero with no buy. They got 1 lane of barracks. They could have maybe gotten 2 if they didn't dive, but that one dive was absolutely punished. Then there was that fight close to Roshan for the third one. Nouns also lost. In general, the 5-man was superior, and I'll be honest, I thought that it was not going to be enough, but the overall creep selection from Toronto Tokyo, the sheer damage and farm that Saika was able to get, and even that kill with no buyback on the Monkey King, he did all of that by his own, and it matters so much. I think the entirety of BetBoom played really well, and you said it yourself, now it's looking super sharp, but BetBoom showcasing amazing Dota today.
even in that situation where you look super sharp, you still lose versus BetBoom, showing that this team is not to be underestimated. They used to be very good at the early game, and then in the late game, they would sometimes choke, but it has been 2 years since then. They have evolved so much as a team, and now looking very much scary. Who don't you even give the MVP to? Because on one side you have Saika with amazing choices of his items, with so much concentrated burst, and then you have GPK, without whose AoE damage in that one fight that you mentioned around the mid lane when they were defending their axes, that concentrated damage, that single target damage, really wouldn't have mattered.
I know Aurora is going to get MVP. In my opinion, the MVP save. I think the sheer amount of Inkswell saves, like both supports to me played so well. Like in the shadows, as you said, the entire creep selection. Like I click on the Weaver, only damage items, right? Just take a look. Daedalus, BKB, Lincoln's. You have almost no HP items there. He had 4.5k HP because of the Golem. He had like 50% magic resistance. There's so much enabling for this one right clicker to do this much damage. 45k damage on him, 55k on GPK. And I think it's mostly the supports and the offlane really enabling everything. But sure, if I had to guess who's gonna get MVP, I would probably say Saika, right? Zero deaths.
Yeah.
He really played this game hard, well in a hard matchup against the CK.
Yeah, I would say that the Weaver and the Grimstroke are the only heroes on BetBoom that really didn't make any mistakes, right? Weaver, he counted on the Grimstroke, but Save's positioning was better, right? You have two defensive supports on the side of Nouns, and they both would be getting caught, whilst Saved wasn't getting caught. His positioning was better. Sure, you could maybe say that the Chaos creation is better on BetBoom, and
MVP.
They gave it to Toronto Tokyo. You might be right. His auras might be the main reason why they won, really, in the end.
Dude, they were unkillable. Like he had, they had, like he was manually giving Frost aura for the minute 40 with that little blue ogre, and you know it adds up. All of that attack speed is low, all of the extra armor. You had AC on the Pango, which is not at all conventional on Pangolier, and the damage was just not enough. Like you had this Bloodthorn CK that was hitting with a pillow. It just didn't seem effective at all.
Yeah, it seems that they were missing on that blink early on in the game. Really, when you looked at Gunnar and Yuma, they didn't have no ways to get into those fights, and that was an issue. And also, having Arcanas is not going to be an issue for our viewers. In the chat, you write !1xgive, and you get yourself liable to participate into it. We're going to be telling you how, but for now, while you're finding out how to get those awesome skins, those awesome sets that we have prepared for you, we are going to be going on to a break, allowing the players to rest, and then coming back with game number 2.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
Back and forth, game one between BetBoom and MOUZ in an elimination series here in Group A at the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. I'm Harry, joining me is Bowie, and we are together going to be finding out who's going to be moving into the playoffs. Bowie, BetBoom are this close, but also a lot of teams have been just that much close to beating MOUZ, and then they fell short from it. Will BetBoom be able to finish this one off?
We'll see. As you said, BetBoom in the past, and obviously they did get better, but I also feel like they still do it sometimes. They have this tendency of throwing leads. Game one was definitely not the case. They were behind, and when they got the lead, they instantly won the game. But yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to be consistent, as they're the ones that are going to be able to yoink the Shadow Demon this time, with the Omni being available for now. So I do like what MOUZ did here. Do you even pick the Omni?
Into Shadow Demon?
Not great, right? Do you chain yourself? Do you do what BetBoom did? Can you even do that?
I don't know how much they've practiced it. I know Fly can play Chen, obviously, but...
Yeah, well, he has 0 Chen games last 3 months. Definitely not something that they've did at all. What can you
Fly
do?
has 5 Ringmaster games, right? If you were the coach of MOUZ, let's say your support
it's
is
not
playing
in captain's
Ringmaster,
mode, right? I think it's not in captain's mode right now.
Yeah, it's not, right? He's doing it in pubs. Are you just smacking him? Like, what the hell are you doing? Play heroes that we can use in competitive now?
Well, you don't know. Maybe the C patch will add Ringmaster to Dota 2 days before TI or something. But Sand King will be picked up here. Okay, that's definitely a strong hero that gets often first phase ban. So I do like this approach. I think it's better than getting the Omni. I don't think Chen is really their vibe at the moment. This makes sense.
We'll see if it works out. I really like Sand King as a first pick. It changes so much. We saw it even worked versus Team Spirit a couple of times, as we do get reminded about the best betting app out there, the 1xBet app, with all of the stats, esports in your pocket, basically. But of course, there are other titles other than Dota, and even some conventional sports if you're into that. But we are into Dota right now. That is what we care about MOUZ versus BetBoom. Game 2, draft underway. If you're just joining us, you have missed a hell of a game one. To be honest, Bowie, I don't think we've cast many boring games here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. Every one of them had at least a little bit of tension, if not big plays, long games, tier 5 items, and everything that goes with it.
This is probably one of the tournaments with the highest amount of 60-minute games that I've ever cast. Like, I think we maybe cast 4 or 5. And we only did half of the games, so it's crazy how tension maxing these games have been, and even very action-packed as well when they are not that long. Looking at these bans here, this Timber ban, they're probably gonna go for some melee strength cores, maybe even an Omni Knight Husker themselves. So do you ban the Omni here if you're MOUZ?
No. No, I really didn't like the Omni Knight Shadow Demon support duo. Too much in terms of defensiveness, with not a lot of offensive capability between the two heroes, apart from the early laning stage.
You're saying it's weak, or you're saying you don't think BetBoom's gonna take it?
I'm saying it's not as strong as having a mixture of 1 teamfight support, 1 save support, 1 kill support, 1 save support. Having 2 save supports that don't have offensive capabilities, or not a lot of them, is a problem. And Omni is full on defense, and then you have the Shadow Demon who contributes a little bit, right, to offensive capabilities. Whereas if you looked at BetBoom's supports last game, they had a Chen, also has some offensive capabilities, especially in pushing down towers and helping the team fight. And then you have a Grimstroke, defensive capabilities, but also quite a lot of offensive with the Inkswell, with the silences and the Soulbind.
All right. I mean, I don't disagree, but I also feel like we are in a patch where some heroes are so overtuned that some of these rules aren't necessarily true when a hero is like broken, let's say. And I do think Omni Knight is very close to that. Sure, there are some counters, but a lot of them addressed already. So curious to see what BetBoom's gonna do as they pick up this Naga. Yeah, the Deluge Naga seems to be the norm at the moment. Fly did play one game, which they lost a day ago. And I don't think Ledius has played it.
This is most likely going to be a GPK Dragon Knight. He does play it quite a lot. I don't know. Has Saika played a lot of Dragon Knight lately in pubs? No, but I don't know if
looking at the last 3 months, he played one Dragon Knight game a month ago, and they did lose. So not really something he does a lot of.
Okay. Though this does look like a good Dragon Knight carry game, just when you look at the Sand King and the Naga.
Ooh, very Morphling.
So that's the safe lane of nouns, the Naga and the Morphling.
Morphling into Shadow Demon, sometimes a bit scary, but and also eggs on Grimstroke, right? You can potentially have tons of very scary Morphling illusions to deal with. But early on, it makes sense. This hero can build Lincolns into the Dragon Knight, can also build Manta against the bug of the Grimstroke. I think this matchup is very good early on, but it does get scarier as they go Sniper.
Very good time to pick it, right? It could be a 4 Sniper, it could be a mid Sniper, it could be an offlane Sand King, it could be a mid lane Sand King. You now don't know how to respond. If you don't get any jumpers, the Sniper is gonna be left to do whatever the hell he wants. If you do, then they can just move it.
Oh, look at that.
Is this
That's
good
scary
though?
one. It is. This hero is broken. Lycan is really freaking strong.
I don't know.
And
I
it has...
don't love it here, at least.
Why don't you like it?
Sand King protects the supports nicely. You have the song to protect yourself. The Sniper has night vision, so in that regard, you won't be able to surprise him all that much. The Shard of the Sniper disarms you. I think every single hero in Nouns has a way to get away from the Lycan and even protect their other heroes.
I get what you mean. I think that the cooldown of Song, like especially a support Naga, is just too long. If this was core Naga, I get what you mean. Like the Lycan actually struggles to kill the illusions, and you actually get to a cooldown of Song where it's pretty much the same as the Lycan OT. But here you can force Song and then disengage, and then you're gonna have Lycan OT again. I don't know. I look at BetBoom. I think they have pretty decent lanes, and the Nouns heroes seem very slow. Morphling is a little bit slow. The supports are very slow. In fact, they need a fair amount of farm to feel quite useful. But the Luge slows down Lycan to 200 move speed. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, another reason. You just gave me another reason to hate this Lycan now.
Yeah, well, I'm here for the facts. I'm not here for feelings. But, I get what you mean. I think there are some valid points. But as you said, Shard on Sniper, minute 15. If this Lycan gets a good game, you can kill the Sniper 3 times. He's not going to have Shard minute 15. Then maybe you kill Tormentor minute 22, and it goes to the Naga. And, I think there's definitely things that can happen. And you have a lot of aggression. Early Blink on this Dragon Knight with Inkswell plus double stun. You have the spell for the Lycan with the Inkswell in case, Burrow Strike or whatever. There's definitely things here. They have actually 2 defensive dispels and aggressive dispels coming from BetBoom. I was very impressed by this Grimstroke. It's not a hero that we see a lot, but Save seems to be sommelier here of Grim.
He is just Save's positioning. Even at the highest level, I think he is ahead of the other supports. I think that is where he destroys them completely. And I don't know, maybe... Trying to think if maybe there's another position for it that comes to mind. Tofu is a different type of guy. Tofu goes to kill you. Save, you just can never find him. It's different how they play Dota.
They're gonna take away the Monkey King here, giving away that this DK is actually gonna be carry. So not something that BetBoom does a lot, but this is even more control, even more aggression in your face and some magical damage as well. The song now might be harder to cast because of the puck going on top of the Naga. Can they play support Morphling here? Can they like somehow... I would not hate carry Naga on Nouns. That's all I'm saying.
After yesterday's performance of a carry Naga with Watson.
It was Deluge though, right? I don't know. I'm not sure how much I want to put it on Naga over than the facet that they chose.
I think...
Especially this game, like you're not gonna go Radiance Naga against a Shadow Demon, I think. It seems really bad.
No, definitely not. Hard one. I really like how BetBoom rounded up their draft, right? Because Lycan is very good at shoving out the waves without much commitment. Then you have Cat between the Dragonite and the Puck as well. And there are some nice heroes to be caught. Nouns are just going to be going for an Ember Spirit. They're going to respond to aggression with more aggression. So, okay, here's how I see this game. Nouns do well in the laning phase. Early mid-game, BetBoom should have the advantage. But the mid-game, transition into the late game, the Morphling is going to be God. And then later on, the Dragonite will even overtake him there. So I think the drafts are kind of equal here. But that early mid-game and the potential of Nouns to lose the game scares me, so I'm leaning BetBoom.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning BetBoom as well. December, like it's fine. It's one of the best heroes of copy. He showed to be incredible even against the hardest matchups. But this is a really hard Ember game, especially past the laning stage, which is when I've seen Copy make more mistakes. I think laning stage-wise, Copy has been one of the most impressive mid players of the whole tournament so far. But he's very aggressive, and sometimes that does lead to mistakes. I look at this Puck with Inkswell, Dragonite with Inkswell. Sure, Saika's going to be farming for most of the time, but even the Lycan, I see a lot of problems that Copy is going to be facing, and the supports aren't that great in helping. Like, you have Song every 3 minutes, and you have Flawless Shard past minute 15. I am a bit scared for now, so I agree. I'm going BB.
Miero changed it to Alpha Wolves. I like it better. Alpha Wolves with the Shard in this game, for me, is one of the main reasons that I do like BetBoom team. Sure, I'd be fine with him running down people as well with the pack leader, but I think there's all of those reasons that they countered the Lycan that we mentioned. With the Alpha Wolves, that just doesn't exist, and it is a completely different story. I'm looking at this Nouns lineup, and there's one thing I do like, is that they're very good at poking, and then they have the night vision advantage. If you utilize those two, when you have those 5-minute timings when the nighttime does come, that is the way you deal with BetBoom, right? That is the way that you deal with their split push. That is the way that you deal with their pickoff potential, by constantly poking. And those pokes are gonna be scary for BetBoom and can actually force them to break their positioning. So but I'm still on the side of BetBoom, and it feels sad to say, Bowie, but I think we're saying goodbye to Nouns. They had a really good run, but let's not write them off just yet. It's not time to bury them and cry for them just yet.
No, they have definitely impressed us. Even, especially in games where we didn't like their drafts, it seems that they have been very good at bouncing back, at really clutching it out when they need to. We'll see if this time they're gonna be able. Because, at the end of the day, this is a different draft from BetBoom. They show to be incredible with that Chen. Tokyo, definitely one of the best Chen players in the world. And it's kind of funny to say that, because when you say Chen, I don't think Tokyo is the player that shows up in most people's minds, but I feel like BetBoom, because they never really got to win a lot of tournaments, they get forgotten about, especially their supports. I feel like Tokyo and Save are low-key one of the best support duos in the world, but their team as a whole has not get the results to maybe back this claim just as much.
Well, Toronto Tokyo, he has won a TI as a mid laner, so obviously we're not going to be looking at him as a Chen player, but rather as an Ember Spirit or a Puck that is going into the backlines, destroying everybody. But he has shown a perfect transition into position 5, and BetBoom making a good decision to put him there. Again, the odds are favoring BetBoom for this game, and obviously for the series as well, as they are a game ahead at the moment. Bowie, laning stage. Who wins it? Who takes it? And where is gonna be the most interesting lane to set our sights on?
I think Nouns is definitely gonna be going. Is gonna be doing well top. The Sand King sniper, so much shove. I don't think BetBoom really has a lot of damage besides the Shadow Demon, but even still, I think he can be isolated and killed. In the mid lane, I expect Copy to do slightly better than the Puck. And bottom, that is where maybe there's a toss-up. Honestly, all of the lanes are very good for Nouns. I think bottom maybe a little bit less, especially the early levels. But then it probably becomes hard as you get level 3, level 4 on Yuma.
Why is gonna get blocked in, taking a lot of damage? You wanted to kill a courier, and now you're gonna be paying with a lot of your HP. He doesn't have a courier flying out his salve just yet, so this Naga will be low for quite some time. Get sniped.
That was such a weird play from Fly. He was dragging the creeps, but I'm not even sure
went for
why
a
they
courier
kept
kill.
blocked.
Went for a
I
courier kill.
see. Well, very expensive one.
Yep. A courier for a first blood. I think BetBoom are gonna be taking that one. That courier didn't deliver his items though, so it is a salve of a Grimstroke that will remain undelivered until he's back.
Well, they don't seem to be needing any salves at the moment. But, yeah, those wolves. Those wolves are gonna be scary, bro. 100% evasion. A lot of magic resistance.
How do you get the 100% evasion?
Level 5 wolves, right? They have 100% evasion.
How do you kill them then?
Oh, well, I'm not pretty sure that you do. I guess you slow them with Deluge and ignore them, as they will kill the Shadow Demon on the top side.
Oh, dude, I think you're wrong. There's not 100% evasion. They have 20% chance to cripple the target, which roots them, and you lose 60 attack speed because of that. And then you have permanent invisibility.
Level 5 has 100% evasion.
Hamstring.
I guarantee you that it does.
Okay, so level 6 gives evasion. I don't know how much, though.
100%.
Okay. I'm gonna take you up on that one.
Starting at level 6, wolves gain High Tail. When activated, wolves get a burst of energy, gaining haste, phase movement, 100% evasion, and 20 attack speed.
So you have to
for
activate
10
it.
seconds.
Okay, so you have to activate it. Okay, it's not permanent.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it sounds
10
weird
seconds,
to me.
though.
Yeah, does last for a long time. Toronto Tokyo gets a kill on Lilith. You were talking about the potential damage of the Shadow Demon, and we saw it in full force there. Really not something that you want to be playing around against. The Menace is a big deal. Yuma coming forward. He doesn't have a waveform. Inkswell does connect. Solid amount of damage. Not enough to threaten the Morphling's life, but still enough to make him think if he's going to be going aggressive again.
Yeah. Copy having a pretty good game. 20-2 against the 15-1 of GPK as expected. The Sand King also having a very good start. Curious to see what Gunner... Okay, well, he already has Pipe queued up, so it looks like they're going to really try...
Fly dead?
Fly. Yep.
Both of them are dead. Yuma getting a kill. He's going to be doing some damage to Miero here with so many creeps. He doesn't really care about the wolf bites. Or slurps, as he's a wave.
So, is there any value in becoming the Lycan this game? Like, are you interested at all in these wolves?
To get the level 6 wolves?
I would assume so, right?
Compared to turning into a puck and having insane mobility, I don't think it's even a choice.
I think that's also why he didn't go for the auras and Lycan, right? Because you would then want to get all the auras as Morphling, because the Lycan is dead in 2 hits. There we go.
Will get taken out. That was Save going to the mid lane to refill the bottle, and that will leave Miero alone where he loses his life. Going forward, Gunner was to go aggressive and will be coming out of it as the winner. Saika, tanky, not tanky enough to stay versus these two heroes. They're diving, uses the Breathe Fire, no more mana, no more wand charges. They want him. There will be a Burrow Strike fairly soon, and there it is. Gets out of the range of the tower. Lelis takes it for himself. A couple more hits. They take him down. What a play from Nouns.
Beautiful. That caustic finale with the Sandstorm just doing a lot of damage to the DK once they kill the Shadow Demon. Very good start. And now, once again, laning stage doesn't seem to be their problem. I mean, they also have an even stronger laning stage than they had in game 1. I think that's good. I think they do need this.
How do you utilize this laning stage though? I'm looking at this mid lane, and I think MOUZ, if they manage to somehow get that mid lane tower down, it will change everything. Copy will get so much hate in the mid lane, everybody's gonna be rotating, and it is gonna be so hard to save. Very weird stroke of fate there.
I think the only way you get the mid tower is getting kills, right? Because they're gonna group up with this Sand King pipe, and I think that's going to be around the time the Morphling gets a Manta. But before that, the only way is getting kills, because they just don't siege very well with all of the other heroes. So you need like 3-4 kills, and then just get a tower after it. The Mina 5 catapult is dead in the mid lane, so you're probably gearing towards the Mina 10 timing.
Yep, Savvy gets himself a regen rune, so none of the mid laners are going to be getting the first power rune. The game continues to do well for now, but finally BetBoom are doing a little bit better early mid game. We talked about it, and
Yuma,
is slowly stopping. He has a lot of HP though, still some agility to morph into strength, and Miero, he will get caught. That is going to be a net onto him. Lelis gets the kill. They tried to give it to him, a very low amount of damage, as he did morph quite a lot into strength, while Fly going for a rune steal. Somebody gonna TP here from course? You might need to. Okay, only the Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon. They do have Disruption. No other stuns here, so now they have to disengage.
Inkswell, Disruption as well. Nows didn't disengage. They left Fly going for a TP out. No Inkswell, no Disruption, no kill. Very close with the Shadow Poison. Not close enough. He gets into the fountain. We'll be fine.
Yeah, that amplification. The Shadow Demon. Very scary, especially when it stacks up. But, alright. I think it's farming time. Like, if they can somehow finish this pipe until minute 10, and they group up with Gunner in the mid lane, that's when MOUZ can take that tower. And they might be on track for that. There's almost Ring of Tarrasque on Gunner. He's pretty much rushing this, and he had such a good start that it should be possible, right?
That's genius,
it's gonna be close.
It's such a perfect thing. When you take down a tower, the mid lane as an Ember Spirit, you can play very deep close to the tier 2, and even if you die, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because you're going to be getting so much hate. The BetBoom, they need to be split pushing and getting some of these side lanes. Lelis, Inkswell connects. He does look very much dead with the silence, and the orb from the puck tries to get out. And an orb now is going to be looking towards Fly. They didn't think they were going to be getting a bonus kill, but Fly just very nicely hands him over.
Yeah, a bit weird there. After the sniper died, he tried to maybe deny the rune, but Copy was like, nope, I don't want anything to do with the moves, with this move of yours. As they're TPing someone top, maybe can they kill Saika? This looks pretty hard, but they're going for it. It looks like
Epicenter gets cancelled out by Saika. Gunner is still going forward. Now I have nothing to cancel it with apart from the silence. The Phantom's Brace will get taken out instantly. You have 3 heroes from BetBoom here. Will protect Saika, Yuma, his rotation. Now he understands it's not really going to be giving them much.
Yeah, tries
still staying
to
here.
Maybe assist, but BetBoom didn't take the bait. The entirety of MOUZ invading this area, just pushing them out.
They're very relentless. Not really going to work out.
Doesn't connect.
So what's next, Bowie? We're seeing that MOUZ aren't really focusing that much on the mid lane. They did focus on top. Are they gonna be coming back to the mid?
Yeah, probably minute 10 catapult wave will try to make a move. They really aiming for early timings. There's gonna be a Vlad's on the Morphling, which is not at all a popular item. It was popular for a while, but then Morbid Mass just became the norm again. So Pipe plus Vlad's, they will really try to overwhelm BetBoom in the next couple of minutes once those two timers connect. But he will be engaged. Does get the morph
follow-up silence as well. He removes the Phantom's Brace. Morph is fine. Side of the coil. Bucky's taking some damage going for him, and they do take him out. Miero, still in his wolf form, now gonna be eating some copy as well. Nice and hot dinner.
Look at the deluge.
Looking towards Fly. He's not moving.
Like
That
it
is
is
the
so
slowest
slow.
dog I've ever seen. But need to bring down Fly. Anyways, Copy, the Inkswell connects on him. They might even follow. He does have a remnant back. Copy looks like he's going to be fine. Gets himself to the side. Stroke of Fate. Slows him down with the silence. Pulling him in. One more hit. GPK finishes him off. BetBoom. They just apply way too much pressure.
They're being baited, it feels like now. Even in that mid-fight for the 8-minute rune. Like, they lose a hero, and they're just getting the Savior Buddy Syndrome when their timings are not ready. I think this is really slowing down what Nouns could potentially do this game.
We talked about the early mid game being in favor of BetBoom, even though Nouns are usually good at this part of the game. This time around, they overdid it. Those 10-minute catapults will be going down, and you won't be getting all that much from them. BetBoom, I think they're very happy with how the game is shaping up at this moment.
Definitely. You know, in Gunnar, he never TP'd to the fight. He didn't have a TP, and he know that his goal is finishing this pipe and actually fighting with his team. But now the pipe doesn't seem that awesome, right? You already gave a couple of kills. The BetBoom heroes will have better timings. He did finish it, though. It's flying to him.
It's still a good pipe game. It's just that you didn't connect on the objectives that it was supposed to give you.
Yeah.
And now they want to kill him.
Exactly.
This pipe, though, can they kill it? If they kill the pipe
courier.
and then go for Gunner,
The
that's going to
courier.
be happening. It has delivered the pipe. Changes nothing.
Yeah. Look how many wards they have. BetBoom fully aware of what Gunner's doing there. 3 wards on the top side, and they could even transition this into a tower as the bottom side.
Nouns are coming to save him. Nouns are coming to save the
song.
Morphling. Inkswell does connect. There's the Soul Bind. Double Silence is now available. It will be returned. Miero trying to run away. He's been
Deluge.
slowed down by the Deluge. And will be able to escape for the time being. Copy also joined in on the fray, but that is still a move from Nouns that didn't give them anything.
Yeah. At least they save Yuma this time. If Yuma dies, maybe they get super punished there. But, yeah. It feels like, you know, things aren't awful for Nouns, but for a while now, they've been getting the bad end of pretty much every single trade around the map. That move, though, does stop the top tower from being taken. Lots of TPs from BetBoom trying to assist. So at least they did that.
With none of the towers being taken down yet, who does this favor?
I still feel like he favors BetBoom. This Dragon Knight is absolutely free. And you mentioned it. I think once this DK gets online, it becomes annoying as hell. And he's even going for a Sanj here. Is this a Halberd game, or he's just going Sanj and Yasha for status resistance?
I think Sanj and Yasha for sure, right? You don't want a Manta because it's just not that good on the hero. And there are a couple of things that really do annoy you, right? Snare, Burrow Strike, Chains, pretty annoying spells.
Yeah, there's also Deluge, status resistance reduction.
Yep.
So you gotta account out for that as a smoke from BetBoom trying to defend this top tower. There is pipe available this time. Can they burst Gunner before they
They're
even
going for it anyways. Phantom's Embrace, Inkswell, these 3 heroes more than enough.
Oh, they
especially
found
with the help of
another.
the tower. That will be Yuma. Underneath the disruption, the sleep allows him to TP out only on the side. If they catch Saika, maybe that Dragon Tail could have gotten them a kill on the Morphling as well, but they are going to be getting a bonus kill either way. While he is pushing the mid lane. Very nice TP from Yuma.
Yeah, very smart. I think that is the one thing they're going to be getting from this. But BetBoom, they're just surprising Nouns everywhere. As now they're going for this Wisdom Rune still. And Lelis should be... I mean, even if he doesn't die, it doesn't matter. They're going to get the rune.
Yeah, he can't go for the rune. Would you give your life away for this Bowie? The thing is, even his life wouldn't be enough to get the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, he is wise, so he will pass on more wisdom. But, yeah, I don't know. This timing here that Nouns wanted to hit seemed very good. And they have now the Vlads and the pipe, but the way they're forcing this fight is a bit sloppy. They had no wards around the tower area, and BetBoom very swift with how they engage as well. The pipe barely mattered because the Sand King was the first point of contact anyways.
And now, even if you would play this Ember Spirit deep in the mid lane, it doesn't matter any longer. You've lost your side lane towers, so your teammates aren't going to be able to capitalize on that farm any longer. That mid lane, every single timing was missed by Nouns, Bowie, just for a minute or two, but BetBoom did do it. Look at that, they're high-fiving. They know That early game job was done.
Exactly, and now they're gonna get another. Like, these supports are so squishy, so easy to be taken down. Sure, you have all of these auras, but because they missed their timings, they're not even playing together anymore.
Yep.
The Mage Slayer is fine, but when you look at it, a lot of the damage is actually going to be physical moving forward for BetBoom. Pucks a lot of the early magical, and okay, pretty deep here for GPK.
But we'll be fine. Gets the coil onto the three of them. Keeping in place, the ensnare will not allow him to jaunt away. Well, now he'll go. There's the double silence. You need to remove it immediately. The Inkswell connects, and the damage output with the silence. The double silence of the puck. Jump in from the Sand King, doing some damage. Hero has the movement speed necessary to run away. Epicenter, a lot of AoE. But not enough to finish a single hero off. BetBoom get themselves another favorable fight.
Damn, it's just sheer dominance here from BetBoom. Despite the really good laning stage, pretty much every single lane, the moves from MOUZ they're not hitting as they did with pretty much every other team, right? They eliminated Gaimin Gladiators, or I guess they did win the series against Gaimin Gladiators. Here against BetBoom, not looking as hot.
I think BetBoom had their number coming into the series, man. They're just a counter to Nouns at the moment. We'll see how Nouns is gonna be able to react with it. Phantom's Embrace follows the Morphling. He does have quite a lot of attack speed, not a lot of mana. Gets pulled in, and those are those cripples that are gonna be annoying him. Protected by the pipe. Nice stun, instantly removed. Save, he has his shard. There's the Soulbind, sleep. Fly, getting it off.
Another defensive song.
Again. Every single one.
Every 3 minutes you get one of those. Doesn't seem very strong. Like, the supports were very underleveled, right, on MOUZ. I think both of them got level 6 minute 12 to 13. And that's not necessarily that's not the reason they are losing. But I think they were underleveled because they were dying for all of those small fights. And once again, another big hero falling here.
And there's the level 6 wolves. Look at how big they are. Howl, Stun, Demonic Purge. It's just way too easy to bring down the tankiest hero. That is the tankiest hero of MOUZ. Maybe Morphling can survive a little bit longer with the Morph, but basically you would like your Sand King to be able to hold his ground, and he's also the most farmed one. Just gets taken out in an instant.
That is hard. That is really hard. And by the way, we were talking about the whole 100% evasion thing. You can actually use the spell as it's wearing off. You can. Oh, wait a second here, because Copy might be wearing off. His life is just gone.
It's looking way too easy at this point. BetBoom, they're picking off anybody they want. Now, the double coil epicenter being used into the back.
There's a pipe on BetBoom.
From Miero, buying it on a Lycan, not taking any damage. Silence, not allowing the Morphling to go forward, saving Toronto Tokyo's life with the Inkswell. He might get taken down finally by Yuma, but at what cost? You've lost one core, you're gonna be losing another. Your backline is being demolished, as well as Miero with the Alpha Wolves is chasing forward. They smell fear, and also they smell this fish lady they want to be taking out. The roots are there. Yuma coming in with Silence, and GPK, he dodged it. You're not gonna be playing my hero better than me.
Sheesh. That's a mid-tier 2 falling for free here. Saika didn't even get to play Dota. Just farmed the whole game. Got his Sanjin Yasha. And this 5 versus 4 here. Now it's always, I guess, too late or too early. They get picked off. Someone else tries to help. Like, that was the story of the whole game. Usually, it felt like either Nouns was the one making the moves, or at least very prepared to react. But this game, just being overnumbered the entire game. And that's a game where the DK barely played, which is the weirdest part.
Okay, so once you get the Boots of Bearing, does the luge still slow you?
Let me read what Boots of Bearing does. I think it should. But let's see.
I mean, he's buying it.
Yeah, because it's not
weird,
as
right?
low. It's not as low. It says that they're immune to slows, but it sets your max move speed to a number.
Okay, he's
So
just
it
trying
should
to
still
find a
slow
way.
you.
But the way is not gonna be
You
good
gotta
enough.
dispel it. You need Greaves. If you Greaves yourself, you can get rid of
Okay.
the leash.
Buy Greaves, Miera. What the hell are you doing? Wrong boot. Wrong boot, right? Need a different
Well,
brand.
The
Oh,
luge is
seven
very
fly.
small AoE, so he can boots of Baron everywhere else, and they're gonna be fine.
Run, fly, run, fly. Also, it's a famous sentence from a movie. We all know how it goes, but he will probably be taken out. You're not gonna be singing for this one. Also, guys, do remember to subscribe to our YouTube and follow the Twitch channel so that you know when we are live. This is one of the most one-sided games that we've had. It's still not over, but I saw announced early items, the way that they itemized the thing that they wanted to do, just all of it being countered leads me to believe, Bowie, that we are not getting a decider in this one.
Oh well, as you jinx BetBoom here, they're gonna dive the
As an
spot. They
illusion rune.
don't get the silent. Oh yeah, I lagged really hard here, but yeah, he had illusion rune.
That was a server lag, right? So yesterday we had some bugs. Now we have server lags, Bowie. But something seems to be a problem. We don't know what.
It's happening on both sides, so it's more than fair. A sour note indeed, Fly, but would have they? I don't think they could have killed the puck even if he didn't lag, because they had that illusion rune. Very hard to deal with.
Wait, what, did they use all their spells? Adaptive Strike wasn't used by the Morphling. Maybe they could have. Maybe they could have killed him. But also, guys, just to remind you that this tournament is brought to you by Fissure in collaboration with our sponsors 1xBet. This is the FISSURE Universe Ep.3. The second one was amazing, but I think this one, Bowie, it's already trumping it. And tomorrow, when the grand finals, the low-ranked finals and the grand finals are going to be played, we might be able to make our verdict. But I've been enjoying this tournament so much thus far.
Oh yeah, it has been a delight to cast. Looking at this position here, I mean, this is a 13k gold at minute 20. They can just roach, right, BetBoom? They don't really need to be playing this aggressive. I don't think.
What is that wolf
MOUZ
doing, man? Look at the position.
wolf?
This one on our screens.
Oh,
Up.
he's
I hope that the
I think
owner
he's
picks up after him.
hoping an invisible wolf.
No, I think he's the nature is calling.
Yeah, it's the love call.
Sure, sure,
Loves.
Bowie.
They might not need armor, but they do need love.
Okay, Bowie. I'm gonna assume you've never owned a dog, but that's fine.
I did own a dog, which is why I'm saying that.
Sure you did. Cobbled 4 man enjoying a drink, dude. It's 12:30, right? It's barely noon.
I don't know what's there. It could be juice. Could be a delicious cup of tea.
Dude, it is a wine cup. Have you watched Game of Thrones? That is the exact one from which Joffrey gets poisoned.
This guy's a college kid. When I was in college, I would drink, I would drink anything from my mug because that was the only cup I had.
Yeah, like I have one.
I would drink
whatever
beer or
whatever
coffee
you put in it, or water,
or
like
wine. It was my only cup.
Yeah, somebody comes over, pours something in his boy's cup. He has to drink it. Like the hell, this is the only thing I have. That's how
You're
college
coming
works.
to my house. I don't even have a cup for you. You better bring your own cup.
Really? Are you
No,
gonna
I'm
give
joking.
me your
But
own?
I had more. I had more the same. So it was still a mug that you would have to drink.
Our admins are asking if there's still issues. Steam is offline.
That is sad.
Is it offline for
Not
us?
offline for me, but they are in Europe. So.
It is offline for me though, right? They are in Serbia,
Oh.
right? From which we understood from their water bottles. Yeah, I've got no connection either, and communication with remote host. We are seeing Fissure is having issues as well. So my country is the problem,
Hopefully
Bowie.
Yeah, well, at least you're here. At least I can hear you. You're just offline on DOTA, but you're still online in our hearts.
You know what the case is? My country is way too good in Dota right now, right? We have the best streaming tournaments, we have the best teams here, and Steam just can't take it.
Yeah, too much MMR, and Serbia's current internet cannot handle so many good players.
Yep. So many good players are right now here. Some of them boot camping, some of them living here, like Spirit.
Some of them casting.
Some of them casting. Bowie, you need to move here. Like, what the hell? A Brazilian and Dota? No, it doesn't work. It's only here from this small country in Europe.
Dude, I honestly, sometimes I really think about it. If my wife wasn't a college teacher and she only thought Portuguese, that would be on my mind for sure.
Dude,
But,
we have a college here, and I think that there is a Portuguese language. Just bring her. Like, what the hell?
yeah, well, I have Portuguese, but are you sure they have Portuguese?
We're gonna check that one, and you know why we're gonna check it? Because we have time to go for a break until all of the issues are fixed. So guys, stay tuned, because when they are, the game will continue. And we are going to be turning the right page of the comic back into the game. It is going to be starting once again. For those of you guys that have forgotten what the issue is, we had a technical pause there. Some server issues that have now been fixed by our awesome friends at Valve. But at the moment, BetBoom are still tripling Nouns in kills. Bowie, 13k gold lead. Looking very, very dominant. All the tier 2s are gone. But I'm going to say all of the good things for BetBoom. Now you get to say all of the good things about Nouns in this game. Yep, makes sense. As we are going to be looking at the Roche takedown right now.
Yeah, the good thing about Nouns is Gunnar might not die. He literally just blink away from GPK here as he's trying to go for a little solo mission of his own, but it will be spotted.
What's with the damage? The how? Bye-bye, my friend.
Oh yeah, those wolves, they are definitely not natural. They are taking steroids.
Juiced up, huh?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I guess when you can go up to level 4 and then suddenly they're level 6. Look, we're not cheating. Everything is fine. We don't need to be taking no tests.
100% evasion is definitely not something natural. And you just gotta be careful. Oh my lord!
There used to be a
Why
fly
just
there.
explodes to save? That's a level 1 stroke of fate as well.
Yep, got swatted down. Yeah, it does look quite grim. They gave the Aegis to a puck. I think he's actually the only one of the cores that can die, right? If you look at the other ones, there's always going to be a disruption save or something because you're going to be holding position, and this puck will be jumping in and out. Maybe if you get silenced, you can lose your life.
Yep, high ground time. They already have the Baron here, that extra attack speed. They have the pipe, they have all of the auras. And Nouns, they have all the problems.
GPK gets out of the base. Saika gonna be going high ground. That tower is no more. And he just continues on the push. Assassinate coming over. Your rifle is not big enough to bring down this Spirit. Just taking down the base. GPK going forward. Sees the support. Thinks well won't connect. But the coil will onto the 3 of them. And here comes Saika. Very mad that you were constantly shooting him in the face. A little bit of a song to get everybody fine. BK used by Saika. No weapons to be used. Silence in the back lines. And you already killed 2. That make it 3. And it only leaves copy alive who will be taken out. GG was cold even before that, but what a beautiful and flawless performance from BetBoom.
Yeah, they did everything that they had to do. I think Nouns had a lot of hiccups. They didn't really seem to be able to deal with the aggression of BetBoom. And even when they were trying to be aggressive, they didn't have the right numbers. They didn't really account for TPs. Definitely some problems there. Not the Nouns that we saw the whole tournament. So a bit unfortunate they lose 2-0. But as I said, BetBoom, they looked really good this game. Game one, possibly even better, right? Considering that Nouns was looking better too. They really showed up and turned a game that seemed very hard. And yeah, now they will stay in the tournament. Are they going to be playing Spirit? Am I right?
BetBoom are going to be playing Spirit, yes. But they're not going to be doing it for 2 hours. If I'm not mistaken, that we are going to be starting that series at 14:30 CEST, which is, yeah, basically in 2 hours.
All right, yeah, it's gonna take a while. Looking at MVPs here, I mean, it was such a fast game. I guess I gotta give it to GPK probably. I think he definitely was creating a lot of tempo, really good rotations. The DK barely played the game. I think Lycan just stood his ground and did things. It was mostly GPK really on the aggressive.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Who slowed down the Sand King, right? Who managed to kill the Sand King? It was GPK rotating towards the top lane.
Slowed down the Sand King mostly, right? The Sand King was farming well, and they just kept forcing weird fights, and it kind of just fed BetBoom a lot of farm that I don't think they necessarily should have at that time. And then the pipe could look stronger if they are weaker in comparison, right?
I don't know if we're going to be getting our post-game stats here, because I can see that my Steam at least is still in offline mode, so it is a bit of a bummer, but hopefully production can at least put an MVP on the screen, maybe without stats, right? Give it to GPK. Don't take it away just because Steam is lagging. I'd be really mad. Oh no, we have it.
There we go. Yes, he did extract all of the data here. And yeah, I mean, look at the deaths. Barely any on the side of BetBoom, and they were all super early. Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, I just gotta give it to GPK. Highest damage by far. The Lycan, got his items, but at the end of the day, it was just really good rotations from GPK, and now it's just not being able to react to it properly.
Yep, they weren't able to do it in a way that they wanted. And it was just at the point where they got the Vlads and the pipe and didn't hit anything with that timing. Not a single tower, not a single kill, nothing. At that point, this game was over, right? It only took BetBoom another, 15 minutes to end it. Maybe 12, 13. Not sure because of that pause. Lost track of time. But either way, it was quite clear who the victors are going to be.
Yeah, tough one. But GPK will get the MVP. 0 deaths. And, this, obviously, Nouns are out of the tournament, but I think for, any teams watching here trying to get more info on Nouns and what to do, this is the second Naga game that they played that they lose. And I didn't really felt Fly super comfortable on the hero yet, right? He ended up giving that first blood away for a career kill. And I think that actually had some massive implications. I think that is a lane that they could have done much better if that first blood doesn't happen. Obviously, there was a lot of mind games there. The way that he blocked Fly, they made it pretty hard for him to disengage. But it still may be a forced mistake that did cost Nouns a lot. Because, the early game, they didn't really have an early game.
Which is weird, because he has 8 Naga matches in the last 8 days. Okay, so the game that we talked about, now we just got info from production, is not going to be starting in 2 hours. It is going to be starting in an hour, or in basically 15 minutes. So at 13:30 CEST is when the game will start. What I wanted to say is that Fly, he does have a lot of success with Naga in the pub, so I'm surprised that he didn't do better. But Nouns, there was just something missing today. The day of a break, it did take away the momentum that they had coming in from the plans also. But we are not going to be taking away the promo code UNVRS3 with the banner down below. You get 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit, everybody. everybody. And for now, me and Bowie, we are going to be taking a break. Not that long of a one, 40 minutes until we are back with the second series of the day.
should know about the esports in your pocket.
Bugs in Dota, bugs on Steam, nothing will stop us from continuing the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 here with Harry and Bowie. We got Spirit versus BetBoom. We've got another series as well on our English 2 stream, so there's gonna be a lot more Dota to be played. Bowie, it is finally playoff time. Where's your excitement? I don't see the excitement. I want more.
I'm very excited. You just cannot see it because
you are.
our teams are yet to start drafting, but they will soon. Well, as you said, we did have a couple of hiccups related to the connection of Steam, but we're finally back up. Do you have any favorites for this very exciting series?
Ooh, it's hard to say. I want to say Spirit, because from what I have seen, Group B has been looking closer, and I think teams have had more chance to try out everything that they've been cooking up in the new patch. So that's my only favoritism here. These two teams, whenever they meet in an online match, even in a LAN match, it is always very, very close.
We have Rodan, Lara, Collapse, Mira, and Miposhka. Yeah, they've been looking really good. They did, I mean, the way they were able to come back from that Falcon series was incredible. Maybe even a little bit of heavenly intervention there, but regardless, they seized the opportunity. They destroy Game 3, and I do agree with you. It feels like Spirit is pretty much in their final form. They played amazingly, but you know, at the same time, BetBoom, that was a convincing 2-0 that they took. So I wouldn't really put it past anyone to take this series, because as you can see, this is how Group B is looking. Team Spirit getting that Falcon series I was talking about, and Falcons beating Cloud9.
Yep, and here we have the roster of BetBoom. This is the second time on this stream today that we are gonna be looking at these lovely faces. Very confident, very strong, very much great individualistic players, but we did see a lot of the team understanding in the previous series versus Downs. So in my eyes, they are even scarier than before.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed by that game number 1 we were talking about. They showcased the level of coordination and even playstyle that is not super popular, super common for them. So I am very excited to see what's going to happen. We did see very briefly there how the brackets are looking. We now have a double elimination part of the tournament here, 4 teams and only 1 winner. Losing this series doesn't mean they're out, but it means they're 1 series away from being knocked away.
Yep, that is pretty much how it's gonna go. It was that way in the groups. These guys went through. Spirit with flying colors, BetBoom. It was a little bit tougher for them, but they made it there. And now it's the same. You play 1 double elimination brackets from the groups to make it here. But here, if you want to go through, if you want to be the champion of the episode 3, you need to win all the way. The grand finals will be a best of 5, everything else a best of 3. Tomorrow it will be lower bracket final and the grand final, and today everything else will be played. As I mentioned, the first 2 games are going to be played simultaneously because of what we had yesterday, one on this stream, one on the second stream, and then we're going to have Ricky and Squix taking over for the last 2 series of the day, which is going to be the lower bracket series and the upper bracket final.
Oh yeah, that's going to be huge. And I believe we're going to be casting the actual grand finals, right? BO5, but that is still very far away. We have no idea who's going to be there. But yeah, I mean, for this series, even though I think Team Spirit should be the favorites, I am also very curious to see how BetBoom is going to perform, because, you know, they are teams from the same region. You would expect these teams to play against each other a lot, but especially now that the DPC doesn't exist, what happens, at least for most regions, is that you don't really play your region that much. You want to learn a little bit more. You don't want to give away your strategies for teams that could potentially play against you in qualifiers. Sure, I think Spirit, they are in a level where they don't play that many qualifiers, but that also means they're only really screaming against maybe the best of the best, the Falcons, or the teams that really get the results. So I would argue that maybe these teams have not played against each other that much, at least recently.
I don't know, man. BetBoom have been doing fairly well recently in tournaments. Maybe not in the past 2, 3, but before that, they had some pretty amazing results. So I don't know. It depends on how good the connections between the teams are, their managers as well. I don't see why now with the DPC being gone, they wouldn't be scrimming versus each other.
Yeah, I think what happens is that, for a team like Spirit, I don't think they have any trouble getting scrims, right? They have literally any scrims they could ever ask, unless it's a Chinese server or, yeah, pretty much SEA servers. They can play against anyone. So I would assume with limited times on the day, they don't necessarily have to play BetBoom. You know what I mean? And I agree what you said. BetBoom, they started getting very good results, but you can't really argue that Team Spirit didn't had better results than BetBoom in the last 2 years. I think it's very hard. Maybe specifically in some tournaments, but Team Spirit, they have been ahead.
Yeah, you're right in that regard. I mean, Team Spirit has always had. I mean, if we take the last 5 years, then definitely better results. In the last 2, Spirit have been amazing, especially in the previous year. Both of the biggest tournaments did go their way, so nobody can take it away from this amazing team that has been crushing for a very long period of time. Shadow Demon ban, and there's our Omni Knight now. It's not going to be a Dragon Knight because BetBoom, they don't want to lose, right? They are not going to be repeating the same mistakes that were made 2 days ago versus Team Spirit.
Very interesting. You actually managed to get the Omni with SD ban. That is the dream right now, especially when you also take away Doom, and when BB team took away DNP, the other, let's say, broken hero available for you. I'm very curious to see what is going to be their choice. Well, but there you go. Wind Ranger.
Okay, I mean, you do have the Guardian Angel to protect from it. Also, you do have some Arcanas, or maybe you will have them if you use the exclamation mark 1x give in the chat and find out how to make yourself reliable for one of the ones that we have ready for all of our viewers. Wind Ranger first pick. Okay, was it banned in their previous series, or they just didn't care that much about it?
It was very often banned. When you look at the most played heroes in this tournament and their win rates, Wind Ranger and Shadow Demon are up there as the highest. So they're very often contested and very often they win. And the thing is, Shadow Demon counters Wind Rangers really hard. So with that out of the way, I think they realized that that's the highest value that they can get. It's not necessarily great against Omni, but I think the first phase and the beginning of the second phase is all about just getting those value heroes, right? And I think that's how they perceive Wind Ranger here.
Did both of the teams get the value heroes? I'm okay with the Omni Knight. I just haven't felt that much impact from the hero. Was maybe a Naga a better position 5 to pick up?
I think Naga has more answers, right? When you take away the Shadow Demon, you definitely pick the Omni. If you want to pick Naga, you probably... I guess you take away the Sniper. I think that is the hero that has the highest damage on the illusions early on with the new facet of the Shrapnel. But, here, they probably feel like they can have a really good 18. So we know that Spirit, they are no strangers to cheese. And when you look at GPK, he doesn't play that much Huskar, but you're denying the Huskar away from someone that could be playing it. And at the same time, he plays the TAs and the Shadow Fiends heroes that are going to be pretty happy with Repel on top of them.
Do we see maybe a Naga now for Toronto Tokyo? Because Naga Wind Ranger does seem like a strong opening, but they'll go for the Primal Beast. This is a very good deny pick as well from Team Spirit, because the Primal Beast likes having an Omni Knight in his team.
Exactly. I wonder if with this pick they're willing to play this Wind Ranger as a support. Looking at saves games, he actually doesn't have any in the last 3 months. But yeah, maybe it is just a thought here in case they are picking all of these cores in the beginning. And Naga now seems kind of bad, right? Even though you have a snare against the Primal, at least in the laning stage, you just destroy all the illusions.
Sand King will make it through. A lot of the times he does get picked up in the first phase or banned out. Not this time. So it's going to be either Laurel or Collapse. It does strike me more of as a Collapse hero than it does from Laurel, but it is still a flex. And I would assume Mira's hero would be on the menu.
Looking at the recent 3 months, Laro played 8 Ten King games and Collapse played 0. So I think I'm sorry,
Okay.
played 2. So I'm assuming it's probably gonna be Laro, but you do have the flex, as you said.
What is a Mira hero? It's like a sniper? He could go for a sniper here. It's not that bad. Once you get the shard, good
think
versus the Wind
it's-
Ranger.
I think it's a bit scary against Primal. He has a lot of. I mean, he's by far the player that plays Hoodwink the most. His Hoodwink is played twice as much as his second most played, but they go for the Willow.
Wasn't
Very good
expecting
against
that.
Primal.
Wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I think there's only a limited amount of team slash players that are willing to go for it. Now more so of a, let's say a defensive hero. Then you are a offensive one when you cannot cast the Bedlam on, let's say, the Sand King. But you're quite good because there's a lot of mobility between the Wind Ranger and the Primal Beast, and I think that's where the Bramble Mace comes in, and that's where their decision to go for this position for, other than something like a Rubik or a Sniper comes from.
This is so interesting to me. Yeah, like he is not a hero that he's been playing at all. Do they think that maybe Spirit Breaker is something that BetBoom's going for here? Because I know that it's pretty good against Primal, but we've seen a lot of teams picking Primal and no direct response being used, especially when the hero is very out of the meta, like Willow. But I guess if they wanted to play Spirit Breaker, that's pretty much out of the question now. It looks awful to play this hero.
I doubt it. I think it was just a response to these two heroes, right? Because what did you have? You had a Grimstroke, you had a Sniper, you had a Rubik, maybe a Lesh. And that's going to be a Chen. They performed really well on it in the previous series. I don't know how I feel about it here. I think already these heroes have a good way of standing and defending towers. At least in the early stages of the game, it's not going to be as impactful.
Yeah, the Sandstorm is very good against the chain creeps. You also have ways to push everyone away with the Dark Willow. And they're gonna get a Lion, huh? Okay.
When did they last play a Lion? I know Save is a big Lion player. He actually plays at Solid Mountain, I suppose.
He played 2 in the last 3 months. A month ago was his last match. Interesting. I am very confused. I'm not sure I understand the value of the Lion here, but the Chen is very similar to what they did against in their last series, right? You see Omni, you pick Chen, you just want to overpower them, but there you go, more AoE and more ways to maybe stop the 5-man of BetBoom.
You know what, Bowie? With the way that these two teams now have drafted very differently versus each other, I am gonna assume they scrim each other quite a lot, man. Because with this much of a turn between the way that they've been drafting, I would say that they know each other well.
It's definitely a very different draft from pretty much everything we cast so far here. BetBoom maybe a little bit more in their element, but for Spirit... No, I guess we did talk about this. Spirit, they were also going for drafts that looked very unconventional. I think the series against Falcons specifically in their game 1, let me even see if I can find the game. They played like... there you go. They played Oracle, right? They played Oracle Centaur in that series, and that was very unique. Not really something that we see that much. There was no Oracle. It was just... there was no Darkseer. It was just an Oracle there. They need a mid hero on BetBoom maybe, unless Wind Ranger is going to be mid. And they
What about
definitely
a mid
carry
Primal?
for Spirit.
Is GPK gonna play Primal, or is that completely out of the question?
Against the Evoker, I think it's really bad. I think that's not a great matchup. Too many ways to cancel you. I think this is I'm going to be an Aura type boy. Or maybe just BKB first item. I think these are the options for the Primal as I see.
So what is Yadaro's hero here? No Lina, no Mirana, no Wind Ranger, Morphling banned out right now. What about a Troll with the Omni?
5 seconds remaining.
I know it's very unconventional, especially because there's a fair amount of burst on BetBoom, but what if he goes Terrorblade?
I mean,
You're gonna
why
have
not?
Alacrity. You're gonna have Repel. It's a hero that he's actually one of the very few carries in the last 3 months that's playing Terrorblade. In fact, he didn't lose a single Terrorblade game in the last 3 months. He has 100% win rate with it.
It would be maybe a problem versus a Primal Beast and the Lion lane. I'd rather see something that it is either tankier or can hold its distance. Luna, Chol, something along those lines comes to mind from my perspective.
BetBoom teams.
Weaver. Interesting.
Okay, still
I guess
is able to run
you-
away from the Primal Beast.
Yeah, you either overwhelm the Lion or you Sukuchi away from the mana drain. You don't care about the Wind Ranger that much. Time lapse is a lot of value. I like it. I think Mirana would have been an option, but it is banned. So it is the same reason why you pick Mirana into the Primal Beast.
So we assume that this is going to be a GPK hero that now needs to get picked up. There's a solid amount of lockdown on Spirit, not an amazing amount. Do you go Ember?
No deep. What about a Voice Spirit? Just
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get eggs
a
for
Spirit
silence.
hero. Yeah, a Spirit hero. I wouldn't hate at all.
I definitely like Void Spirit. I think the silence here looks amazing. Literally everyone, besides maybe the Invoker, really cares about being silenced. And it's a good lane against the Invoker. Can also dodge the EMP if you got a point of Dissimulate. I do like it.
Yep, for sure. But both of them do seem okay to me. Storm, maybe not so much. I think he's way too squishy, commits way too much.
Yeah. I mean, there is Hand of God, so maybe they feel like they can still do it. But yeah, Spirit Hero sounds great. If not, maybe you play...
Whop?
Yeah.
Is-
What is fine? Oh, so it's going to be Mid-Wind Ranger.
Yep. Ursa versus a Dark Willow Sand King lane. I can't say I love this Ursa. For this Ursa to work, from my perspective, this Lion needs to be a really big deal in the game, catching everybody. And I think Ursa is not gonna have the easiest time in lane, man. Despite the
or in the
trend
game.
there. Yep.
This is a game where I think what their impression is, we're going to take the longest fights in the world here. And sure, I have no catch on the Sand King, no catch on the Weaver. And this Invoker can dispel my Fury Swipes, they can dispel the Wind Run, but if we take long enough fights, it's kind of like Ursa into Wyvern, right? You would say, oh, Code Embrace counters Ursa, but if you stack enough Fury Swipes and you can last long enough, you sometimes just overpower all of that sustain. And I guess this is their goal. This is how they play game 1 of the last series. I'm not sure I think it's the easiest playstyle to win, so I'm going with Team Spirit just because their draft looks a bit easier to execute.
Yeah, when I look at Spirit, I think I see solid lanes. I see solid late game. I see a lot of defensive spells, and then a lot of counters. So as you mentioned, you have a Tornado. Tornado pretty much counters all 3 cores of BetBoom team, right? And that doesn't rub me the right way. Also, if I look at BetBoom, I'm thinking there is some possibility for them to blink in with the Lion and burst somebody down, but that's gonna be almost impossible to do with that Tornado that we mentioned. Terrorize ready, Burrow Strike, and even the Omni Knight saving people. I think BetBoom have their work cut out for them. I can see this lineup working in the same way that you did, but going for a lineup like that, re-engage, engage versus Team Spirit, I think it's scary.
It's very scary, especially when what's their cash on this Omni? Lucky Shackle, Blink hacks on the Omni. It looks very hard to execute. Maybe after BKBs, after Abyssal, there's a chance. And, if BetBoom wins their lanes hard enough, which, as we already stated, could be hard, you can maybe take towers and allow everyone else to hit the timings on the side of BetBoom to take the Spirit. But then you look at Spirit and they scale ridiculously well, right? You have Weaver with Alacrity. This supports can actually get some very meaningful items as well. So definitely not easy for BetBoom.
Still, if the Spirit lineup starts falling behind, you can stop their scaling, right? We've seen Invokers fall off, even with the Midas. We've seen Weavers fall off. We've even seen Sand Kings fall off. So there is some chance of BetBoom getting that early advantage, getting the Roaches, and maybe they're not even thinking about long fights. Maybe they're thinking, we're gonna get this Ursa, he's gonna get Roche, and we are gonna crush our opponents in
By the way,
Spirit. They're smoking late.
Willow going for throwing shade. That is not a normal facet for the Dark Willow, but maybe Mira knows something we don't here.
Okay, so he wants to be doing more damage, right?
Yeah, and I guess when you have a lot of healing with Willow, it's interesting, right? In the sense that you're gonna get twice the region and mana region in that form. So very curious to see how this is gonna perform. I have not seen this pretty much before the facet got introduced. You know, people were testing everything, but after a couple of days, this facet got pretty much ignored.
As far as I know, you heal from your innate ability, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about the innate, but the facets. I mean, they're both about Shadow Realms, so they do have some synergy.
That is true. And Toronto Tokyo again starts with the Satyr convert. Very annoying to play against. Maybe the Chen with this convert can actually make that bottom lane good for the Ursa. Win probability from Dota Plus, favoring BetBoom, but of course our sponsors over at 1x, they are favoring Spirit at the moment. Let's see, top lane. We've got Primal Beast Lion versus a Weaver and an Omni Knight. This is a interesting lane for sure. Rodan, every time he tries to go aggressively, he is going to be taking some damage. I'm curious to see if the Omni Knight can offset those problems in the lane. As Mira, he's fighting a losing battle versus Toronto Tokyo, taking a bit too many hits, more so than he would like, most definitely. And while he's doing that, he is allowing the Sand King to have a 1 versus 1, which should be okay, right? Caustic Finale versus a melee hero should always be good on you. As Laps is being pressured a bit. BetBoom, a very strong start to the laning stage.
Yeah, I think the lane should be pretty good for GPK. You start really caring about Invoker once the mid-game fights begin and you don't have BKB to deal with the Tornado. But, you know, CS-wise, this hero is great. Much better than Invoker, I would argue.
Let's see. Poshka gonna be smacking save. Get out of my lane, you lion. And he will be able to do it. Save, he went for the Fist of Death, so it is gonna be quite fun to see. Usually people use it for farming, though. That has been the best way I've seen that used. You use the finger, you kill somebody, you go into the jungle, farm with 2 or 3 camps.
Alright, so looking at the bottom lane here, Collapse has to do some shenanigans to survive, which means Mira might feed first blood.
Yep, that is going to be a first blood for Saika. Mira taken out, and BetBoom get themselves on the board with this start of the laning stage in terms of CS. This is pretty much perfect. That is going to be a amazing start for BetBoom. This might be the way for them to just win the game in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they're having such a good start when you look at every single lane. Their CS is great. Even the Primal Beast that's been, maybe dealt with has 5 denies, so it is actually not a bad start whatsoever for BetBoom. And, Chen, when you actually get to win the laning stages hero, can snowball so hard. Look at Aurora as well, struggling against the Horizon of GPK. Not that much mana for the Tornado at the moment. Okay, maybe we did underestimate the lanes here. Saika, right click down, but not enough damage from Mira to finish things up.
So, laning stage continues. Spirit still struggling. When does this stop, Bowie? Or is the laning stage just gonna continue to be really bad for Spirit?
Oh, when does it stop? Probably rotations, right? I think the Dark Willow could potentially rotate top. You could also have this Invoker doing something. So past minute 5, I think, or even in the minute 6 runes. We actually cast a lot of games where a particular team has, they're destroying every single lane. But then a minute 6 fight for the rune starts, and they just lose 3 heroes, they respawn, they die again, and the game completely kind of balances out. So yeah, maybe we shouldn't be chanting their win so hard. It's definitely a lane win, but we've seen those being very... It doesn't feel like the winning the lane stage matters as much, basically.
Miposhka coming forward, Miero getting low as well, but you have a healing Lotus. I guess that's what he's doing. He's baiting, waiting for a stun. Doesn't even use the healing Lotus. He's gotta bait it until the last possible second. Okay, Miposhka, if your heart is gonna survive that, we'll be fine with it as well.
Oh yeah, that's some cold-blooded stuff right there. He believed in the omniscience, and he got rewarded.
Well, didn't really get much of it other than using his healing Lotus, but sure. Nice glyph from
Well,
Laurel.
he got my praises. I'm sure he's very happy about that.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. This collapse is gonna be annoyed. I thought this lane was gonna be harder on Dursa, man. It's the easiest lane ever. This Chen is just a... Oh, it is such a hard hero to play against.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem I've seen is the Sand King decided to get Dust Devil, right? And it probably means they didn't feel comfortable fighting for the sentries in this lane. And so if you have this facet, it's hard to actually fight into the Ursa, because at any point he can poke you. So he has to drag the creep waves, and that's when they've been punished. With that said, you know, this hero can farm stacks. They are actually working on those right now. Mira will get a stack in the triangle and probably rotate for the runes. That's when the next actions are going to be happening here in the middle lane.
Ursa having this kind of a start, this is going to be a very early battle, Fury, and we know what Saika can do when given amazing amounts of farm. Laurel did manage to kind of equalize the mid lane. At least that's fine, and you are still winning the safe lane, so it's, I guess, even laning stage in terms of lanes won, but in terms of the gold, the Ursa really is a lot above the pack.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking even in terms of gold here. The experience may be not exactly the same thing, as they get a good engagement here with Pushka.
Yeah,
even the repel should not be enough.
Into the tower, he's fine. That's a rotation from the Wind Ranger. Maybe now another power shot snipe might save him. Gonna be happening. Not even gonna try from the GPK side. Didn't lose too much time from that one, but just enough for the Invoker to overtake him in terms of net worth.
Yeah, the small things definitely matter. And now we see Radan. Oh,
Everest is alive.
I don't think so. He's a little bit too late.
Got
it! Oh my god! And now this is a level 3 Lion. This is the small things that can actually punish the laning stage of BetBoom. Dude, that was so good. Like, he was exactly at the right time. If he went too early, he would have probably seen the Sukuchi animation and went for the blind stun.
He saw it, man. He saw it on the creeps. I don't know. I think Sage
but it
just
was
wasn't
nighttime. It was nighttime, and it was like pretty much on the exact duration. You know, maybe he's buying something, but he definitely went in at the perfect time. You know, if he went earlier, there is a higher chance that the line would have seen it.
No, of course. I mean, Radan did everything perfect. I just think that if Save does things well there,
I agree.
that there's no chance that the rune gets taken, as collapse. He understands that he's being hunted. Save, rotates, gonna get a hex off, no more mana. Uses the soul ring onto the with the burrow strike. Saika running forward. He's gonna have the phase boots. 2 more hits. That is gonna be a dead Sand King once again. Not having the other facet might have cost him his life.
Yeah, huge stacks though on the triangle. That's a 4 large camp stack and a 3 ancient stack, I think. This is probably where the Sand King is gonna go after. Could even go now, honestly.
Yep. 3 points in Sandstorm, you can do it.
Laro, rotation with haste in the top lane.
No urn, so he's gonna be going without
Double
it.
Wraithband Treads. Interesting build.
Here's the Cold Snap onto Miero. Some extra armor from the upper, not really gonna help. He has the Healing Lotus, and the 1 charge is not even close, my friend. The Purification from Miposhka delivers more than enough burst. That's gonna be the first one for Team Spirit.
Alright. Even after those kills though, gold advantage on the side of BetBoom. Maybe this could change once the stacks are farmed by Collapse. He's in fact in the mid lane. Not really going for the stacks so far. Gotta be careful. They do have heroes that could potentially threaten those stacks with the Primal Beast and the Wind Ranger together. But top lane, a lot of damage being done.
And at the moment, Toronto Tokyo is scouting those stacks. However, stacks, I guess the ancient camps for BetBoom are gonna be even more important once Dirsa gets the Battle Fury. So with this tower being down and you having an Invoker and the Weaver invading, that part of the map is not going to be hard at all.
I actually love what Spirit is doing. Instead of trying to protect their own, they scout the enemy stacks and they go for the steal. Oh, he's gonna epi for this. Beautiful. Well,
Is it enough?
A bit underwhelming. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get it for sure. Will they
Almost
pay the price?
Well,
Repel.
they have the repel. They're not going to be paying the price. They're going to be making Miero pay the price. He tries to trample away. The cold snap is not allowing him to move. Minus armor. Team Spirit. Unconventional plays. Unconventional moves to a side of the map where they weren't expected. And BetBoom, they fall for the trap as well.
Offense is the best defense I've heard. And look at the Sand King. He can actually... Oh, they did steal the large camp stacks, though. I guess as BetBoom wasn't protecting that, it did get farmed. Not sure
That was
by
just Chen.
who.
Just Chen. Literally, he was there for a very long period of time, getting the money, just like we're giving money away. If you click on the banner down below with the promo code that we do have available for this tournament, Mira is not the easiest target. You'd rather kill the Sand King, especially with him being very, very low.
Oh, GPK.
Hello.
Finds
Goodbye.
the Sand King.
Focus fire. Doesn't go for the burrow strike early on, and
Lane
even
though.
if you did, it's not gonna change anything. There's just gonna be some damage onto the tower. I'm guessing BetBoom are gonna be responding to this. Not so
Have to.
far.
It's way too much pressure. There is no focus fire though, so as you said, maybe they don't have the resources to protect this.
But they have the resources to push the bottom lane. That's what they're going to be doing. GPK in the mid lane, there's still a siege creep. And Larl getting those hits in. You mentioned it, 2 Wraith Bands, Power Treads. Going to be doing a massive amount of damage. The most you can do right now is deny this tower. And even that will be able to do it. However, that does leave Radon all alone. We talked about the line and what he can do in terms of catching these heroes in Spirit. And they do bring down the Weaver. Spirit are struggling, even with that mid lane tower being down. But with the towers that they've taken, they've secured that
Look at bottom, though.
mid-game could go well for them.
Collapse. Look at that gigantic stack he was gifted. Is this 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Can
ancient
he
stacks?
get it, though? He's taking some time. He definitely can.
Nah, he's gonna
It's
get
so
it.
easy
This
with the
here's
Dust
broken.
Devil. Yeah.
Yep.
It's so
get it.
dumb, man. They're chasing you and they're dying.
Yep. Alright. Laro is gonna go for some Witchblade Dota. So it's gonna be a right-click invoker. I do like it. I think when I've seen this type of build is always with the elitist facet. Definitely makes sense.
Yep. We'll see how it works out in this game in particular. Do you still go Midas after the Witchblade? Or is it a completely different build entirely?
I've seen Midas, but I think you don't have to go for it. You probably can get, like, BKB, maybe, if you really want to be fighting, if you really want to increase the pace of this game. Which will definitely match the aggression BetBoom wants to do themselves. They are smoked, looking for Radon.
Is that again?
No, he's gonna break the smoke, and there's backup.
There's the sentry, but yep, the backup is coming with the Terrorize in the backline. GPK lost all of his mana, and now Save is hoping that he will be able to run away. Invoker used all of his spells. Doesn't matter though. If the line survives and you bring down the mid lane, you're gonna be more than happy.
They were so ready, it's scary how fast they were able to react to this.
Saika has his Battle Fury. Okay, this is also quite scary because he's still 1,000 gold ahead of everybody else. But you know what? If you look at the 2 offlaners, the Sand King got demolished a lot more in the laning phase. But for him, it doesn't matter. He's now 2k gold ahead of his offlane counterpart.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The stacks being stolen. Sure, they farmed the large camp stacks as BetBoom, but the Sand King got to farm, I think, 8 stacks of Ancients, the ones that he stole, and then +5 on the right side, +2 on the left side. He just got the biggest Christmas
They're
present
hunting
he could
Ursa.
wish for, and now they find Saika.
He is pretty speedy. Tornado off the mark, just barely will allow him to get out. Still had the enrage, so very unlikely that they get the kill anyways.
Now it's gonna be a tower here. Alacrity ready for Laro.
completely different way of Spirit doing things despite losing the laning stage. But this is the way I wanted them to play. Very aggressively, you get the pipe super early, and then even if the Ursa is farming, there's really no damage that is going to be done onto you. The question is, will Radahn be joining the fights earlier?
I think he definitely can, especially when you have Repel. Oh, look, speaking of Repel, that's a beautiful timing. Dude, these they are so fast. Every aggression from BetBoom is punished instantly here. They're gonna lose to Run Tokyo as well.
Yep, another one. Save is gonna try to escape, but look at the speed. Radahn running forward. Collapse gonna be coming as well. They go with a skitter step, slowing down. Blood Grenade on the money. Gets the stun on Collapse. He knows who the real enemy is, but even without him, Radahn is gonna be doing more than enough damage there to get himself another kill. Spirit, they just appear out of nowhere wherever BetBoom are trying to make a move.
They are reading this play so freaking well. I mean, Miposhka has been flawless. So many saves, 0 deaths in a game where they were being demolished in the laning stage. And now Pipe ready for Collapse and Crimson Guard on the way.
I think we've switched observers here. We're hoping this guy does give us the net worth one. We want to see that, as we'll be going on to the Invoker. Terrorize to save him. Tornado onto both of the cores just for a very clean disengage. On the other side, Saika has been found. He has no enrage any longer. The hand of God. Let's see whose God you should be praying to. Maybe it should be the Omni Knight. Sunstrike on the mark. Saika taken down by the sun, as Miero gonna be coming forward. Purification gonna be keeping the Sand King alive a little bit longer, not for long.
Re-engage
forward. They want to run to Tokyo, not gonna be able to survive through it. Tornado just to secure the kill. Larl, maybe he wanted to save that spell. While Save loses most of his mana, still has enough to play. Larl gonna be going in. Viz instantly dusted, and Shackle shot off the mark. Very nice movement from Miposhka. Won't mean that his life will be spared. Smashed into the ground for GPK to get a couple of more arrows and get the kill.
Alright. Still very good for Team Spirit. They get the Ursa kill. He was very, very far away from the Weaver Network Flies. Now they're 200 gold apart. And we could even see a move from Laro here. Does amplify damage. No mana on GPK. Will not matter.
Yeah, you don't want to go too deep, right? Because your Sand King is missing. And without the pipe, you are not as tanky as you would like to be. They're still keeping this top tower alive somehow. It's basically dead. And okay, Collapse will make sure it finally does go down, but with the deny.
Yeah, very nicely done. We OTP there, so maybe the intel that Sand King's top could allow BetBoom to go for a move. They have this Blink Dagger recently purchased. I think this is the time for a good smoke. They could potentially find Spirit split apart.
BetBoom, they have a blink on the Ursa. That can change quite a lot of things. Invoker seems to be going for an Atos, so I'm expecting a Gleipnir at some point. That'd be really cool to see a right-click Invoker.
Smoke time. You want to use the blink on Ursa? Oh, no, maybe not even smoke. Just jump the Invoker.
Terrorized, not in time. Now this line, he wants to punch people. The Curse Crown will not allow that to happen, so...
Did you see what Save did? They had the lane ward. He hacks the Omni. He was in position to save the Invoker, but they knew that he was, and Save actually goes for the other target, prevents the repel from being cast.
Very smart, right? The long range stun onto the Invoker. You know that it's going to be enough. And Terrorize takes some time to wind up.
Very nicely done. Radahn did finish his Gleipnir, going for Hurricane Pike, it looks like. Gonna make him tankier. Gonna give him distance on the Ursa.
Yep, and good versus the Lion as well. People tend to forget that once you get hexed, if there's a 4-stab, first of all, the Earth Spike will not connect. Second of all, right, you're gonna be getting away from the Ursa Bear who just wants to be standing on top of you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of people miss Yatoro on Team Spirit, but I feel like Radahn has been feeling his shoes very nicely.
Yep,
Definitely
doing good.
Playing at the same level.
Doing good for sure. Thinking about his teammates as well. Gleipnir done, another one in the game. That's gonna be on the Windranger. Miero is losing quite a lot of armor, and the Gleipnir does connect Radahn. He's gonna be continuing with the push. Miero needs to remove this bug now, as there will be a Sunstrike. Almost on the mark, double hit. You need the time lapse. Get away from the Ursa. Miero does live in the end. Bottom lane. Mira taken out, save as well. Both of the position 4s will be losing their life. So top lane, some chases happening. Bottom lane, deaths are happening.
All right. I mean, this game is interesting because we expected BetBoom to totally dominate the 10 to 20 minute mark, and what happened is actually Spirit making a lot of great moves, punishing BetBoom. But what's happening now is that Spirit, despite getting those wins, they're not necessarily increasing the map control that they have, getting Roshan or anything of that sort, which means that the BKBs on Wind Ranger are going to pop up, so this Invoker is not going to be that much of a problem. The Ursa also getting closer to his BKB. So,
Ursa is being targeted.
Is he? Nah, there's no way. It's too hard. Once they hit those timings on BetBoom, I think it's not going to be... It's going to be like a very rough 10 minutes on Team Spirit to deal with those BKBs.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the one on the Ursa. Wind Ranger will take a little bit longer to finish his, but it is gonna be coming fairly soon as well. BetBoom.
Okay,
Spirit are close.
Here.
It is 5 on 5. Gleipnir onto multiple heroes and also the Swarm. They see them clearly. Here comes the Terrorize. They're gonna be afraid, and you should be afraid. You're playing versus Team Spirit. Meteor falls down and brings down Miero. Not again, man. These dinosaurs and their meteors, they don't work too well together. Without him, you cannot defend this Tormentor.
Yeah, and that's the other aspect of Invoker against the Primal, right? We're talking about canceling his ulti and everything, but just the sheer fact of taking all of his mana away and him not being able to cast Pipe before he dies makes this fight impossible. They used a lot of stuff to kill the Primal, but without the Pipe, Aurora, BetBoom's not even willing to initiate.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would. That's just how important the offlaners are right now. Just like it's important, guys, to follow our channel here on Twitch and, of course, subscribe on the YouTube channel so that you know when we are live. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of this tournament, but that doesn't mean that we won't be having a lot of them in the future as well. Team Spirit have increased their lead to 4K. There's still at the top, but Radan is finally very, very close to taking over that top spot.
We'll get the Wisdom Rune. They could, who actually got the shard from that was...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mira. Alright, Mira got the shard. This is a huge one, by the way. Makes Ursa's life even harder. Despite all the dispels, you're still going to be stuck somewhere.
Yep, you dispel the Curse Crown, but the Brambles still appear. And even if you have the Enrage, it's stopping you. It's not allowing you to blink. It is annoying either way. Also good versus both the Wind Ranger and the Primal Beast. It's not only the Ursa that is going to be suffering from this.
Yeah, exactly.
Saika.
Smoke from Spirit. Oh, they find Saika.
The high ground Terra is being threatened. There will be a Curse Crown right now. Tornado flying in. There's those Brambles. Instantly blinks out, so not going to be caught. Why did Collapse Burrow strike the guy? I guess because he thought maybe somebody was behind. That has to be the case.
Yeah, he felt like if there was vision, he would be right-click so he can still cancel the blink through Sandstorm without being hit by the Ursa. But in hindsight, not the right play there. Can they Roche out of this, though? They did force Enrage.
They're gonna try. Swarm is flying in. You do have two very heavy right-clickers. BetBoom are already smoked up. They've scanned. They know exactly what's going on. Spirit, this is not fast enough. Just bail. Yep, they will.
But maybe they want to force this. Maybe the play is to make them peek into the Roshan pit. And that's when Spirit is going to... Oh, yeah. They know exactly what's going on. If they can actually get initiation on the Wind Ranger, this could be huge.
Connect. They want him dead, and they might be able to get in the hand of God, keeping him alive. There's the Purge onto the constant heal. Collapse in front. Very deep. He's going to be taken out. But they also found the Omni Knights. Some of the big heroes dropping down, however, without GPK and without your BKB. Saika, how do you expect to get yourself out of this one? Collapse hasn't even used his ulti yet, and does he even need it to win these fights? They did take down the Weaver. Very nice turnaround from BetBoom, getting the best out of a very, very bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, that was the perfect engage, even with the Hand of God, not enough to save GPK. And they used the BKB on the Ursa really well. As you said, at least they take down Radan, but it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. You felt like you were going to finally get Team Spirit with their pens down, but dude, the way Team Spirit reads the game, it feels like they're always like 3 steps ahead. The entire game, BetBoom goes for a smoke, they're literally smoke behind him. They go to smoke and stop Roshan, they're already wrapping around you. It's so fast the way they can perceive what BetBoom is doing.
I'm even surprised that Rodan made that mistake that he got close to the Ursa. Going for the Dark Willow, power shot from afar, not gonna be taking him out, and Save has just forfeited his life once again. He's trying to go for these plays, just not working at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not great. And now this might be the Roshan here finally given to Team Spirit. BKB is gonna be back for Saika, but I think they're done. I think they're done stopping this.
Yeah, just a little bit of a advice to the viewers. If you want to save the bug from the Roche so that he doesn't bring down the Swarm, and he already started attacking it, you click on one of your enemies on the map. And then the Roche is gonna start attacking. He kind of has the same aggro as the towers.
There you go. Easy Aegis for Radon. We see some drawings here from Miero. I'm not sure if... Okay, so they have a ward that I think didn't really get scouted by Team Spirit. Oh no, they will take it out. Yeah, I think they wanted to maybe use that ward to fight despite the Aegis, but no, it's not.
Yeah, they shoved out the top and the mid wave. And I guess the idea is if you see anybody on top, instantly go bottom. But now with the ward gone, now you can... The most you can do is just push out that lane, maybe.
And Saika going straight up Nullifier here. No Basher, just really needing to deal with the repel of the Yomi Knight.
Not repel, doesn't do anything to repel. It counters the...
It's
the
dispellable.
Guardian Angel, right? It is, but it's only dispellable by the spells that go through BKB, right?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to say Guardian Angel, and then you said repel, and I'm like, yeah, it's dispellable, but yes, you're right.
No problem, boy. We got each other's backs here. I thought that it was completely undispellable, that it was just a wrongly written, but no, it's there are a couple of spells.
It's only SD, right? Is there anything else that dispels for BKB?
Dude, there was a Reddit thread yesterday, and there was another one that people mentioned, and I cannot remember.
Okay. Collapse setting up bottom here. Maybe if someone else connects, they could go to GPK, but he understands there's something wrong.
It's so funny. Before the Twin Gates, it used to be if you're winning the game, you're in the mid lane, right? And the enemies are trying in the side lanes. Nowadays, it's usually a different read, right? The one who is winning before the tier 2s go down are going to be playing in the side lanes, because if you control the Twin Gates, you control 2 lanes. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really cool. Do you like the way the Twin Gates are working right now? Because I think initially when it got added, a lot of people were like, yeah, I'm not sure about this.
I like it.
Know?
I like it. It makes the game more dynamic, and you know, it used to be literally you're winning the game, you're in the mid lane, and then you're ganking from there, and everybody's in the side lanes. Now it can go either way, right? Sometimes you can go for the mid lane and still go for those ganks.
Oh, they found Invoker.
He's not the one with the Aegis, but look at how much he's protected. Crimson Guard in the pipe. You're not doing any damage. Save. He's trying to do something to lift his arms to use a spell, and the Cold Snap will not allow it. What the hell? They didn't even touch him. Okay, they did damage his brain, obviously, but I saw there for movements.
Crimson Garden Pipe is just so much damage reduction. This Wind Ranger, not level 18. Sure, there's Nemesis Curse there, but at the moment, they're unable to take those fights. And this is a 6k gold lead, no BKB on GPK. Do you have to give away this tower?
We'll see. Maybe they're gonna have to give away even more.
Oh,
they
has to TP.
That is a catastrophe that he dies once again.
This looks really hard. What? I think you have to give this up. There's no way you're taking this fight anymore.
Yep, you have no glyph. You are gonna be giving away your axes. The main problem is the only one out on the map is Miero. BetBoom aren't even shoving out the waves that much. They're not getting that much farm. It's a literal disaster.
Yeah, and with this Creep Wave mid, they could even poke bottom, maybe force the glyph and you get out as the Wind Ranger is gonna spawn.
They have an aggressive ward, why not?
They do.
They see so
just the Weaver though. They're making sure that if someone gets engaged, it's gonna be Radon, and there's still 1 minute of Aegis. There we go. They force the glyph, they're happy. Spirit, very I think, unlike any other team that we cast this tournament, Spirit is the one that has been the most cautious, right? They're very methodical in how they want to play, and they rarely overextend.
I mean, in that Falcon series, they saw what happens if you do overextend. In a series that they should have lost, they won in the end. But Spirit have always been the best team in understanding when is the time to make a play, right? So that's kind of the reason why they were so dominant in the last 2-3 years.
They have that
Very aggressive blink from the Dark Willow. Unconventionally aggressive on Mira. The Tornado to save him. Terrorize as well. Nullifier was used. No rage on the Ursa. He just made a mistake. There will be a Shackle Shot. They tried to kill the Weaver, but he will be protected by the Guardian Angel. Disarm it. No angels are gonna be enough. They just have so many stuns.
Huh. He was repelled, right? How didn't he got you time lapse?
He couldn't because he was stunned before and he doesn't remove the stun. It just gives you the buff immunity from that point onward. He goes on the Sand King to protect himself. Very nice Glaive onto the three of them, which will allow Miro to go forward. And we praised them a little bit too early. Team Spirit putting themselves in an uncomfortable position in which they're going to be losing 3 of their cores at least. And Koshka coming over at the same Laurel. He's not coming out alive. You are just going to be forfeiting your life as well. Mira, the lone survivor, the only one who got out away from BetBoom. What a fight.
And that's how they won that game 1 of the series, right? They lost one lane of barracks, and eventually the Auras, the 5-man, started to work out. So you really cannot discount BetBoom, as they're probably going to be poking this tier 2 in the mid lane.
They've shoved out all of the waves, and now you play around the mid lane where there's super creeps. Why not? That is amazing. Also, why wouldn't you type in the chat !1x give to find out how to make yourself liable to win one of the Arcanas? There's no reason not to do so. So yours, go and do it right now before the next fight, because once Spirit are back up, BetBoom, they're gonna need to run.
Scepter on to Miro.
He's fine. I'm surprised. Man, how times change. Now we see a Dark Willow with the Blink and the Yules. Back to how it has started for the hero. If you remember her days where Bedlam could be put on somebody else, people were going for a completely different build back then.
Yeah, they were. And different drafts, right? You wanted, just like Inkswell, you wanted those mobile heroes to play with the Willow. Your Voids and Ember Spirits and everything.
But we were
nowadays the hero.
Okay, right?
Yeah, but not. It doesn't matter now that you don't get to use it anymore.
Sand King has no blink. Collapse is going to be going for a Bloodstone. He really wants to be this tanky frontliner.
Wow! Before that was completed.
Of the BKB. I think the chase is on. Team Spirits are coming from a really good angle. BetBoom, get out now. Sunstrike giving them enough vision. Collapse. He would love to have that Blink Dagger now. Has the Yules on Toronto while they find Miera on the other side. He's gonna onslaught away. And Toronto Tokyo will be the only casualty of war, which is in the end fine for BetBoom.
Yeah, definitely fine. We'll see if they're gonna be punished too much by the Roche spawn timer. But this Octarine on the Ursa really, to me, confirms what we talked about in the draft, right? They want these fights to be long, because with the lower cooldown on Enrage, especially when you get the shard with the Earthshock, you want to take these long fights and ideally overpower Team Spirit. We'll see if we're going to be able to make it as Saika doesn't get the shard, and now we have to fight.
Look at Rodan, he now has a Butterfly. So Wind Ranger not building an MKB. Saika went for an Octarine core. It is gonna be a long time before you have an MKB to deal with this guy. And Wind Ranger is thinking about a Nullifier. I think you need to change your choice.
Yeah, double Nullifier looks a bit weird, for sure.
Guardian Angel, man, right? You put the repel on one guy, but you can't put it on all of the guys.
Yeah, but sometimes you just need to kill one, and double Nullifier doesn't get you that kill, right? The MKB still does damage to the Guardian Angel. We'll see. You know, it's a tough choice. It's definitely not easy. He might even change
Ursa
his mind.
found,
Saika
gonna be stunned
gets
up. There's the
found.
terrorize and will be demolished in a second. He has no buyback. That is another laner axe. How do you stop
It is-
them?
Oh my god. That is... I don't know how you stop it. They are gonna poke tier force.
But why did he come out of
I'm
the
honestly
base?
not even sure. He's not the hero that's supposed to be there. It's definitely GPK that should be.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, this is gonna be 2 lanes. Do you poke tier 4s or are you gonna go for the safe play, Spirit?
I think safe play, right? Roche is up. Why wouldn't you get it? Just get
Do they
it
know?
right now.
Do they scout it?
There is a career there, but you cannot scout it with a career, right? So,
Yeah. Well, they will disengage regardless.
they'll set up for the top fight, right? Mid lane and the bottom lane will be shoving in. So you can play it very defensively as Team Spirit, and at some point, BetBoom are gonna have to commit a hero to go back. 2 lanes are gonna be a lot of damage on your tier 4s if you are not instantly ready to defend that.
Definitely. Ursa might be up to stop this Roshan, but looking at how BetBoom are positioned, doesn't look like they want to do that. I think their best bet is actually fighting in their base with everyone in formation. Looks like those fights where they have to run from Spirit or run into them, they never really work the way they want to.
That's gonna be Roche targeted. Yeah, it's too fast. BetBoom, they won't even be able to blink before this does happen. That is an Aegis on Radon. You can easily take down a tier 2 if you want to go for that one, and I would assume Spirit do want to do it. Open up the map completely and then just poke. This should be an
Do you
easy
do the
game to
Tormentor
end.
here?
I think
the
you
Tormentor
do.
as BetBoom and TPL?
I think you do. I think you do, right? You go for...
Focus fire, 30 seconds. Yeah, you had to go fast though, and they're
didn't.
not, so looks like they will give up.
I don't want to focus fire it. It's just a 30-second cooldown with the Nemesis Curse. Could have done it in
Yeah.
5 seconds. Okay. Respecting Spirit.
I feel like even if they come back to stop you, that's probably better for you. You're gonna be buying some time. But regardless, they will smoke and try to wrap around. But we know Team Spirit, there will be someone
wait here.
in that cliff unless you are fast.
Okay,
Drop the
they
first ward.
got there fast.
Radon.
Radon. Gonna be taking
You
down
break this guy.
That's not a
I
target.
don't think you do. You don't get him.
And what
Oh,
a
Dark Willow plays
blink
forward.
from Mira. Toronto, Tokyo takes down the ward. That's nice. So Team Spirit, they don't have the better vision right now. Radon in an aggressive position to protect his teammates. They're just protecting that choke point, and you have no way to initiate if you're BetBoom.
But it's actually good, because they did this, the catapults did die, so Spirit will not have the catapults to force with the banner as they can initiate. Radon, I don't think he's dying here.
Yeah, he uses the time lapse. Doesn't really get all that much HP back. Buyback from save. They're gonna be using everything they can. Omni Knight has lost his life, so you don't have your Guardian
So
Angel. But the problem is that Radon is a little bit too strong. Leitner gonna be connecting on Toronto. Tokyo does have a buyback. Saika with the BKB going forward, no enrage at the moment. Onto the high ground. He does go, just giving vision to his teammates. I'll be your ward when we don't have supports to place them at the time. Being GPK doing his best to run away, which will not be allowed. And BetBoom at this point aware there is nothing else left to give in game 1. It will be an ultra, not a rampage for Radon. Somehow the throne dies before the Ursa.
Whew. Team Spirit way too good. Like, even though BetBoom had their moments, their laning stage was very good, and I think they took 1 or 2 fights really well. The smokes from Spirit were so good. Their map awareness, the way they forced BetBoom into all sorts of mistakes, just kind of flawless.
Looked really good from their side. After that laning stage, I thought BetBoom would be able to apply pressure, but the usage of the Twin Gates and the rotations of the Invoker every single time. You think they're gonna kill Radon? There's 2 Heroes of Spirit there. You think they're gonna get the top tower? There's 3 Heroes of Spirit there. And every single time they bring down 1, 2, 3 heroes, something like that, to get an advantage in a part of the game that should belong to BetBoom. It is just a straight up outplay from Team Spirit. I really liked how they played in the from 10th to the 20th minute. That is basically where they won the game.
From like minute 6, remember when Ranger TPs level 5 in the top lane and they don't get that kill because they were aware? It felt like they had their number the whole time, and the draft that they went for, I also think doesn't help. They were countered in several moments. All of their timings had ways and managed to be checked out. I think the Lion from save did okay pre-blink, but surprisingly, after the blink was done, they were always being surprised. There was never one fight where BetBoom got the jump and found the Omni Knight in the beginning. Maybe if they did, it could have looked different. But at the end of the day, I was not a fan of that Lion, man. I don't think he did what's supposed to do. I think against Omni, you actually need a core that's supposed to burst that guy down before, because he's too tanky. Like, the Lion just cannot. You need like 2 heroes to kill the Omni. And most of the time, Spirit, they were too tight for the formation to be broken.
Yeah, every single time Save was the one trying to find the Omni Knight, I thought that the idea of the Lion was to go in, force the Omni to react, and then somebody else deals with it. And I think at the later portions of the game, that's how they approach it. Let's say this last fight, the Lion went in, and then GPK came from the other side, found the Omni Knight and killed him. But for the majority of the game, it was Save just trying to straight up jump on the Omni and kill him. There's going to be a tornado, there's going to be a terrorize, there's going to be a bramble maze. So many things that you have to think about that is going to make your life very, very hard. And it did.
Yeah, it definitely did. Looking at how the draft went, you know, I'm not sure if this Lion was supposed to dissuade the Terrorblade from Spirit, or if they felt like it was the best option they had against the Omni. If they felt that way, maybe they're going to change game 2. Maybe you actually just ban Omni, right? You kind of talked about it. You were not surprised by the Omni, but this hero has the highest support win rate after Tinker for a reason, and I think you actually need to address it a different way. You pick it if you have first pick, but you probably... Let me check the bans. There's definitely one hero I would have traded for the Omni Knight.
I think Spirit would get a Dragonite if they don't want, if the Omni Knight gets banned out. But considering how much they have been forcing out that Dragonite, maybe if you're BetBoom, you just don't want to see it.
Yeah, I know, but you can't really do the same thing and expect different results. I think going to game 2, unless they are the ones with first pick, we're gonna see a different approach in the bans. Maybe you let the Omni Knight through, but you pick a different counter. But I don't know, this Omni, it's too solid in the laning stage. Like, the hero might not be the best laner. He's not a Treant protector, but he's very good. And what he does, it's like unheard of, right? Like, what is the hero that instantly counters it? So far, it feels like it's only the Shadow Demon. So if you know that's going to be banned, you just have to address it first and take the Omni out.
Yeah, and even the Shadow Demon might not always be an issue for the Omni Knight, right? Sometimes there are certain heroes that don't care that much about the Demonic Purge and can get themselves away. Let's say a Weaver, right? And then you might not even counter the Omni spells if he runs out. But I guess both the Omni Knight and the Shadow Demon are having amazing win rates. Also, guys, just do remember to type the 1x give in the chat with the exclamation mark before it, and that way you will be finding out how you can take all of these arcanas that we have ready for you. Also, you can do it right now because it is break time, after which we're coming back with game 2.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
And welcome back, everybody, to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3 here with Harry and Bowie. If you're just joining us, well, you're watching a Team Spirit vs. BetBoom series. There is another stream as well where Rob and T-Panda are casting for you as well. And there we've got Tundra versus Falcons. These are the 4 teams that we have in the playoffs. Probably the best teams anyways. Gaimin Gladiators probably somewhere in there, but considering they didn't win a single series in the group stage, deservingly are not in the top 4. Bowie, do you think we've got the best 4 teams, or do you think Gaimin Gladiators just dropped the ball?
It's hard to say, right? It's definitely hard to say. I think we definitely have the best 4 teams this week, and there we go. They will let the Omni through, but now the Shadow Demon. I think this is better, definitely better than what they had game 1.
Well, that is yeah, that is true. So Team Spirit, they didn't ban out neither the Shadow Demon nor the Omni. I think that means that they don't want the Omni. They're expecting this. Also, want to hear something cool?
What?
Okay, so our previous game here on the stream has ended in 37 minutes and 24 seconds, right? That is a fact. The series on the other stream has ended in 37 minutes and 25 seconds, right? So very close to the timer of the games. On the other stream, if you guys check it out right now, is the English 2 stream. Falcons have won and are currently leading 1-0 versus Tundra.
I mean, it was in the script, man. I thought you knew, but there you go. The response from Spirit. The center they played against Falcons as well. All right, definitely unusual.
I didn't get the new one, so that's fine. But this isn't the script, the 1xBet app, guys. So if you want to get esports in your pocket, just download it right now. If you look there at the left while it's scrolling, you get so many stats. If you're thinking, where are these guys getting all of the stats? Some of them are coming from the 1xBet app. So a Centaur. Okay, let's now talk a little bit deep into why you pick a Centaur versus a Shadow Demon.
It counters Demonic Purge, right? You can still run away from it. I feel like the counter now is to actually get Naga. So Team Spirit either has to ban it or pick it. I do feel like not only is Nair prevents that, but Song and Deluge, all of those spells counter Center really hard. And unless you have like a plan to deal with it, you're gonna be... Yeah, I feel like BetBoom already has a much better start for this draft. And they have 24. So starting with a W like that is tough. This second phase has to count for a lot.
But they can get the Naga for themselves, right? Spirit, if they want to. I mean, why not?
Let me check if they played it. It looks like they have not. Both Miposhka and Mira.
They played in pubs though, so they're ready.
We'll see. We'll see what the plan's gonna be. Do you take it out? Do you pick it?
Or do you ignore it? Okay, so they ban out the Sven.
Okay.
Not instantly picking the Naga. Spirit are an interesting team, right? They always find new solutions to some of the problems. And sometimes it doesn't work out, but then most of the times it does really well.
I guess the right way to put it is actually old solutions, right? In the sense that they're not following the meta, the new solutions, but looking for things that have worked in the past, or maybe people are glancing over just because you're always following the shiny new little gem that Ice Frog tossed to you after a patch. We'll see what exactly the plan is here, guys. They get the Weaver, okay. Another here that doesn't care about Demonic Purge.
Yep, but is it? I guess this is a flex. The support Weaver just doesn't work that well any longer because you don't have the innate ability with the Geminate attack.
Exactly. Now I'm curious to see how you deal with this Weaver, because you could pick the Naga if you want to. It's not necessarily great against the Weaver, but I wouldn't say it's bad. It is a weird support duo, but we've seen Sniperless Shrek win, and we've seen all tons of weird supports working out just by sheer value and how strong they are. So what's the approach here? I go CK.
That is a good hero versus the Weaver in general, right? Be it a carrier or a support weaver, having a hero that can burst it down is a big deal. We always talk about the Faces Void, but sometimes CK can work just as well.
This does remind me though of that one game where I don't remember which team, but there was a Weaver into, I think it was BetBoom.
Yeah,
They were playing
Downs
Weaver
today.
into CK, and they had so many auras that they just could not go through the Weaver.
Do you think Spirit are gonna have enough auras in this game? Do you think that's now the approach when you see the Centaur? When you see the CK, I mean, you already have a Centaur, so just get a couple of supports that are gonna be helping in that regard as well.
It is possible. I mean, Centaur can definitely go for auras. It's not traditional, but it's becoming more popular this patch.
You know what? Nouns in that series, though, they had 2 defensive supports, right? I think if you're BetBoom, you don't do that. Jakiro does provide something in the damage department. Now it's not going to be that easy for the Weaver to survive. Already.
Yeah, Ice Path's very good here. Also synergizes well with the Disruption, so good setup for both stuns they already have.
Seconds remaining.
They could Rubik here if you're Spirit. You already have Weaver on your side. Could steal a couple of interesting spells. You have the Centaur to disengage from all of the trash BetBoom's gonna throw at you.
I would like a hunting hero on Laurel, man. Just... Could you get away with the puck right now? Get a puck on Team
Yeah, for
Spirit?
sure.
Dude, it's
For
so
sure.
good, right?
But you mean in this phase, like right now?
Yeah, right now. Because it's gonna get banned out. You're not getting it. Let's not kid ourselves. And it could be a good 18 pick for BetBoom as well.
Would GPK Huskar if they go for this? He hasn't played Huskar in a while. Hasn't played the last 3 months. So... I guess you can puck. Like, what other awful matchup could have...
I see
You
these
have
two
to
supports,
deal
man, and they suck versus any kind of mobility that goes for them. Any burst damage, any mobility. So Pucks, Queenos of Pains, Tinies, those murderers in the mid lane are a way to go. And if you don't get a hero now, then later on it might get banned out. So that's a Mira hero that will be coming out most likely, laning with the Centaur. It's not a Rubik, but it does do similar things in the laning stage at least.
It's very interesting how both Spirit and Falcons are pretty much the only teams that are consistently picking the Snapfire, whereas like the rest of the world just felt like the hero wasn't good enough. But they definitely seem to know something we don't here.
A better puck game now.
Good. Good with the centering lane. Will they pick the puck you're talking about? Is there something maybe more stable than the puck that does the same thing? Oh, Core Snap? Or
No, Core Weaver, right? It's still gonna be...
Yeah.
There's a possibility, right, with the last pick, but I would assume it is gonna be a Mira Snap, and this is why, right? You instantly open up for the puck on the other side. There was already a lacking of mid laners that do well versus him now, with the Dragon Knight being banned out, Primal Beast as well. And I guess, what do you get rid of? Like a Void Spirit and an Ember, and you're kind of...
5 seconds.
You're good to go.
24 on Spirit here. Well, if you are Spirit, you're definitely banning offlaners. So, what are you taking out? Looking at what Spirit has here.
Oh, I know Boom are taking out...
Timber? Timber maybe for Spirit?
Are Spirit afraid of a Timber?
I'd say so. Not a
Yeah.
lot of lockdown. A lot of bulky heroes.
What about the Beastmaster? I mean, you could get rid
I
of
don't
both.
think they feared the Beastmaster, right? Like, who fears Aurora here? Maybe just the Weaver. Yeah, I like the Timber ban.
Any kind of burst damage is very good. But yeah, I'm trying to think about the second ban. Mars is also something Miro plays.
Mars is not bad. You have a lot of stuff here, but this Shaker ban from BBT maybe that's a weird one, right? Because you have Puck. Are you that scared of Shaker? Do you feel like besides
He
the
bursts
lane?
you down. He bursts you down later on, really. There's the Beast. Tiny would be a good ban as well.
Yeah, I think you take the Tiny for sure.
Like not many void spirits being Kunkka. How about a Kunkka, right? We talked about keeping the Weaver alive, and considering that you have an Elder Titan, any kind of magical damage, I think Kunkka might even be a better bandit than Tiny, but I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit gets either of those.
I'm down with the Kunkka. It's just that a lot of the mid Kunkas we've seen recently, they're all about the Tidebringer, and they've been very underwhelming. Like I think I cast 3 or 4 Kunkas mid, and they all lost. So to me, the Kunkas I've seen succeed dispatch were all offlane with auras, and I don't know if they're willing to do that in a game like this one. I feel like they're gonna be lacking damage on Spirit, but I see why you're mentioning it. It's decent.
Wins versus the
They take the
Puck.
Void Spirit.
Up safer one. So what do we have? Tiny Kunkka. I'm seeing some Earth Spirits being played on Larl, but also we need an offlaner from Yarrow. What about Kunkka for them? Right? It is a good setup with the Shadow Demon. You have an X for both the Stampede and the Weaver.
Can they play Lycan again?
I think laning stage is a problem. You don't buy boots and you're versus an Elder Titan. He's gonna smash your face in.
Yeah, that lane's definitely hard. He even gets more bonuses because of your wolves.
Maybe then just go safe for Mars, right? That
What about a Sladar?
I would like a Slardar, yes. But they just go
Pickle
safe for the
Mars.
Mars. Okay.
It's decent, right? You keep your distance from the ET. Always nice to have the barrier against the Weaver right clicks and stuff. So Spirit, you need a carry. Another, I think this Mars also dissuades the Terror Blade we were talking about.
No, they have a Weaver carry, man.
I mean, could be, doesn't have to be, but yeah.
Yeah, mid snap for Weaver, and then you pick a carry right now.
We go
They go
tiny.
Select your hero.
Straightforward. BBT's draft is definitely way better than game number 1. I don't see anything wrong with what Spirit has. Especially the safe lane seems super scary. This ET Weaver.
Take your pick, Bowie.
But I like
Take
BBT.
your pick. Really?
I think it was close enough in game number 1. And now I look at your lanes, especially the safe lane looks strong. I feel like the Miero can do a lot with the Mars. I don't think it's going to be nearly as easy as it was.
I'm looking at this game and I'm seeing Spirit, man. Because for me, the Mars is not a great aura builder. If I look at Steam Spirit, they do way too much magic damage with the ET. Tiny is a counter to the Puck in the lane, for a Puck in the game, for a Jakiro and the Shadow Demon. He can burst them down. You have so many ways to slow down the illusions of the CK. I'm all in on Spirit. I think they've got this no problem. Also, you have some vision givers, a lot of mobility to make sure that Larl has an open game, and I think that's the most important part. This last pick, Tiny, for me is pretty good, and I think any last pick would have worked, right? Void Spirit would have worked, Earth Spirit would have worked. Even the Kunkka. I do like your points though about him, but I think Spirit got everything they needed.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but you're still playing center into Mars. You still have overwhelming burst on the side of BetBoom, and this time no saves on the side of Spirit. The Shadow Demon is one of the strongest heroes for a reason. Dude, just Promulgate by itself is so absurdly strong. And yeah, I don't know. I do feel like it is not going to be easy, but we'll have to wait and see how the lanes are going to shape up. GPK though. GPK Puck. It is super Pog. It's been a while since I've seen him playing Puck.
Yeah, that can be a very hard hero to play into. I just think with the Tiny being available and it being a mid lane matchup versus Larl, who is also a pretty solid Puck player, that he's gonna know exactly what GPK wants to do with this one. We'll see, right? And is that the burning effect on the CK? Man, it was cool when only Burning's heroes were the ones on fire.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, my friend. We have Glenn's value is not the same as it used to be.
But I think only that his Jugger is on fire and that nobody else's Jugger can be on fire. I think at least
I
that.
think so.
Yep. Which is really cool.
I miss when he was playing. Like, do you remember when he was like retired, but he would still make stacks and do well in like qualifiers and tournaments and stuff?
Yep, yeah, by
That was-
a Midas Battle Fury on an anti-mage. I still remember it, and I still long for it, but maybe a bit too
It was
slow.
so hype. It was so hype.
Like, I guess the stun. Well, he'll get the rune at the cost of at least half of his HP. Him being on fire isn't really stopping Spirit, but with Toronto Tokyo joining in. Jakiro is such a strong level 1 hero.
Yeah, one of the best. So it's
Simply
going
the
to be-
best. Don't start singing, Bowie. Win probability in
So-
favor of Spirit, I guess.
We have 3 Mount heroes in the top lane.
Yeah, and well, it seems that lizards are not the best mounts. I don't know if you can count Centaur as a mount. He's a 2-in-1.
Okay. Sure. Is Jakiro a 2-in-1?
Jakiro is a 2-in-1.
Yeah, so we have 2 mounts, 2 2-in-1s. That's definitely a super fun lane. It's very interesting stuff we're talking about.
Yep,
What
very
about the
important
bottom
as well.
lane? What do we have there?
Well, we have Save, who's taking some damage from Radon, but overall has done his job, pulled the wave a little bit back, so the Mars will be able to farm no problem. So far, Spirit getting some solid CS, but that should be changing. Do you think we're going to see a different laning stage to what was happening in Game 1, where BetBoom were completely dominating all 3?
Yeah, I think this safe lane specifically should be pretty hard. The tiny lane shouldn't be easy either. And we can already see from the CS here, 6 and 4. 4 and 1, just all those denies from the tiny are so annoying.
Yep, you want to poke him, he has 0 armor, but he has so much HP with your low damage, you're really not going to be able to soften him up at all. I mean, softening up
Yeah, and he
rocks.
always gets the bottle because he will get the less hits. It's really hard to prevent that.
Oh, Radon is dying, however. The stomp, Echo Stomp from Miposhka saving his life. Did he really? One more hit. Miero, he wants him, and he won't be able to get him. Oh, what an Echo Stomp. It wasn't on the screen, and now he even gets the kill. Miposhka, Stomp being so good, dodging on the spear. Team Spirit, they are outplaying you. There is a Fairy Fire on the Mars, standing his ground, fighting Radon. Will be able to get him, but at the cost of his own life. Give me my double kill. Miposhka is gonna be the strongest one here.
Yeah. You want to hear a stat here?
Sure.
Guess the win rate of Miposhka with Elder Titan in the last 3 months.
100%.
80%, 16 games, my dude. This guy has been the Elder Titan king, and even now that pretty much no one's playing this hero, just showcasing why he is a legend.
Dude, Legend is like 3k MMR. What the hell? Now there will be a cookie on Collapse. He does manage to escape for the time being. BetBoom won't be able to kill him.
That's gonna be a Lotus for Toronto Tokyo. Mid lane though, the puck definitely recovering. Still 7 denies on Tiny, but CS wise looks like GPK is doing pretty well, even forcing Lara a little bit.
Yep, nicely done by GPK. Now is gonna start the time where Tiny is gonna start threatening his life, I think, right? Level 4, level 5, that's where you start doing quite a lot of damage with your 2 spells.
Yeah, gotta be careful just not to get tossed when you have Orb on cooldown. Okay, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
It's GPK. I don't think you're getting a toss off when he has an orb on cooldown. Both of the players are very familiar with this matchup, so I think that's maybe why Laurel won't be too happy with the outcome. You would want to be a little bit more farther ahead.
Yeah, but regardless of all of this, as long as he gets a good timing on the blink, that's when Tiny really shuts you down, right? Like, he's supposed to be good against puck in the lane, but he's not supposed to destroy you or anything.
Yep.
But once he gets the blink, once you have someone to play with the Tiny, that's when things become pretty hard as... Ooh.
Aika got the
Water
healing
Rune.
Lotus. He's running away. He understands Centaur is a problem, and now with the body blocks, one Saika dead. Miposhka does die. Side of the map, Saika still dropping low. They're going to be turning around to Toronto Tokyo. The Scatter Blast, not enough. He's still going to be living. That Tango coming in handy for sure.
Lara's dead, man.
Solo kill!
He fought for the rune, didn't get it, and GPK just slowly chased him down. He ran the wrong way as well, so very nice number, GPK.
Oh, my apologies. He needs to be apologizing to his team. Because this could be game losing. A lot of stacks on the wheel already. He has the healing Lotus standing his ground. They need to kill save. He cannot get the 5th stack on him. Movement speed necessary is there. And he does dodge it while Miposhka gets himself his 3rd kill. He did lose his life on the runes as well.
If he did get that 5th Shadow Poison with the amplification of his right clicks, maybe that was a kill. But didn't happen. And yeah, I mean, GPK just clutching it out. That's the type of play that, as you said, can change the lane, can change even the game. To see if he's gonna be able to use that advantage to get even more rotations. This top lane, for instance, does look very gankable.
We'll see if he's going to be going for it. Does have his level 6 bottle refilled as well, so resources quite high, which is something that the puck needs. 500 gold ahead of the tiny 6 minutes in. Very rarely do we see this development of events in the mid lane between the two heroes, but it is a GPK puck. Is this a dead alert item?
With save. It's a tough cookie to crack.
God's Rebuke, 5th one, clench your fist save, and there it is.
Even the raindrops not gonna save this guy. Rune did get stolen by Mira, so nicely done. Denying GPK of maybe some snowballing he desperately wants.
He's already snowballing quite hard though. Look at him. Top of the network chart. Getting whatever the hell he wants. He did get a bounty rune, so again, the resources of the puck are quite high. Saika. This is one of the situations where you can't go aggressive, right? You know that the puck TP will come.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you want to force that if you know you can disengage. But it is actually Saika that goes forward. Just poking so far.
Oh,
they forced it to be from Laurel.
Coming over. Avalanche. Focusing on the Jakiro. Toronto Tokyo will be taken out. And Saika. Where is he running? Oh, he wants to steal the rune. The scans were used. They're gonna know. They're gonna know.
No, but he's gonna get it. Who's gonna stop it?
Well, TP.
Oh, the TP from Snapfire. I don't think it's gonna be fast enough.
Got it.
Oh, BetBoom.
Get outplayed.
Just like Yatoro in game number 1, he is the one that steals the Wisdom Rune this time.
Well, getting out is gonna be a bit of a problem, right? Well, maybe he just smacks
Just
Mira. Well, pulling him in. More mana. Mira really doesn't want to let him go. You're gonna have to. Very nicely played by Saika. Everything he did was perfect there.
Okay, BetBoom. Coming back strong. Lots of great moves. Not a lot of hiccups just yet. Collapse.
Radan has been caught in the bottom lane, and Collapse is already losing his life. There's gonna be 2 cores that are gonna be in trouble. Radan gets taken out. He could have healing Lotus and then time lapse, but decided that he wanted the time lapse, the wind up time. Ended up taking his life. Saika is being smashed by Miposhka. There's the scatter blast. And Miposhka wants to go in. Gonna be using his Astral Spirit, so no more added attack. Didn't turn in time. No cookie connection.
Okay. Alright. BetBoom looking pretty solid. GPK gets an Arcane Rune as well. They might even kill Mira. Has a raindrops though.
Yeah, he needs 4 stacks to kill him.
Not gonna happen.
Gets saved there. But Radan going down is a big deal, especially because it was a mistake. If he uses the healing Lotus, he survives.
Yeah, and already not the advantageous matchup as we discussed in the draft. You don't want to be dying as GPK. Arcane Rune, Coil, should be a kill.
Yeah, with the Promulgate, you already take away 20% of his HP and easily take him out. Save and his damage dealing in the early game with the Shadow Demon has been amazing.
And when you add that to the Wisdom Runes being stolen, it means he will have level 6 before the Centaur. He's 1 creep away from having Demonic Purge.
Oh, like, we have the Stampede for the Demonic Purge. No, you don't. Is it on cooldown? Nope. That is just straight up beautiful. There it is, Demonic Purge available.
What a game from BetBoom. Every single checkbox being ticked. And, well, for Spirit, it's gonna take a while. You need Blink on this Tiny, which is 1500 gold away as we speak. The Mira Snapfire gets killed again. Centaur Doesn't even have a place to farm. I guess he has a Vanguard, so he can farm the Ancients. But it is not ideal. Everything not going Spirit's way.
I went for a Vanguard. I want to see a pipe earlier in this game, but he needed it in the lane. That's just the case.
Yeah.
And it is
much aggression.
it's gonna be a problem. As
Oh, and
BetBoom,
look at that.
they're coming for more. They
Smoke.
want Laurel dead for the second time in this game, and with the arena being used, God's Rebuke,
Where is your
as well as the
Stampede?
spear. You have no Stampede, and even if you did, getting out of the arena, impossible. Turn into rubble once again.
Dude, they're shutting down this Tiny. The only way out to create more pressure. BetBoom, they are really just giving a masterclass on how to shut down the timings of Spirit. They finally get Stampede for Collapse, so it will be available for the Demonic Purge usage. It was not used just yet.
And the promo code UNVRS3 is still available with the banner down below, guys, so make sure that you do use it. But man, look at this game. It's completely out of hands of Spirit at this point. 10 minutes in, 2k goal lead, it's not insurmountable, but one would assume that with this Tiny in the mid lane versus a puck, that you should be the ones ahead.
Yeah, they just that one solo kill alongside so much pressure in the side lanes. They pretty much lost all 3 lanes, right? I think
Yep.
when you lose all 3 lanes, that's exactly how the game should look like. We'll see if Spirit
Ooh,
will
GPK.
be able to.
Bottom tower is under attack.
He's fine. He's okay.
It's gonna be fine. Don't scare the viewers like that as they get the Tier 1 tower on the bottom side. What is the move now? I guess Witchblade on GPK is probably when he's gonna feel comfortable. He did have to pop the shield room mid, so doesn't have a lot of resources. Top lane, maybe they want to force the Stampede, but Collapse is tanky.
Yeah, very hard to get taken out. I think Team Spirit are gonna try to play the laning stage a little bit longer as well. I know it doesn't sound like a great idea, but you have nothing to fight with at the moment. Until you get the blink on the Tiny, that is a problem. Radan going for save, put inside of the arena, and that is gonna be a dead mid posture. He does let go of his ulti. Near Splitter, however, won't be connecting on anybody apart from his own illusion. While in the mid lane, Mira dropping low, and the raindrop's not gonna save you in that situation. Laurel gets the toss, and here comes Collapse with the Stampede.
Oh,
Inside of the
Macro Fire, though.
Fire. That is a huge one. They're gonna be taking a lot of damage, softening them up for JPK, who, however, already used his coil, so won't be as strong. Maybe with the haste, he decides to go for a chase.
Radiant's top tower is
Laro, at least, is 300 gold away, so he's been doing a good job farming. Even got a no talisman, right? We don't see that very often for Tinies, but this is a game he just wants to farm for his blink timing, and that mana regen is exactly what he needs.
Yep, necessary for sure.
Oh, GPK. Feels like Collapse was nearby, but doesn't get the vision. No Stampede on him.
We'll have it in 55 seconds. It is not that long of a cooldown, but definitely something that you can exploit. Wait, so Weaver, what is... He's getting a Dragon Lance. Okay, so he needs to be tankier, and I agree in this game. You can very easily get bursted down from 100 to 0. A very low or really no saves. The Echo Stomp on multiple heroes is really the only way that you're going to be able to survive. Cookie, not much help in the arena.
I love the build, right? You get 10 from the Dragonlance, 5 from the Ironwood... Oh my god. Ironwood Tree, and 200 from the Falcon Blade. So, one of the tankiest heroes on the side of Spirit, despite being an agility one.
Yeah, sometimes you look at a Weaver as a squishy hero. Not really. And there it is, the blink on Laurel. Now is the time for Team Spirit to change things up in this game. Haven't taken down any of the towers. They haven't even done any damage to any of the towers, which in itself is a problem.
BetBoom is aware, right? You have this Mars just sitting here. You would not be planting the Mars here unless you're expecting a move, and they get the arena.
He got the macro pyre off. He's actually going to be getting out of it. It is a disaster. It seems like what was happening to Team Spirit in the previous, and you will get this one with the Witchblade slow. Your Astral Spirit will be expiring fairly soon. Miposhka turns around and at least faces assailants like a man. They don't steal the Wisdom Rune this time around. At least Collapse will get him, but what caused the spear will connect. He does have a Stampede. Worst case scenario, you force him to use it. The Demonic Purge Collapse. He has used it, and he does look like he'll be going down. GPK is not stopping, going for the move. Does not connect with the orb. That's going to allow Collapse to survive. Maybe Mortimer's Kisses. Puck is low. He's going to be dodging some nice movements, and he's alive. Oh, Mira!
What?
Got him with the Scatter Blast. It looked like it didn't connect.
Never trust a grandma. never trust a Grandma. I think when you get the full bore, the duration of the AoE damage of Scatter Blast is longer because it has to travel for longer, you know what I mean? So
You think so?
it's like a line that is doing damage the whole time, but it has to travel a bit more.
I get it. Maybe.
Yeah.
80 rule.
Regardless, though, it's a kill. And still, 4k gold lead for BetBoom is not the greatest whatsoever, but at least they get something.
Dire's top
I
tower
mean,
is
you
under
are,
attack.
you did salvage that fight. GPK, he wanted it a lot more. But the thing is, it still remains. You lost 3 of your heroes. You lost the Stampede as well. It is not...
Lara
good for
wanted a
Spirit.
lot more, right? His Blink debut, he just gets instantly killed. It's the support that gets the kill after that. It's not great.
Not good at the moment for Team Spirit. The game's not over. There's still, we talked about the tiny to the puck counter. It's not only the laning stage. Throughout the game, the puck can have issues versus this heroes. But a couple of last tiny versus puck games I've seen, it just hasn't worked out too well for the tiny. Like, what's missing, Bowie?
I think in both games, Puck got to a good start, right? And they just built tanky. This game, though, GPK going for a Maelstrom. So, I'm even baffled by the decision of... I mean, oh, okay, this might be the engagement they need, unless Miero is the first one that shows up.
Playing dagger, the
Coil.
coil instantly gets broken. Weaver very deep, got silent stop. He has the time lapse, but the ice path, we talked about it. The Weaver will get taken down. That's without the CK contributing to the damage department. BetBoom, they just pack a punch.
They definitely do. And this catapult in the mid-wave will probably... I guess they can deny it. But if you don't deny it... Okay, they definitely know their math there, because I would have thought the last hit would get the kill on the tower.
Okay, so Weaver has the Deso queued up. Do you think he's gonna change his mind to BKB after what just happened?
I mean, if you have to go Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, BKB, your game is so done anyways.
Yep, just make it.
I don't know. I think he was just not... The way he engaged there was not great. I don't think the item builds a problem. I think he itemized well. He needs damage.
Laurel being annoyed here. Not having a great time. Collapse pushed out by a support. Of course, there is a Mars in the vicinity. He's only now gonna start working on the pipe, Bowie. It will take some time for it to get finished.
He definitely will. Very tanky, but stopping for the Vanguard has its implications. We did see that he was very tanky. Even when they were diving there, didn't die, but the pipe, it's so far away. And GPK is gonna rejoice. I think he would have probably changed his mind on the Maelstrom if he gets jumped in that last fight that we watched, but because it didn't happen, he might actually get away with this greedy build he's going for.
I mean, he bought a Javelin, though. It's not like he bought a Mithril Hammer so you can get something else with the Javelin. It's kind of done.
I know, I just mean that in the other Puck vs Tiny game you were alluding to,
Yeah, of course.
Puck rush Octarine. So it was very tanky and the Tiny couldn't burst him down. This game, not as much.
Great decision. Spirit in a smoke. They do find
Smoke
save
breaks.
first, but it's nighttime. They didn't see him. Entry being
Mira.
placed, and Mira, sorry, but you're
Ooh.
dead. Gonna be cooking away with the Scatter Blast. Gets himself to a safe position. No Demonic Purge. No spells being used. Mira survives. Looked very dead.
Yeah, got lucky. Or he outplayed the Mars with that one Grandma Cookie. And the thing is, this Weaver didn't really decide if the Desolator or BKB is the route she's gonna take, but there's already an Arcade on Psycho. So if they found this Weaver, it is certain death. No saves whatsoever, besides maybe a toss back from Laro. That's the only thing.
Maybe a Stampede, right?
Yeah.
If a Chaos Bolt is
you're not stunned.
going towards you and then you start running super fast. And you know when bugs enter your house, man. Catching them, killing them, and getting them out, it's not easy.
Okay. Nikoshka in a pretty good position. Gets a really good ward as well. They don't get the jump.
They're also staying together with this Cobalt 4-man, so they have this guy slaving away to give them gold. They did stop the bleeding. For the last 5 minutes, it has been a 4k gold lead for BetBoom. And BetBoom have been trying to find those kills. Plus, they itemized for it. If they don't get them, it could turn into a problem at some point.
Yeah, they're definitely delaying things here. They will hit their own timings. The Death on Radon finally ready. We get the Phylactery on the Tiny. I think once this pipe gets delivered, this could even be a move here for Team Spirit. They're actually showing the center no pipe. If BetBoom decides to defend, that could be a problem, but no movement. Feels like they're going to give up the top tower.
It's gonna be a good decision, almost as good as following our Twitch channel and subscribing on our YouTube as well, so that you know when we are live. Today is the second to last day. We have one more series simultaneously with this one, and then we're gonna have two more, which is gonna be the upper bracket final and the lower bracket elimination series. Tomorrow there will be a lower bracket final plus the grand final for all of you to enjoy, so be sure not to miss those.
Time for the Tormentors, it looks like. The entire grouping up in that area. So they should be primed to go for it.
80 rune, smoke.
BetBoom.
Very defensive positioning at the moment for Spirit. They're taking such a long time to kill this Tormentor. Their damage is lacking.
There we go. Mira picks it up. I
better
guess
than the
both
Titan,
are
I guess.
mediocre, right?
Yeah,
Neither
for sure.
one is amazing.
For sure, for
They
sure.
break the smoke on this Weaver. Orchid is there. They find him.
Stampede, and he didn't run away from the Chaos Bolt. No way to survive. Save is the one who gets the kill. He's on a mega kill streak. BetBoom. They get themselves a big one.
0-4 for Radam here. Not at all similar to that game one where he was babysat, had a butler following him around.
Yep. That is, the gold is still not increasing. Silence.
Collapse gets found.
Breaks the coil. No, he doesn't even break it, gets pulled in. They have an arena macro fire. Sorry, dude, you're not gonna be surviving through all that damage. Echo Stomp does slow them down a bit, but only after the kill was already made. BetBoom, they understand their timing is now. They're just running towards Spirit, who just weren't ready for what was coming their way.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. The catapult dying. I think he had to tank the first hit.
Oh, they want to
So
fight.
they're not going to be doing as much damage as they possibly could.
Poshka has the drums. The amount of damage that Spirit can do is still scary. BetBoom, one bad fight, and the game is turned on its head.
This is weird smoke. There's no Centaur.
toss.
Do you really want to go for this?
Disruption available. Weaver goes in. He does have a shard plus this, so GPK with a haste rune is just annoying them in the back lines. Rodan needs to be careful not to engage when he's deep in. Time lapse away. Silence on Miposhka, protected by the pipe. Still alive. No stampede at the moment. They're gonna have it in 5 seconds. These They look like they want to chase it. There's the jump from the Tiny, the double kill onto them. Nero next on the main. This is what we were afraid of. This is what BetBoom should have been afraid of. The overwhelming damage of Team Spirit. Just like that, the lead is gone. Is this Roche?
Dude,
It looks
that
like
was-
Roche. Oh, they can't get there in time.
With Desolator, maybe. It is definitely difficult on the Dire side. But that fight was perfect. You get the Eva Toss combined with the Earth Splitter used perfectly. And then Elder Titan got a 5-man Spirit with drums. He was right-clicking the
What's
puck
happening
like
to
he had a
Mira?
rapier.
Did you see how Mira bugged there for a second?
I did not.
Oh,
What
the
did he
viewer
do?
saw it. Just the hero stopped and started shaking. Like, I don't know, like having an...
Oh,
seizure
she's
or
old,
something.
man. Like, she's old. Things
The
happen.
lizard isn't old, right? The lizard is the one moving.
Are you sure? I mean, the lizards are old, right? They're reptilians. They've been here before we even were alive.
Sure, but you know they don't really die of old age, right? You know that's
Pretty
not...
sure everyone dies of old age.
No. The thing is, today, crocodiles, the reptilians, they tend to grow while they're alive, or crocodiles at least, and then most of them die because they cannot get enough nutrition. Because they're
What
too
are you
big.
talking about?
Yes.
Dude,
Yes.
What? You're watching some weird stuff on the internet.
Dude, Discovery Channel is never wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Aliens created everything from the samurai sword to the pyramids.
I know, man.
Wow. Gold lead definitely decreased. The momentum on the side of Spirit. In fact, the BKB is not far off for Radon, and that's when, with the shard, he will become a problem. You're gonna have to burst him 100-0, or you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, now I've checked it. Crocodiles and alligators don't die because of old age. They have no finite lifespan. They live and grow unless they're affected by a disease. Huh.
What?
Yeah, now next time, dude, you thought that the elephant and the rhino were the same
Everyone
size.
has telometers. I don't know what the name in English is.
Telomeres, I know, man. But obviously they don't. As Spirit are going for a smoke, they're gonna be finding a jump. There is a Glimmer Cape. No amount of magic damage barriers are gonna be keeping you alive from that. Mira gets herself a kill.
Dire's middle tower
Well, it looks like it's not exactly like that, but it's kind of true.
Dire's middle tower is
Are
under
we?
attack.
Everything is fine. Maybe it was just me. It was just me, but I think there was a slight lag also.
You're just
going for the
old.
Roche.
You're just old, my friend. Roche
That
is
is
also old, and he's taking some damage. BetBoom, they have the puck nearby, but I think this is gonna be just a free Roche hunt for Team Spirit.
They're gonna be taking it out. BetBoom, nothing to do about it. It will be reducing the lead. Radon with an Aegis, with the BKB. This Weaver is scary. Going into the backlines, killing the support. This is why you got him. This is what you wanted for the entirety of the game. He can create so much space and so much vision for his team. Next fight, I don't think BetBoom have the advantage.
Oh man, I just look at the GPK build and I don't know. I think it's gonna scale really well if this goes late, but the fact that
He's a target.
this whole Gleipnir thing, I feel like it's getting out of hand. You know, everyone's building this item and it's not bad, but I feel like there were better items for the puck, and in that fight he didn't do much, as now it is Team Spirit's time to start pressuring stuff. They're gonna get a mid-tier 1, potentially even more. They have this very old ward, giving some vision of the near whereabouts.
Going for the push. I feel like they can take it. You two? Well, we go for the arena, pull the centaur out of it, so maybe he can even run away. That would
Stuck.
be if he didn't get demolished in a second. Arena was the only big spell they
Fly
used.
on two.
Cool, onto the two of them. Both of them break it, and they
The
just
Weaver
pull
in the
in the
backline,
tiny.
so-
There's the cookie. Oh, Radon is trying his best. He does get disrupted, so it will take a long time. No vision for Radon. Needs to run away. Has gotten Salazar pulled back in with the reality rift. Doesn't want a BKB. BKB time lapse. Run away. TP out. Nothing to stop him.
Keeps the ages at least.
Got ahead of
Oh, okay,
themselves,
that
right?
was a great fight, though. BetBoom, they get the arena, separating the center. They reality rift him away from the arena, so even if he stampedes, he's just completely out of position. I think that was very nice. And at the same time, though, they were a little bit late with their response. The Weaver did try to go for the backlines, but Radon was greedy with his BKB, gets disrupted, and it allows the entirety of BetBoom to then regroup, and it was just a perfect fight.
Pretty much. It is a 6k goal lead. Still, Spirit, why did they go for that push? I don't think that their lineup is necessarily all that good at sieging. And especially not when everybody on BetBoom is live. Their team fight is amazing.
I mean, they had that ward. I think they just underestimated how the arena could stop that fight. I think it was a very good arena from Miero, right? Instead of centralizing the arena on the center, he just zoned the entirety of the Spirit. I think that was quite smart. Maybe a bit overeager from Spirit, but you know, mistakes happen. We saw BetBoom doing the same when they were ahead.
How dare you make mistakes? We want flawless gameplay here, Spirit and BetBoom. No such luck. Weaver now has a Crystallis. They've been doing a good job controlling him. I think he might want to use that BKB to focus on the supports, but that's pretty much when Spirit are on the aggressive. If it is BetBoom initiating first, I think Spirit are gonna have a rough time winning fights.
Yeah, definitely. As we stated, no saves. You're relying on what? This blink, toss back from the tiny. That is literally the only save when arena is in play. Maybe eggs on the Snapfire could eventually be a thing, but right now, Mura is pretty poor. not a lot of gold from the pension of this grandma.
That is something that a lot of old people are facing as Radon continuing to push in. He has the shard, very easy for him to do so. Glyph available on Spirit. BetBoom doesn't have one, so Spirit should be the first ones to get a tier 2 down and are now TPing to the mid lane. So they think they can still defend this, or at least catch BetBoom on the retreat.
Okay, that's a dead tower smoke from Spirit. They want to use the Aegis still. A minute left.
Avalanche
Good
toss.
fight.
That's
a dead
start.
CK.
Yeah, he's not dead just yet. He's out of the arena, pops the BKB. Rodan gonna be following forward. You need the disruption there.
Good save.
Saving his life. Echo Stomp onto the pocket with a hoof stomp.
Arm
That is
the
gonna be a
follow
perfect
doesn't
target. Goodbye, course. The supports of BetBoom will stay alive. But the big ones, the important ones, have already been taken down. What an engagement by Spirit and what an Echo Stomp from Eposhka.
Yeah, I think BetBoom had the right idea. They got the tower and the other heroes were in the high ground, maybe expecting this move. But that CK was way too low, right? He was 40% HP, being the first point of contact. It's not gonna work, especially when Spirit has the Aegis. They will force things, and now, even with the Aegis expiring, this is gonna be a lot of damage to your tower. No buyback for 30 seconds.
You have a Glyph. Do they stay with the tower? I guess you take down the tower and go back. Maybe not even that. This is a bit... you have a Tiny and the Weaver with the death, so it is gonna be a very fast push. Looking towards the range axes. They're not focusing on the melee ones. No, now they understand just how fast they are at doing so.
Oh man, this is gonna sting, BetBoom. You were doing so well. And now out of nowhere, Spirit once again, by sheer patience outplay, they're pretty much ahead. There's no denying it.
Yep, they're 2k gold ahead. They took down a lane of Rax. Only one outer tower remaining for BetBoom. Every single metric is screaming Team Spirit. But, you know, we talked about the CK versus a Weaver. You can still burst him down. We talked about these supports contributing to that damage. Does that still stand, Bowie?
Well, it does to a degree, right? But then you look at Shiva's Guard, Crimson Guard, the Pipe. There's so many auras on the side of BetBoom, and it is literally what happened in the other game. The matchup is favorable, but when you have all of these auras to protect the Weaver, the fight is harder, especially because there's going to be way less lifesteal coming from the CK already from the Shivas. That is usually what allows the CK to win the fight. He just has more sustain. Also, the Weaver is 3 levels ahead. It has so much damage. Daedalus Deso with a freaking Nemesis Curse on top of it.
Yep, and he wants to go Sky next. There's gonna be full-on stats damage for this Weaver. He only has a BKB as a defensive item. I guess Dragonlance at this point we really can't count as that, but he's still burstable, right? If you catch him with a stun before he gets his BKB up, we talked about it. The saves on Spirit are they don't really exist. Yep.
Yeah, you have what? You have Great Healing Lotus on Snapfire, Guardian Greaves, and a Tossback. That's all you're relying on. And I mean, GPK get an Ags, so you will be doing a lot of damage in these fights.
Still not 25 though, and not even close.
I know.
And you need the multi-man coil, right? He has been using even some one-man coils just to keep the enemies at bay to finish that one target. If you want the big AoE damage, you need the multi-man coil. Only then does this Aghanims really come into handy when it comes to the damage output.
Looks like BetBoom was trying to mirror the Team Spirit movement here to force the tier 2, but they're late, and now they're deciding to smoke back into BetBoom. Can they get a good jump? You need to kill... Who do you even need to kill? Definitely not killing Collapse.
I think if you start the fight first, you might be able to bring Collapse. There's the Phantasm being used. Immediately all those illusions brought into a smoke. Collapse trying to run away. 37 armor.
Definitely.
4k HP, man. He's so strong.
Oh, initiation.
Only he
Collapse
gets
is
the
found.
move stomp off, gets silenced up. Tiny going in with the avatars. They didn't pop the BKB. Collapse Stampede will be able to run away. And Save was even saving his own body. That did look like desperation. You could have killed him. Why didn't he BKB? You have a Bloodthorn, he was gone. What the?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. To me, that is desperation. Like what do you have to win if you take the fight? Roche not up. You have no objective to take. You don't have to force that smoke. Like they read your smoke. You could just disengage. And now the game's pretty much over. They're gonna have creeps. There's no buyback on 3 heroes. Desolator, Tiny.
No glyph?
This is
It's mega creeps.
That is
Are
an
they-
unfortunate turn of events.
Are they going, Spirit? They tend to be very methodical and very careful.
They are.
So they'll pull back, get the Wisdom Rune, get the Tormentor, get the Roche, or at least set up for Roche. BetBoom still have one more fight left in them. I wouldn't write them off just yet, Bowie, but it does look grim.
It looks extremely grim. And I might even go further. If Team Spirit wins this, the way it seems to be going, I would place them as my favorites to take the whole thing, right? They beat Falcons, and they were able to win just by sheer patience, being methodical. And here, it wasn't even close. Like, sure, BetBoom looked all right in some moments, but it feels like whenever Team Spirit turns on, whenever they're confident in their timings, they are reading the game better than anyone in the tournament so far. BetBoom, though, going for that last desperation play. That wasn't desperate enough.
Well, this is the one where they really need to go for it. This is the only play. We'll lose the reward. Spirit are not the type of team that are gonna allow you superior vision when they are the stronger ones.
You need a deep wraparound. Collapse is not the hero.
Toronto Tokyo, he killed
Oh,
only the
no.
sentry. The ward is still standing. Let's get saved by the disruption. Backlines, GPK gets the double coil onto the 2 supports. This is a great way to start out the fight, especially with the arena onto the 3 of them. Laurel, he needs to save
Solar
his
Crest,
bodies
though.
again.
Greater healing
Gonna be
Lotus before she's
healing.
alive.
Yeah, quite a lot. You get so much HP back. Now they're going to be focusing on Collapse, but a lot of their spells were all in use, as well as the Bloodthorn Demonic Purge, however, not allowing him to move. And with the Spirit, he gets taken out, does have a
the right
buyback.
clicks.
Not even needed. His team will be finishing the job. Laurel pushed forward with the cookie, and now you're left for Miposhka to destroy Save. Who's the strongest support? He's gonna be showing us. Into Rochman gets badged. GPK can't even get lucky.
I mean, they killed the Weaver, so taking Roshan is a bit hard. So the play is probably go to the base, force a couple of buybacks. There is Shard available, so Laro can definitely do some work.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, even the Elder Titan does back a punch. He now has the Aghanim Scepter in that fight. You see what he did to poor Save? See Save being 80% HP. 1, 2, 3, goodbye. Also, there's a Moon Shard on the Tiny. You have to buy back
my
now,
lord.
BetBoom. Do it.
Dire's middle tower is under
You will have to. That's the attack speed without Moon Shard. Let's go.
Yep,
Minus armor.
it's too much. They're not buying back. They think they can play
Yeah, they
versus
want to wait
Mega
for the
Creeps.
supports to spawn, right? They need the supports to get
You
the
need the
engagement so the
throw.
buyback's worth it. Well, this stings.
It really does. That is going to be only the throne standing. A couple of buildings, effigies still there. But it does look very likely like BetBoom in the next fight, in the next engagement, are going to be losing it all. Spirit have an open path to Roche, which they're going to be looking to take now.
We need to buy a Rapier on Spock now, right? Doesn't feel like there's anything else that can turn this game.
Really. Let's see.
What?
Where's the pit? And yep, there it is. Roche, not going to be contested. Mega creeps with the banner. You just put the banner next to the throne, right? You shove in the waves, put the banner next to the throne if you want to really torture your opponents.
Yeah. I mean, do they even need the banner though? It feels like
It's
if they
cool,
just
man.
turn their BKBs and right-click the throne, it just falls. They have Glyph at least for BetBoom.
Yeah, Spirit, considering that they won with the clutch glyphs versus Falcons in the group stage, maybe they're gonna be respecting that a bit more. Now, I just want to see the untouchable mega creeps taking over the base. This is just my selfishness.
Yeah. Spirit's level 25 on Radan. That extra Gaimin attack's gonna be doing some damage.
Yeah, they're waiting for the creeps to kick in. Team Spirits are not leaving anything to chance. They're still playing safe.
Yeah, they are.
All the buildings
how-
out.
You win tournaments. That's how you make a name for yourself. Larl, the toss back.
He has the disseminate on him. This is not an easy kill. Okay, Larl says it is very easy because I'm as strong as the mountain. Look at the backlines. Miposhka has found the support. They have the ghost scepters to protect him. Wallapuk got a cool, but his damage output is not going to be high enough to bring down even a single hero. Now it is going to be thrown exposed with the banner being there. Untouchable mega creeps. There's nothing you can do about him. Save dropping low. Protects himself with the glimmer cape. Tiny standing his ground. He's not the one with the Aegis, but he is still going to have a couple of friends that even after his death are going to be doing a massive amount of damage. Mortimer's Kiss is inside of the fountain to cool them off from that lava a bit. And another Echo Stomp onto the three of them. BetBoom, they are sleeping. They have been put to sleep by Team Spirit.
Oh, yeah. BetBoom, they played their lanes really well. They had some moments, but this series was all Spirit. This is a dead throne, even if it's a slow one. You know, we can hype this all we want, but this was a stomp. Spirit, they were prepared, man. They looked so sharp. Falcons was not enough. BetBoom was not enough. Is anyone good enough to take them head on?
Yeah, I agree with you. After this series, Spirit does look scary. I still think Falcons should have won their series versus them, but when you start gaining momentum like this, you feel invincible, and everybody else feels like they can't beat you. And this is a big deal just one day before the tournament ends. Spirit will play one more series today versus a winner of Tundra versus Falcons. This should still be going on our second stream, so be sure to check that one out as well while you are subscribing and following us here on the channels that we are on. But Bowie, to come back to that game, there was a time where I thought BetBoom that they would have a hard time losing that game because they won the laning stage that shouldn't necessarily go their way that much, and Spirit, they still outmaneuver them. How does that happen?
I think it was a combination of multiple things. First of all, I think they just played better. Their smokes, their vision, the way that they baited BetBoom multiple times around this game to go on the center, go on the tanky hero. That's how they lost that first fight close to the tier 2 when they dove past the Tormentor. That's how all three fights after that one happened with the center being the first point of contact. And whether it's BetBoom being reckless or Team Spirit just being kings of positioning, you know, it's to be argued. But I think on top of it, the itemization, especially from GPK, I think he got high on that on winning the laning stage. And I don't know. I don't think the Maelstrom really gives them anything in the fights. The plan was to take those early fights, just get momentum playing aggressive. I don't see the value of the Maelstrom, especially the eggs too. They were so tanky that the eggs wasn't really doing that much. I don't think that's the reason they lost, but, you know, just one aspect that I think did made a difference.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if you were gonna hate on that one, or should I? Really, you mentioned the Octarine Core. Imagine a Puck going in and out of fights where he cannot die, just giving infinite division to Mars and the CK to pick off 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes, right? But instead, the second that the Puck gets caught, he's dead. Right? And he doesn't even contribute that much to the damage department. He's not creating the space, not giving vision for his team to jump. And then you just, every fight, have to blink arena. That is not a great initiation all of the time. Sometimes it can work. Sometimes it's just not going to work. And the versus Team Spirit, well, it was most of the times in this game.
Yeah, and finally, just to wrap things up, the drafting on Spirit has been really good, right? When you can play Elder Titan, pick it this early and look incredible, man. That the laning stage wasn't as big of a disaster. In big part to Miposhka, I think he had the time of his life. He got that double kill. He was getting amazing. That one fight as well in the tier 2 where they dove the Tormentor, the way they timed Eva toss into the air splitter was beautiful. I really feel like giving away Elder Titan against Miposhka is so hard, and you know, this is a patch where no one else plays this hero. How do you even draft against them?
I mean, it's very hard. It was always very hard to draft versus the team. When you have 5 players who have amazing hero pools, it is impossible. I think when Larl joined the team, he was the one that was lacking a bit in the hero pool department, so they were picking his hero first. But it might have been the pressure of his peers, like, dude, we need you to play 20 different heroes, but I only play 3. No, you play 20, and now 2 years after he has joined the team, he is on the same level as everybody else, especially when it comes to hero pools. But for me, Miposhka is the MVP of the series, right? There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
He was so important on his Omni in game 1, and now with the Elder Titan, a lot more flashy, but still the same, if not more impact. They will give it to Larl, sure, but for the entire series, Miposhka is the god.
Yeah, he played so well. And another thing, right? You were talking about the other players on Team Spirit. You have someone like Collapse that can play the Bristleback we saw in the last series, where he is kind of like the actual pillar of the draft. But then you have games like this where he's okay getting sacked. He's okay being the hero that totally counter, right? There's a MOUZ. There's so many things that went wrong with his laning stage, but he's still solid. He still builds to beat this distraction, and he played really well considering that he got sacked in the lane stage.
We are still offering a 100% bonus on your first deposit with the banner down below in the promo code UNVRS3. That is going to be it from me and Bowie for today, but it is not it for Dota. On the other stream, the Tundra versus Team Falcons Game 2 is still going on. The winner of those are going to be facing Team Spirit here on the A stream. Once it is done, it is at the moment scheduled for 18 CEST, but depending on the other series, it might start later. And then after that one, we will end the day with the lower bracket elimination series, which is going to be between BetBoom and the loser of Tundra versus... Okay, so we have swapped it out. It will be first the losers bracket, so to allow Team Spirit to rest a little bit. I just got info. I just got confirmation from our amazing production just to update you guys. So next match, Ricky and Quixotics are gonna be on the lower bracket semifinals, and then the upper bracket finals to end the day. Tomorrow we have the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, which should conclude and give us the winner here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. But for now, guys, enjoy the second stream and be back here once that game does end.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. We are having a great day so far. We have had a lot of fun games already been played. Kind of a condensed morning due to some bugs yesterday, but that's a whole different story. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. We've got a sick couple series coming up here in a moment, but Zach, before we jump into it, man, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Ringmaster's out. There's great Dota. We watch great Dota. We go play fun Dota. It's a great time.
Dude, okay, so do you remember that moment in the broadcast the other day where I unironically was just like, dude, are you excited for Ringmaster to release later today? Because, I had a feeling.
It was finally real.
And I manifested it. It finally comes out,
And I manifested every single day. It's coming out today. It finally happens. Look at that.
Yeah, after 6 months of baiting people with titles, it finally is here. No, it's cool. It's a fun hero. Obviously not in captain's mode, which is unfortunate, but it'll be really cool once we do end up seeing it. So take a look at the playoff bracket. This is where we currently stand. Our last series, Tundra versus Falcons in that upper bracket ended up a win for Falcons. Got caught on some saliva. I was choking on my own saliva. But yeah, coming up next, we've got Tundra versus BetBoom, the lower bracket elimination. And this is going to be a hype one, man. So Tundra's roster here, obviously, you guys just watched them. Pure Tops and Ramses, 9 class, and a Whitemon. They're a really fun team to watch. Really fun team that drafts some unique styles of games. I'm excited for this series because BetBoom is kind of different in that regard, right?
Yeah, I feel like BetBoom does more, standard things, I suppose, and just tries to execute really well. Tundra drafts very creatively, and then you don't know what you're running into, and then you just try to have to figure it out and adapt as you go. So, yeah. We're going to take a look here at the roster for BetBoom, Psycha, GPK, Miero, Save, Toronto, Tokyo. They actually played Tundra before, where Tundra picked up the 2-0. So I'm sure they were doing some reflecting, some studying. Curious to see what adaptations they're going to make for this series now. I don't know how much planning they did, since you don't know who you're playing against, right? If they had won, they'd be playing a different team. But there was a quick break there in between. Give them a moment to rest up and hopefully come up with something here. Tundra's the one coming in a little sooner, so maybe BetBoom had a bit more time to plan.
Yeah, right. They had a whole extra series or a whole extra game, right? Like they get the 2-0, or I guess rather got 2-0'd. Not exactly the best, the better of the two scenarios in that regard, but
yeah,
they at least had a little bit more time to watch the game, maybe talk about what went wrong, and then prepare for the series. That's just how Dota is sometimes. So we'll see if it makes any difference. I imagine these teams have played each other so much. They've been preparing for every single one of their opponents going into this playoffs. So this is when the coaches really earned their money, right? This is when they're like, all right, thank God we have this coach doing all of this extra prep work for us while we just play Dota.
Yeah, especially, well, I guess both sides, right? For BetBoom, they're just coming in. They're like, please tell me you figured it out. To Tundra, have you figured out what they're going to do? Tundra's side, though, I mean, it's the same deal. It's like, okay, what creative ideas have you got for us? just throw us in, coach.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see it. Last time they played, we had some very fun stuff, a little different than usual. We had the Naga support, the Morphling, that Pudge that came in, final pick. Then I think there was a Medusa 4. There was a tri-lane on tri-lane action, right? It was very different than the usual, which, going back to BetBoom's strengths, I think they like to do what is more standard, the 2-1-2. This is what we practice. This is what we're really good at. This is where we know we will outplay our opponents. I don't think they want to get pulled into this wacky 3v3 10 years ago. When's the last time we did this? It's really hard to pull those lanes off correctly. And Tundra just seems like the kind of team that's like, yeah, we do this wacky stuff all the time. It's just it's what we like. So I feel like you try to force something a little bit more standard. At the same time, for Tundra, they want that. It's yeah, we'll get weird drafts, weird laning. That's us.
Yeah, I think the draft, to seeing how this draft ends up unfolding is going to be kind of cool. I think we'll have the coin toss information in a little bit as we get ready to jump into this one. But I've been seeing a lot of teams with first pick kind of have the draft advantage lately, just because it does feel like there is a couple heroes that are like staples to their drafts. That they can pick up overall first, and it changes a lot, right? So things like the Wind Ranger, for Nouns it was the Omni Knight, or even the Nature's Prophet, which I can't imagine Nature's Prophet is going to slip through in any games anymore. I think the more I look at this hero, it's like, yeah, his global presence is great, but it's also just the fact that when he summons the Treant and like has it relatively close to him in the lane in general, he just has so much damage, like so much damage.
Yeah. Though I will say, they played the Natures for GBK last time, and it didn't feel like it quite connected as well as some of the other Nature's Prophets that we've seen. I'm sure they are trying to work on it, but maybe from the side of Tundra, maybe they're thinking like, yeah, we can let that one through because we don't, they didn't play it that well. We're not as scared of it as other teams. Nature's Prophet, perhaps, because like you said, there's a lot of broken heroes that you want to ban out in that first phase. So you do have to pick your poison. Something's going through. And maybe if you're not as worried about that Natures, that gives you room to ban something else. So we got the draft here. Monkey King, not too surprising. See that ban versus Tundra once again. Lina, Tinker, two more heroes that you just do not want to let the enemy get their hands on. And since you're not first pick, you're the one who's got to ban them out. We see this just about every draft nowadays.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I am curious. Let me see here. How does this level? Okay. So I was just looking at some scaling on one of the facets really quick, but I mean, at the moment, Nature's Prophet is unbanned. Are they just saying, go ahead, GPK, we dare you, take it, and then we have a plan? Like you said, like not the best performance that they've had on that hero as opposed to others.
Yeah. They did just ban the Bat Rider themselves, which is a pretty good counter pick to Nature's, but I guess you wouldn't want to let them have it because they could take the Bat Rider instead. But actually, they do end up banning out the Nature's. They're going to respect it. Which, like you said, even though BetBoom didn't have the greatest performance on Nature's the last time these two teams played, that hero is just kind of nuts right now if you do not have the right tools to deal with it. And they're going to ban Doom, take Shadow Demon. He's been one of the more popular supports. Often in that first phase banning, but when you have to ban out some of this other stuff, something slips through, like we said. So Shadow Demon, the Purge right now is really the big thing because there's a lot of very annoying stuff, like the Repel from Omni Knight who's still in the pool. You can remove that because of your piercing BKB or piercing debuff immunity, so you can still dispel it.
I like the Sand King pick here because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you have the option of a Beastmaster still in the pool, but you don't want to like first phase Beastmaster because it's the off lane, right? So you pick something that flexes, you get yourself the Sand King, you can move it mid or off, and you still have the potential to go for the Beastmaster later in the draft if you want. Doom is banned. It's one of the kind of the more annoying counters. It's not amazing into Demonic Purge, but he's always like typically seen as like this initiator who is the one finding the blink roars. So I kind of like it. He's decent enough against the Shadow Demon, I think. And real quick reminder, everyone, there is a giveaway going on thanks to 1xBet. So you can go ahead and type !1x give in chat, and you might have an opportunity to win yourself some sweet Arcanas. There will be more details there once you type that in.
We're getting close to the end of the tournament, guys. You're running out of time. Make sure you're joining in.
It's true. It's true. I should have been doing it the whole time.
I don't know. That feels wrong for us to do it. It's supposed to be for the people. We're like
rigged. Imagine one of us win, and it's just like,
That's why you can't join. Okay, we got the Morphling ban. Tundra's willing to run support Morphling. 9 class is one of those early adopters of the Morphling support. But of course, you also just have an excellent carry player with that Morphling on Pure, so very understandable ban. Trying to think, what else do you not want to deal with? That Broodmother is in here that Tundra has run in the past. I guess a lot of teams have, but the threat of the carry or offlane Brood can be pretty annoying.
Yeah.
I guess Sand King is pretty good at dealing with it, though. Or sorry, if Tundra doesn't want to ban it, they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the Broodmothers picked into this hero plenty of times, though, you know? Like, there is, like, yeah, I can clear up the spiders, but eventually you're just out farming, and then when the team fights break out, you just kill a support in the backline. They actually get rid of the Beastmaster, so it means it is actually probably easier for BetBoom to pick the Beastmaster in this position, right? Because you can't pick it here as, like, the third pick. So you have to wait until the second round, and at that point, there's a very good chance BetBoom would grab it already. So they go for the Mirana. Another flexible hero, typically seen as a core nowadays, though, so this could be Pures. I don't know if we've seen Pure play this a ton, though.
I actually don't remember. I'll double check, but I do think it's a little bit of a steal pick because Mirana with Shadow Demon is a really good combo, and you can't arrow into the disruption as reliably because illusions are going to pop out and it could tank those, but at least you don't have to worry about that. And from your own side, you can at least combo with the Burrow Strike. If this is like a support Mirana who's trying to look to gank different lanes, if you do end up being a carry Mirana, then it's fine. You don't need that combo as much, but of course it will be nice to have later on in the game. From BetBoom side, I think that Beastmaster pick could be okay. You could pick something that does well against Mirana carry, because like you said, we've been seeing it a lot. They're actually going to go for the Grim Stroke, which has been gaining some popularity, and I think that double spellcast, like if you were to give it away to Tundra, double Burrow Strike's really annoying, and there's still more picks beyond that. For your own side, you're going to have like the double Demonic Purge, double Dragon Tail now, some nice combos for themselves. It does reveal the support duo, but I don't think it's that big of a deal as we reach the middle of the draft.
Yeah, I think that's fine, right? Like, I think it's fine, like, seeing the double support duo, especially with one of them being the Grimstroke, and you have, like, your Blink Initiator. You kind of, like, have a general idea of what they're doing, but it doesn't reveal a whole lot about the draft, because Dragon Knight is still a, like, mid-carry. They go for the Alchemist, though, so this likely to be Pure's hero.
Or is it? We've seen those support Alcs.
We have. We've seen a couple. I don't like it as much as Carry Alchemist, and I think right now, looking at the draft from BetBoom, I think Carry Alch is just really good. It out-tempos the Dragon Knight. This is a hero that needs to kind of be ahead of the enemy carries to like really feel the impact. Like, it can scale incredibly well, and we've seen that, but when it's just like even, it feels really rough. So I kind of like this if this ends up being the Carry Alchemist. We could just see a 5 position here, because the Mirana could still play offlane with a Sand King, but you still have the option of picking a new another core. So I would like just the 5 pick, something that makes the, like, you can still kind of hide whether or not it's like carry Alc or carry Mirana, but
yeah, just a strong position 5.
Oh, Jakiro's banned.
We've seen Crystal Maiden picked up a lot. I think that could be okay. Okay, they're gonna go for Dark Willow. She has been gaining popularity as well. She dropped off after they were like nerfing the Brambles, but throwing shade pretty good, and you'll just have a lot of various lockdown to just throw on the field. If there's a disruption save, you can drop the Brambles beneath it, and then you're channeling the ult preemptively. So you have some counterplay there. Maybe disengage if a Soulbind combo is coming out. It'll be interesting though, because a lot of Dark Willow's abilities are dispellable, and so if you get the Shard on Shadow Demon, you could help protect your own team quite well. For example, this Timbersaw, who looks like he's got some good matchups here, into that Sand King, into that Alchemist. But as you'd be trying to Timber Chain through all these roots, it's really painful for you. You're going to get stuck everywhere. But now you could just get cleansed and feel free to just run into that fight. So I'm liking that quite a lot. You also have the Inkswell, which I think was part of the reason they picked it. If you do get a long chain stun with the arrow, which could also combine with the then Dark Willow's abilities, like someone's locking down for 10 seconds or something here. But now you'll have Disruption Save. You'll also have the Inkswell that you picked earlier. You pick up that Shard, you pick Instigate, the Facet, and throw it on these tanky cores. Like, just go in and we will protect you.
I really like the idea of the Timbersaw. I am worried though, because yes, it is like an Alchemist safe lane most likely. But this is Alk is not like a weak lane hero really like anymore, right? I think some of this could come down to the support play. I think he'll be okay. And with Timbersaw not being a universal hero anymore, he also doesn't push the tower super well. So I think Alk, if it's a carry, and this is an offlane Timbersaw, he should do okay. We don't know exactly where these heroes are going, right? Because it could still be a mid Timber into like the Sand King. We don't see it that often, but it does happen. And you are in a situation here where a BetBoom team could go for a Huskar if they think like they're playing against like a mid lane Sand King, and then you really start to, you know, maybe out tempo Tundra here, or at least kind of match their tempo.
That's true. Their lineup is pretty early game focused on the side of BetBoom right now, or potentially like you could push a quick tempo before this Alchemist really comes online. If you want to do that, you probably need a Spirit Vessel builder from your last hero, maybe like Keeper of the Light. But you don't have the best Aura builders, but you could probably get Greaves on Shadow Demon and like a Pipe on Timber, and that could be good enough to get started. Because if you don't want a Spirit Vessel builder, then maybe just someone who's going to build auras to free up Timbersaw's build, because he doesn't always like to do that. He can, but giving him the freedom can be nice. Yeah, Pango could fit that as well.
GBK's Invoker actually looks really good here.
Oh, there you go. That covers a couple different things. The Spirit Vessel, fast gameplay.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, you were rattling off all these like really good ideas, and I'm like, I see the Puck Pango bands, and I'm like, Invoker seems kind of good. It's a really good Alacrity game if you go carry DK as well. It was the hero that benefits a ton from that attack speed. And you can build things like the Armlet Daedalus and stuff. They get rid of the Enigma. And then go Ursa. Okay, so it is just going to be the mid DK. I mean, this is another really good hero for Psycha. It's just generally the matchups are great already. You see Alchemist and Sand King. So now for Tundra, what could they do?
This is where you can maybe flex, because I feel like carry Mirana can just keep leaping away from the Ursa, potentially better than the Alchemist, who could just now play as a support, especially when you have two bad matchups in the Ursa and the Timber. Mirana would have, she's ranged, so she's further back. It's harder to get purged compared to Alchemist.
I kind of like that, and then just put your Sand King mid, maybe pick a new offlaner here that beats the Ursa pretty roughly.
Yeah. I don't know who exactly. I think that's why they banned out that Enigma, because they saw that potential. Enigma offlane does really well versus the Ursa, and if you had been thinking about running the position 5 Shadow Demon, that's not going to do well versus Enigma. You'd have to run Grimstroke there to have Stroke of Fate versus the Eidolons.
You could do, we don't see it that often, but Primal Beast is not that bad here. It's a lot of magic damage.
Soulbind's so annoying for you, though. Yeah, so is the Purge.
I guess there's the Soulbind.
Okay, so I was scared to say it. I didn't know if it was like popular enough, because it's been popular in pubs, but we haven't been seeing the professional teams pick it up as much. But okay, they're going to run it mid anyways. I thought it was going to be Viper against the Ursa, but they're actually going to do mid Viper versus the Dragon Knight. I actually haven't seen this matchup in a bit. It goes both ways, or it switched where Viper used to be the classic counter. You had break, you had all that. Now you can't. Or Dragon Knight then got enough regen where he's like, I just out regen the Viper, so I don't care anymore. So then he was a good pick.
So ridiculous.
But now Viper has his innate, which does damage based on how much you're missing, and I think that might tip it back in his favor. But I haven't actually seen it. Now, obviously, Tundra thinks it's going to be that way. And beyond the laning stage, you're going to have a break in your ultimate that is really good versus all 3 cores and just
primarily
screws
Ursa.
over this Ursa. Yeah, and it's the same way, like, oh, you don't want to play against Shadow Demon as Ursa because you get purged, you're too slow, you can't do anything in your BKB, you're in rage. And now you have the Viper, a core hero who's going to do something very similar.
His Viper Strike cooldowns this game are going to be a really big deal. Once he gets to that, I think it's a talent, right? I can't remember exactly which talent it is. Let me see if I can find it. but it is... Oh god, it's the 25. Oh lord. Never mind.
Kinda
That
far
makes
off.
it really difficult because it's like the choice of do you go become universal or do you take the mana cost cooldown reduction on Viper Strike? Because getting it down to 15 seconds is an insane ability this game because it basically makes it impossible for the Ursa to play. Right? It's almost a 50% uptime, especially if you get something like an Octarine, which you can do eventually later. You can play it more of like a utility caster. But yeah, that's a long timing to play for, so not likely to be the case. If it gets there, though, it will have a lot of impact.
Yeah, I don't think you have to, like, it'll be great if he gets there, but level 1 ult is 50 seconds. At 18, it becomes 30. That's pretty low cooldown. It means in most fights, you're going to be able to use it on at least one hero, and that's going to be the question, which one you choose. But I think you can just see Ursa's having the best game. I'm going to ult the Ursa. It's not the Ursa, it's the Dragon Knight he's popping off. I'll just ult him, right? Because it's good versus all these cores. You have your choice on where you go on the map, who you want to pressure, how you want to take that fight. I think it'll be a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I think I really like the Viper pick a lot. I'm a little bit unsure of how much impact it can get done early because, like we said, the fact that you have the Ursa into the Sand King is a good lane, and I feel like Timbersaw into Alk is good enough. Like, Alchemist should do okay in the lane, but whether or not it's going to, like, kind of free farm, which it not necessarily free farm, but it needs to pull ahead quickly because there's some very high tempo heroes come out from the side of BetBoom. So we'll see what happens as we jump into game number 1 of BetBoom versus Tundra here, everybody. As we take a look at all of these juicy facets, it's going to be the Bear Down Fire Dragon, which is interesting for the mid lane. We don't see that often. The Twisted Chakram, Instigate, Promulgate, and then we've got Tundra's side. Anything out of the ordinary here? Moonlight Shadow, Dust Devil, meaning he's probably wanting to farm more, right?
Yeah, I think Dust Devil is a lot of that farming facet, and he is playing against that Ursa, a little bit of a counter pick, right? So you expect your lane to maybe be a bit tough, but that's okay. You took Dust Devil, so you can do things like creep cut and just drag it to camps with Dust Devil, farming it the whole time. People try to chase you to punish you for doing that, and you're just like, I'm just gonna keep damaging you with Dust Devil while you run. So I think it's a good facet to take in tough lanes.
All right. Smoked up on the top side here. I love the late smoke maneuvers, but there's plenty of heroes from BetBoom here, so they will walk up, grab the third bounty. So, oh, actually, Tundra gets 3. Nice. All right, that's great for the Alchemist. Combine that with the seed money you always start with. This boy is rich.
Yeah, he's already got Tango and Salve on the way, so it is going to be hard to punish him, but actually see them take 3 heroes top on BetBoom. They remember that try lane last time. They want to do it again, but just for a little bit. They're going to try to hide Toronto Tokyo, see if they can get a quick kill. Positioning's pretty defensive. I think he's out.
Thompson in the mid lane is like, he watches the DK walk up, starts CSing, and Thompson does nothing but just attack him on cooldown.
Will not stand for you CSing in this lane. Yeah, it's going to be a tough lane for GPK, which I believe is why he went for the Fire Dragon. It has caught on in popularity as the corrosive form has been nerfed bit by bit. So more people are leaning towards that facet anyways, the Fire Dragon. But also when your lane sucks like it is, right, you're going to have to be doing a lot of jungling to catch back up. So you might as well take the facet that's going to help you with that.
So I was actually going to try and make a case for the Frost Dragon facet this game, but they did not go for it because you're against an Alchemist, right? Like, it's one of those things that the Frost Breath is actually kind of nuts in helping, like, maybe tempo that Alchemist early on, but it is more of a utility, and, you know, you don't farm a ton with it. Bottom lane, though, this is going to be First Blood. Goes to Toronto Tokyo. Beautifully done. And Ramsey's forced to Burrow Strike away. This is the effect of that Ursa, man.
Yeah, and Shadow Demon just... his laning stage, man, is so good. He didn't used to be this strong of a laner, but I don't know exactly. I guess it's his innate ability, which helps buff up the damage that's being done. But lately, he's just a much stronger laner than he used to be, and we see these kind of kills happen all the time.
I honestly had completely forgotten that Menace was his innate ability. You were like talking, you said that, and I was like, wait, what's his innate again?
Yeah, for everyone, the attacks apply a 2% amplified damage debuff for 8 seconds. So as you
And it
attack in these
stacks.
early trades, if you there's now 2 stacks you got to worry about: his auto attacks and his poison. And if you're not keeping track of it, suddenly your internal damage calculations, you know, that you build up as you play a lot, you're like, he can do about this much damage, right? If you just lose track of one of those stacks, suddenly you're taking a lot more damage than you were expecting.
Yeah.
For
it's like
example, 9 class is 5 stacks on him, so 10% more damage than usual.
and does it refresh or do they drop independently?
I believe it refreshes. I don't actually play much Shattered.
I'm gonna
even,
watch.
though. I
Hopefully
can't
we don't move the
100% say.
camera. I think they stack. Yeah, I think they stack. So it should just be refreshing there. Saika's just gonna go ham here on the Ramses. He tries to survive. The Burrow Strike goes back the other way. And that's gonna be a great find. Ooh, close, but the stick will keep him in this one.
I think they were trying to bait with the Lotus that Toronto Tokyo just picked up, but
Yeah.
that positioning was rough. It was in the trees, brambles spawned around him, Dust Devil's going, so it's really hard to maneuver around to actually hit Ramses. And then as Ramses running, that Dust Devil's just going with him. So
Yeah.
Is under attack.
He hit
Keep
2
taking
brambles
damage.
too, which was the
yeah,
issue.
that as well. Yeah, that's the problem. If you fight in those tree lines, your path is just blocked. Otherwise, there's always a way out. Like if it happens in the lane, it's fine. But when you're in those trees, when those creeps are nearby, that's why that facet was so good. When you spawn the extra brambles, it was much easier to hit multiple.
Yep.
Making an aggressive play in the bottom lane again.
Ooh, I mean, he's got plenty of distance. And again, this is like you're chasing him with Dust Devil already. You end up taking like an extra 40 to 50 damage.
Saika's got phase boots almost done, just about another 140 gold, and that should make these kind of kills a lot easier once you reach that point.
So I want to point something out. Where did Dragon Knight's farm come from? He has 30 CS. Has he just been jungling the whole time?
Yeah, it's jungling, but if you look at the net worth, he is behind. He's about 500. Oh, it's even more actually now. It's like 600 behind the Viper.
Yeah.
So this is where the CS is a little misleading depending what you're getting last hits on. I'm gonna guess maybe he got some mud golems or skeletons.
Yeah.
He's doing some more mud golems right now. So the CS looks good, but when you take a look at what those CS were actually worth, it's typically why you play the lane instead of jungling early, because the lane is just much more consistent.
It's worth twice as much, like the lane, you know, because I was looking at Thompson's denies. I was like, this guy's got 18 denies on the lane. I was like, there's no way, you know, he's got this much CS on the Dragon Knight, so it has to come from the jungle. So I was just curious, like, how much that had translated into. But yeah, about pretty significant difference. Bottom lane, Pure in pretty deep here. Gonna start channeling the concoction to try and maybe deny himself, but Miro does manage to finish the job. Just a little too far forward there. If there's stacks, though, it'll be fine. He just got a pull on the Mirana, so it should maybe reset the lane a little bit.
Some of the strength of the Grimstroke Timbersaw lane with the Inkswell and all the timber change, it's so hard to get away. Thompson invading the triangle.
Deny? Yes, I was like, there's way too many creeps there. Those things hit hard.
He actually still got the stack, too. There's some good
Beautiful.
support play.
Viper strike down, stack made, ward found, the easy clap.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Because of that, though, GPK did take the Arcane Rune, which actually that might be a good farming rune for him, so he can pop his ult a little more to try to catch up.
Oh,
I say
mid
they're gonna
lane.
go for Viper.
Dude,
No
this
Viper
is a
strike.
sick rotation. Yeah, the Inkswell to follow it up. This should be a kill onto Thompson. And it is. Whitemon will be next. That's the last leap charge. Unfortunately, the corrosive damage isn't there, but he will just go ahead and check maybe the hard camp. No stack for him. So that is, I mean, that's huge.
GPK's probably annoyed. He's like, what the heck? You guys have an alchemist and you don't have any stacks for me to steal? What the heck? What am I doing over here? Why is my team making so many stacks? We don't even have the alchemist.
I mean, I'm sure this is just the GPK recovery, right? Being that he's the Fire Dragon. And maybe that's why he went it in the first place. Like, this was a discussion before the game of like, hey guys, I'm gonna need a recovery. We've got Shadow Demon. Just please stack for me. I'll go Fire Dragon, you know?
I think so. But with that kill, that actually helped a lot with his recovery. He's still behind, so I wouldn't be surprised if he takes those stacks early. But otherwise, Ursa and Timber can also do it. But the Battle Fury is pretty far away. We might see both of them go, like the Timbersaw and the Dragonite, just do it a little faster together. He did take Twisted Chakram this game, so he'll have lots of damage for stacks if they want to give it to the Timbersaw.
Well, they were going to try and take a stack here in their own jungle, but they get scouted. And another kill here onto Pure with this Timbersaw. I mean, now that he's level 6, the kill threat is so easy with the Grimstroke follow-up.
Yeah, we sometimes see Timbersaws take Splinter when you want to apply a lot of early pressure, but I think this game, Chakram is so good against the cores on Tundra that they sacrificed a little bit of early pressure to take this, and now they can put, now that it's 6, now he's fully online.
I cannot believe Whitemon was just able to hide there. This shield rune doing some work, but that's a lot of damage from the Viper. Thompson will be able to grab the kill onto GPK.
Now they will invade the stacks.
Yeah, they find save. Should be another kill going his way. All right. Thompson getting a lot done on the map. Yeah, did have that one death, but taking these stacks would be huge. He doesn't have any points in the Nether Toxin, though.
Does have the Poison Burst facet.
Oh, yep, you're right. That makes a big difference.
But he feels comfortable stealing the hard camp, but the Ancients are much more difficult for them. So maybe they'll try to go one more time when Pure could go. But it's scary. It's scary to invade that far with your Alchemist when really he just wants to farm up his Radiance and a couple other items safely.
I mean, they're looking top for the Timbersaw. He's the one who's really having the good game right now. The Moonlight Shadow's going to come through, and there is no sentry to scout this out. A kill onto Miro would be massive for the side of Tundra. As I think Thompson saw him for a split second. Viper Strike is there. Timber Chain on up. The arrow's going to connect. You can start stacking those poison attacks. Another Timber Chain away, but the Dark Willow. What a wraparound from 9 class. Ready and waiting.
With that, I wonder if they'll go for the stacks, because Timber's the one who scares you a lot. If he's dead for 20 seconds, that's probably enough.
I'm surprised Ramses is not coming over for it. But it's one of those things where he's just still farming decently well bottom.
I guess so. Yeah, you don't really want to give Ursa more space.
Here he comes. The big bad Alchemist is here. The good old self-stun onto the camp for a massive amount of burst damage. And there's the Poison Burst. Yeah, they get it. That's huge. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a lot of damage. Safe dodging the arrow, but 9 class kind of sacrificing himself so that the Alchemist can finish up those extra ancient camps, or ancient creeps.
That's worth it.
Yeah,
Pure just finished his Sacred Relic for that. And Dark Willow almost killed Save anyways, right? So then you would have been really happy with it. You don't quite get that kill, but that was easily 1,000 gold in the stacks. So yeah, especially for an Alchemist, it's well worth the Dark Willow's life. Lane. Ooh, they're just gonna kill Sayaka. They get the combo. 9 class was hiding in the trees for ages, and then the stun, just easy Bedlam setup. Mid lane.
This is starting to get really scary for BetBoom. Thompson in mid lane is gonna get purged though, in a little bit too far with its rotation in from Miro. They do manage to punish that one. A quick reminder though, everyone, don't forget to sign up and register with 1xBet using the promo code UNIVERSE, UNVRS3. Grab yourself a 100% welcome bonus deposit. There's a pinned message in chat with some more details on how to do that. seen the Dark Willow have a lot of impact so far. Like she does a ton of damage with the throwing shade facet.
Yeah, you just have to shift your build now. With the other facet, you used to be able to just sit back, spam brambles. Now we're seeing him queue up the blink because he knows he can do a lot of damage, but you have to get on top of them yourself since you can't throw Bedlam onto allies anymore.
That was like one of the weirdest power creep moments, I think, in Dota 2 history. The moment where they were just like, you can target allies with Bedlam. I was like, what? Like one of the highest damage output spells in the entire game. You just don't have to
Really
put yourself
good
in
for her.
danger for it. Yeah, she was power crept unbelievably hard. Thompson will find save here. Viper Strike is out. They'll know about a sentry here as well with that. So they may go for the U ward. Yeah, already gets it.
Now they're
Radiant's
invading
done.
bottom to look for Psycha. Take this tier 1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The
Starting to
gold
open
lead
up
is
the
starting to
map.
become problematic.
Yeah, you like taking these early towers. I mean, that's true in general, but especially for an alchemist who can farm very quickly. He's got a good radiance timing. You need to give him a lot of space. So taking some of these towers while all of yours are still up will let you do that. Like, alchemist can feel free to farm his entire own jungle while your team plays aggressively on the enemy's half of the map.
The big thing for me is whether or not this Viper is going to transition. Because, like, Sand King and Alchemist we know are going to farm. They're going to have impact. That's, like, a given. It's the Viper item build that I'm curious on what it's going to be. Terrorize being held for the moment from 9 class. Just trying to maybe bait the Enrage out. And he will get it. All right. Nicely done.
I mean, I think it's okay if Viper does not scale too much. There's going to be a window of this, but Alchemist is doing well, right? And the main counter once BKB comes out is the Ursa. So if you're just Viper striking the Ursa, that's your main contribution, and you let Alchemist do the rest of the work.
This is a blink reveal. Backside, they find 9 class, but that's not the target you want to grab. You really wanted Ramsey. Shadow Realm into the Terrorize. No. Does at least
Radiant's middle tower
tank the gank there for his Sand King.
This is out. Alchemist is still farming. I think another death that you're not too upset about.
Yeah. I think you're right. Like, I don't really want the Viper to scale. It's more of I'm curious what the itemization plan is going to be for him. And, you know, because Viper is a hero that is pretty much always useful in fights. The longer the fights go on, the more damage this hero does.
Mm-hmm.
is under attack.
But he's also kind of like this glass cannon-y type hero where if he's the one that gets jumped, he dies.
Is under attack.
Yeah, looks like he's got the Hurricane Pike for now, which will help him keep his distance while still attacking. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe BKB next so that he can tank up, like you said, and not worry when he gets jumped.
I'd be okay with that, yeah. BKB, and then from there he can kind of decide what he wants.
Tower is under attack.
If he wants to go for more of like the universal build and build like just more stat items, which I mean there's a pretty good case to be made for a Linken's this game. Demonic Purge, the Blink Dragon Tail, the Disruption. I don't know if he would build that right away, but like as a 4th item, it's definitely an option.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Speaking of BKBs, Alchemist's gonna pick one up.
He actually skipped his blink for this, so rather than find pickoffs and continue to scale, they might be looking to
Dire's bottom
just start
tower
taking objectives with Alchemist on the front, not worry about jumping people first. They're pretty right in the read of the game. They are ahead by 5k. I do think it's quite difficult to kill the Alchemist with the BKB. Ursa's not really ready to join. His Battle Fury's done, but he needs his blink. He needs his own BKB.
are fortified.
So if you're not worried about the Ursa, then it's just a Dragonite and a Timbersaw. But now the BKB exists, so you're not that scared of them either.
Yeah, the net worth right now is going to start kind of snowballing to Tundra as the Alchemist just picks up more farm faster than anybody else. The Ursa is going to do well. But Timbersaw doesn't have like the same farming speed in my eyes, and we're gonna see the blink come out from Ramses into the Burrow Strike arrow. You get saved for the moment with the disruption, but there's a Bramble Maze ready to hold you down. So a quick grab, and a really big one too, is the Timbersaw. He's kind of the big threat here for some of these finds to get another Burrow Strike here on the Toronto Tokyo. And they're not done. The dive on to save. Pure found a haste rune.
That is convenient. Able to join in from farming, where it's pretty deep on the enemy's half of the map, but just goes to show they don't care. They know they're strong. They're willing to make these very aggressive plays. They're going to take the tier 2. This is actually earlier than we usually see it. This is often paired with stealing the Tormentor and the Wisdom rune, but it's so early they could just take it and go. For now, it looks like they don't even want to wait around.
Yeah, the fort clearing up the wave makes it hard.
That wave.
But they'll just, I mean, they can just stick around, right? Like, they don't need to leave this area. Ramses, ooh, that was close. On the other side of the map, though, they find the Dragon Knight. GPK is super dead. This is one of the reasons we see the Viper pick come out, because Dragon Knight cannot stand his ground against Viper at any point. Like, there's a few heroes and a few items that actually make this hero feel surprisingly squishy. Well, we'll put a pin in that as Toronto Tokyo is about to get popped by Tundra. Nice little arrow from Whitemon to secure the kill. But what I was going to say is, like, there's a few heroes and items that actually go right through Dragon Knight. One of the best ones being the Viper, of course, but other things is like Parasma late game, right? Just goes right through him, because he really struggles against like high dot magic damage.
Yeah, you're good versus physical damage, not the magic, which part of why this Viper pick is really working out. We don't see teams always go for it, though, because it is a little hit or miss. If you mess up the laning, if you don't win as hard as you're supposed to, this hero really drops off. But so far, Tundra doing a great job of putting this Viper to use. There was that one death earlier on in the laning stage that I thought maybe it would help Dragon Knight get back into it. But since then, he's just been showing up around the map, helping his team get kills. He's part of 8 of these 11 kills, so that's not usually what you might think of from a Viper, especially one who didn't even get Boots of Travels, but they've been doing a great job just moving with Thompson, knowing how strong he is versus all the heroes on BetBoom right now.
Absolutely. They will grab themselves this first Roshan right before the Dire side rotation as well, so, or the daytime rotation, rather. So, good chance it spawns on Dire again.
Let's see, what are they waiting for? You got Blink BKB on Sand King. I guess the AC is probably within a minute for an Alchemist, how fast he farms. That'll help you win these fights and then take objectives off of that. Mech is on the way for Whitemon, so I think they're hitting some very nice timings. See if you get a pick off, but if not, just push really hard once that AC comes online.
Yeah. Nice grab, the Tormentor. Just a quick reminder, everyone, to go ahead and follow and subscribe to Fissure here on Twitch and YouTube. They've put together the Universe Ep.3 tournament here, and it's been a really fun tournament with some great stuff. So make sure, show them some love, show them some support. They deserve it.
Some great teams here, too.
Yeah. Mid-tier 2, gonna go down. Even against the Dragon Scale, which really matches what they want tempo-wise. We don't have the Shard yet on Thompson, but I imagine after his next item, it'll be something they consider. You might just go for double... Oh, actually, BetBoom did manage to grab their Tormentor right at 20 minutes with the Ursa, so... That was a good heads-up play. We've seen this sometimes, like with a team, right? You're falling behind, it's like, just get the Tormentor while you can before the enemy team takes it.
Yeah, when the enemy takes a Roshan before 20 minutes, you have to know it's on the potential list of next plays to go steal the Tormentor. So I gotta make sure you can secure your own before that happens. Otherwise, it's just such a big gold swing. And the shards are really good for BetBoom.
Toronto, Tokyo, and not getting out of that one. Very nice setup there from Ramses. As he's just going the same build he's been going lately, right? This, like, Veil, Shiva's, Bloodstone, BKB, right? Like, he's kind of just going between those types of things, but has his Blink, has his BKB, gonna go for the Bloodstone next.
I thought he might get an Aura this game because we've seen him. He's adjusted his Sand King build, like you said, between the things he likes. I thought this game with the Alchemist doing so well, you just get him an Aura, you know, as you like come for this push. I think you can try to break high ground with the first Aegis, which we don't always see. It's often about getting map control with the first Aegis, but there's more than 2 minutes left, and there's only one tier 2 left, so I could see them poking this high ground. And that's
Does
where I
anyone
thought
have a
a
solar
pipe
crest?
would be helpful. No, they have the mech though.
Okay. As I say, if someone has a solar crest, I could see that mid lane. Ooh, Miro gets popped. Very nice find there from Tundra as the tier 2 bottom falls, and they can just go in with the mid. There's an amplified damage on tops, and this tower is not going to live all that long. They will pop their fortification for the high ground. Pure seemingly does not care with this newly completed Assault Kuros.
His health bar is not shifting, and you could counter fortify there, but backdoor, it stays down for long enough, and they saw where their mid creep wave was, so that timing works out perfectly. As backdoor would be about to pop back up, the next creep wave is here, so they don't care that that first creep wave dies. There's the first set, and it doesn't look like they have any intention of backing off.
Oh, the tier 2
Never
bottom
mind, they just
didn't
want to take
die.
a stylish exit through the enemy base just to show them how strong they feel.
Yeah, I thought he had finished the bottom tier 2 tower, but I guess not. 9 class looking for GPK here.
Radiant's bottom
A
tower.
very cheeky teleport out, but he does, I think, find the Grimstroke. Will not be able to chase, but either way, Pure not done. All right, he's just gonna pop the ult, go right back onto the high ground. Timbersaw doing a good chunk of damage there, especially with the disseminate. But here comes Ramses, a really nice blink epicenter. The Bloodstone active, keeping him healthy as they try to just finish off the Shadow Demon. They will get him. Ramses just pops his BKB and walks away. As now the Root catches him. The blink in from 9 class deletes Miro. 2 dead on the high ground without buybacks. No ults from BetBoom either. Dude, this game might come to an abrupt end as another Burrow Strike comes in. They get the Grimstroke, a buyback from the Timbersaw. He's going to come in, try to pop these heroes. He managed to get one. Pure is going to die as well. The Terrorize fears them away as Miro has to be very careful not to go down a second time.
He had so many slows, he almost didn't make it into the fountain.
Blink, Dragon Tail, careful. Pure still has his BKB.
I mean, we see there exactly why they wanted this Timber. So much damage coming in when you can finally get to those heroes. But the magic damage is something that he has to be scared of. So if he ever gets to a BKB, maybe this fight gets closer. But that was one set of racks. It's only 25 minutes in the game, and we were wondering if it was about to end. So he doesn't have a lot of time to reach that stage. BetBoom's going to have to do a lot of creep cutting, a lot of delaying the game to drag this on, because right now they just cannot take an even fight. They find tops in here.
Ooh, they do, and that's a nice pickoff. Shadow Demon manages to survive the initial burst. His 9 class jumping onto the backside, but silenced up at the moment. Toronto Tokyo making a ton of space as Miro jumps in, catches a Bramble. Ramses needs to be very careful. Burrow strikes away, has the BKB, gonna be forced to use it as he will blink to safety. Dude, it's one of those things where if any other hero hits him there, he probably dies, but Pure damage completely blocked under the BKB.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
Looking for more, trying to get as much as they possibly can in this time. They know how important Viper is to Tundra's lineup. Well, if you can find another pickoff like that, Roche is getting close to spawning, and if you get lucky, you might be able to grab it on the side of BetBoom, and that's gonna do wonders for dragging out the game.
All right, Shard done on the Viper. This is another big timing in terms of your ability to push buildings, so we might see them group around it. but maybe they slow the game down, wait for the next Roshan, as both teams are very good at taking the Rosh, and it can be a pretty big decider, right? If you get it on BetBoom here, you might actually be able to like take a fight, and if you win that fight, suddenly the Alchemist draft falls very far behind in terms of its relative strength.
The Roche fight's a little easier for Tundra, I would say, with the Blink Epi and the Dark Willow AoE spells. But if BetBoom, like, you have good pickoff between Soulbind and Demonic Purge, so you can manage to find Tundra split up before they set up in Roche. That'll get you your opportunity. And we're gonna see about a 2-minute spawn. That's pretty good for BetBoom.
Radiant all I can
Smoked
give
up
us
on BetBoom here. They do have some good ward vision around this rune spot, but Moonlight Shadow out from Tundra. Who's gonna find who? The Blink, the Dragon Tail onto Ramses, the Force Staff out. He's safe, turns around with the BKB. They get the break onto the Dragon Knight. Saika forced to just BKB, TP home the Nightfall. Oh, now GPK, will he make it out? No, a nice Yule's there to cancel that, so he's gonna burn. They're looking for save. Can he make it? No, Ramses with a super long range burrow strike.
He didn't have the detection to finish off the Sand King kill. All the cores are slotted up.
They had a deep sentry, but the Force Staff to get him just far enough away was huge. I think it was Thompson's. No one else has a Force Staff, right?
I believe so.
Radiant's bottom tower platform are scanning.
Ironclash just going in to make space. Like you said, the Shard from Viper helping him to clean up these buildings before the Alchemist is even here. I'm contributing 2 punches from Alk. That's now 2 racks down. They're going to go check Roche. And this timing's actually beautiful for them. They're going to get there just as it spawns. Never mind. Maybe they want this Ursa.
They did see him. I don't think Saika saw the Oh, yeah, he had a ward there. He definitely saw the TPs. He has to know. He sees the scan come through. He's not going to stick around. As Roche will respawn. It barely made it onto the dire side, so the Roche fight will probably end up taking place around the Radiant bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they're already retreating. Dark Will is going to go through the Twin Gate after pushing the Lave. Everyone else is TPing and moving down. Can they catch the Dark Willow? Nah, she just already blinked over to that Twin Gate.
This is a really good catch.
We can't let them see us.
Okay, they actually don't have vision on this Twin Gate, so... Oh, nice Bramble. I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
So Dark Willow is going to know that they're over here. Roshan's going to bash a couple people.
Reminder everyone, there is a giveaway going on. If you want to take advantage of this before it's too late, type !1x give in chat to find out details on how to enter. Roshan is up, like you said, and Tundra is here. Ramses doing the little annoying trick of constantly aggroing it out of the Roche pit.
Radiant
But another smoke from BetBoom. I mean, that's like 2 back-to-back. They've missed a lot of their smokes this game. But it makes it difficult because of Moonlight Shadow. Great wards here. It's going to get popped by 9 class. An immediate Bramble Maze out to terrorize. He's being pump faked. Really good positioning from the Dark Willow. As they will clean up the wards. Ramses not going to go ahead with the epicenter. He actually popped the Chemical Rage as well as the Dragon form. So both teams on edge.
Another smoke? This has got to be like all of their
That's got to be the
smokes.
last smoke. That's 3 in a row. It has to be the
Team's
last
trying to
smoke.
change position.
They
Again,
find
running
Icon.
into
Oh, he gets the
Dark
Shadow
Willow,
Realm
though.
off. He gets the Shadow Realm and a massive epicenter onto the backside from Ramses. They're just going to blow up this Grimstroke, and GPK cannot stand his ground. He ends up just dying on the backside as Ramses will run down Toronto, Tokyo. Yeah, GPK goes in, gets the Dragon Tail, but the throwing shade damage amp and then the Viper as well, just hitting him with the Viper Strike is just way too much damage.
9 class has done such a good job positioning this game. Previously, we saw him die a couple times to ganks that were aimed for his cores, so then they all get to get away cleanly. And this time, we see 2 maneuvers from BetBoom. First, trying to come in from that top angle that, oh, never mind, hold that thought. They're going to kill Timbersaw while doing Roshan, because they know they're all dead. They know Timber has to go for this kind of play, try to push out the lanes before you come in for the final push with Aegis. But now they just made it easier for themselves. They're going to take that Timbersaw kill. Now you've got 70 seconds before that Timber's up. You have a banner. I think this is going to be Megas here. I guess you don't have the top wave, though.
Yeah, they need the mid wave or any wave, right? Like, they can tank the tower. They just need a wave to hit into the base so that the Viper can start hitting the stacks.
Mm-hmm.
And he did disassemble his Radiance into the Nullifier Butterfly. We see this actually fairly common on Alchemist to, like, disassemble into the Nullifier. But it's also a very good Butterfly game. You're against an Ursa. That evasion goes a long way. Blink, Burrow Strike out from Ramses. Trying to get some damage in Toronto Tokyo, but... Ooh, Saika actually just pops 9 class on the backside. Alright, buyback from the Dark Willow. Nullifier out onto the Ursa, so no ability to use... Oh, Ramses popped the Epi here, thinking that they were going to actually start the fight. That is the level 20 talent too, so a lot of damage you're going to be missing in this engagement as a buyback from the Timbersaw doesn't net them anything. Dude,
Well,
he
it
was
does
so
protect
close
their
to
megas, at
respawning
least.
too.
Yeah. I think they saw the Epi be used and they wanted to try to fight, but a clean escape from Tundra. I guess you protect your megas, but they're just going to come back in a moment. Alchemist's ult is coming up in 15 seconds. You're just going to go right back in. And you don't even have to, actually. You have 3.5 minutes on this Aegis. You have so much time to decide when you want to finally try to clean this game up.
You just wait your ultimates, right?
It'd be 50 seconds for Epi. They actually smoke, so they are maybe trying to catch BetBoom off guard. Maybe a smoke through that bottom lane into the base. Now that the tower's already down. There's actually an amplify damage. I think a courier saw it.
They did scout it, yeah. So they're gonna go back for it. Thompson's gonna grab it. Saika loses the Demon Edge. That is rough because he was buying out for this. He was like, we need to get to an MKB or else we are never killing this Alchemist. And now with that Demon Edge being dead, even if he had the money, he would not be able to finish combining the item. So Amplify damage is here. Pure's going to walk up onto the high ground. Quick blink. Dragon Tail, they just burst him down. But that is BKB out of your Ursa. They blink the Burrow Strike, manages to catch the Shadow Demon. Pure maybe going to think twice about walking up so nonchalant next time.
There's no more BKB on Ursa, though. Viper's here with his amplified damage. I think this time you let Viper go in for you and just poison attack these buildings down.
There we go. Once again, the blink, the Burrow Strike is out onto the Viper. He is dead. Buildings very close. They're just going to buy back, and in comes Ramses, a huge epicenter, just zoning out the backside of the fight as GPK saved by the disruption. But the Burrow Strike comes through, they get saved. Saika now with the BKB of his own, or actually the jump onto Ramses, but he has the BKB. The arrow with the Nullifier, they got him! Saika hits the deck, and now GPK's got a lot of damage. He's got to dish out if they want any chance to stay in this one. Almost finishes off the Dark Willow, but it's not enough. Pure in with the concoction, stunning up the Shadow Demon. He's getting to work, baby. Just beating through these heroes. The GG comes out, and that is going to be game one. Going to Tundra.
BetBoom was actually doing a pretty good job towards the end there of making use of their burst damage between the Timber and the Ursa to try to find pickoffs, just keep getting kill after kill to try to keep Tundra away, but Tundra eventually called the bluff. There's only so many times Ursa can BKB jump in, and at the end, he didn't have it, so he goes for a kill. You get the kill, but now you can't get out because you don't have the BKB, you blinked in, so they finally clean him up, and earlier he bought back for that MKB, so with just the one life, Ursa gone, all that damage is no longer a concern. They finally finish up this game, which was really well done. I gotta say special props to 9 class. I think that last Roche fight was what really helped seal the deal for Tundra. And good team positioning, but putting 9 Class on point, one of the hardest heroes for them to kill as long as he presses W in time. And he broke the smoke twice. So it's really important to find the Viper in these fights, try to like remove that so that your Ursa is free. And instead, it's always this annoying Dark Willow. You don't care. I mean, you kind of care, but like you don't care. And that happened to you twice after they committed 3 different smokes to try to find the right pick off.
Yeah, it's really like a much more straightforward game for Tundra at this point. Like once they actually kind of snowballed the mid game a little bit to kind of execute and do what they need. They had such good timings that they played around. And yeah, I think getting the Roshan just like that 19-minute mark, it was kind of one of those things that really caused problems for BetBoom because they could not figure out how to take the fight at that point.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to this last pick, Viper, just completely shutting down the Dragon Knight, who was supposed to be the playmaker, right? You have an Ursa he's going to farm, he's going to do okay in the laning stage, but he's going to get Battle Fury, he's going to need to farm at the Blink, the BKB. Timber, right, kind of wants to be left alone. You can kind of play with him. It's not really an initiator, though. He just does a lot of damage. These 2 backline supports, they want to be in the back. So it was really a lot on this Dragon Knight to hit a decent blink timing, be able to just jump in, stun, set up the Ink Swell, set up the Timber to come in. Maybe the Ursa does join, runs in, right? But it has to be the Dragon Knight going first. And this Dragon Knight was jungling because there's a Viper in his lane shutting him down so hard. And it felt like BetBoom never managed to find that footing until it was pretty far in the game. They'd already lost a set of barracks. And then we saw it start to come out. They did manage to find a couple kills, but it was just too late.
Yeah, it looked really good from Tundra. And I think this is like the 5th game I've seen Ramses on this Sand King where he has just absolutely balled out of control. And I'm starting to wonder, at what point do you first phase ban this hero against Tundra? Because yes, it's flexible, but I feel like every time I've seen it go to Ramses, and he absolutely crushes it. Even in lanes and games when you're like, you're against an Ursa, you can't do that well, right? But he manages to find so much farm and get so much done on this hero, despite, you know, any like lane disadvantage he would potentially be in. So it's really sick plays from him. Excited to see what's going to happen in the next game, though, because I think with how this is going, Tundra definitely feel like they are kind of hitting their stride. They feel more cohesive, I think.
I think so. I think for BetBoom, I mean, we talk about them as a team that is very high skill and wants to outplay in the laning stage. There's only so much you can do to outplay a very hard counter pick, which that's how Dota is. There are some heroes that are just an absolute counter to other heroes. And I think you have to protect that a little bit more. I guess maybe they weren't expecting the Viper, right? He really isn't that popular, but that only appeals to Thompson more. He doesn't like when a hero is popular. So he was willing to bring it out and just shut down their one playmaker. And you can't do that, you know? Like, if you have such a focal point, you have to protect it a little bit better.
Yeah, Ramses getting MVP is not a surprise to me. Only 2 deaths on his offlane Sand King. Almost the highest net worth, right? Just only second to the Alchemist, but
pretty understandable.
Yeah, you know, that happens in Dota, right? It's very rare that you're gonna bypass the Alchemist on your team. So very good stuff from them. Just a quick reminder again, everybody, there is a giveaway going on. Make sure to type !1xgive in chat. You can take advantage of that during the break, as we will be back with game number 2 of BetBoom versus Tundra. We'll see you in a bit.
everyone should know about the esports in your pocket.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. We've got Game 2, a very exciting series of Tundra versus BetBoom. Let's start here in just a moment, but before we get into it too much, let's talk about Game 1, kind of revisit maybe what went wrong, right? Because you come up with this really high-tempo draft from Tundra, the last pick Viper. Maybe that's just all it took, but was there something else that like BetBoom could have done to maybe salvage this game?
I'm not sure. There's only so much you can do when that Viper pick comes out. Maybe you could do a lane swap. I don't know. That Viper pick is just so good. And I think it caught BetBoom off guard because Viper's just not been very popular for a while. But it had favorable matchups versus multiple cores. Like even if you run Timber mid instead and you do a Dragon Knight off lane, right, you're still going to be in a pretty good spot. But maybe Timber can catch up faster through jungling. I don't know. Yeah, I think they just got caught off guard by that Viper.
I think that's fair. Because it did look like there was a moment where the Timbersaw was starting to kind of maybe do some serious damage, but the problem is like once you get the BKBs out on a couple heroes for Tundra, or just like the Sanj and Yasha was enough on the Viper where he was no longer like super easily burstable outside of like walking on the high ground, right? Mm-hmm. But you know, in the open fight around the map, like you have so much ability to actually like pick people off and find some kills.
Yeah, I'm looking back at their bans. They banned the Earth Spirit and the Enigma. I think the Enigma is pretty understandable. I think you probably have to change that Earth Spirit ban to be the Viper in hindsight. But that's easy to say in hindsight, right? I'm sure... I doubt they're going to ban the Viper coming into this next game until maybe they get to that last phase and you have something similar. I think if you have slightly different heroes that can deal with the Viper more, like any ranged mid would have been a much better off versus Viper, right? So it's the fact that you had 3 melee cores who all really struggle versus Viper was like what really set the stage. Because like you said, Timber was doing well. It's like, oh, play around Timber. And the Viper comes over, it's like, I'll kill your Timber too. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess we won't play around Timber. And that was the story of the game. There was nothing else besides that. Everywhere we went, we saw Thompson move with that Viper, and just Viper strike anyone he saw. Is like, yeah, you're dead. You're dead. You're dead too. None of you can counter me. Right? That's just how good that last pick was.
Yeah, it really was. Like, it just, I don't know what the change is going to be this time around, but you know, we'll see. I think maybe kind of preparing better for the Alchemist there is the way to go. And that's one of the things when you see the double support early on in the draft, you're like, well, they don't have a hero that can threaten the Alchemist at all. Right? So they just feel comfortable grabbing the Alchemist in that spot, and at that point building around like a much faster tempo. I do truly believe that Sand King is probably going to get banned at the beginning of the draft here. I don't know what you let through as an alternative, but yeah, that was a pretty solid Sand King performance again.
Yeah, and I think mixing in more flex value to the draft helps as well, because like you said, you see the support duo revealed, but you also know it's the support duo. Other heroes like Mirana, the Alchemist, we were even discussing like, oh, support Alchemist maybe, you know, like, it could be moving around, who knows, right? And that opens up the draft for you, so that when you try to counter pick with, say, that Viper, it's like, ha ha ha, it was not, you know, whatever core, it's now just a support, you've countered the wrong hero, we'll mix it around. But when you don't do that and you then reveal a set support duo and then start picking your cores, it becomes a lot more obvious. Like, that's a core hero. Maybe it can go to different lanes, but I know it's a core. I know it's worth counter picking pretty heavily, right? I think it's revealing of your draft. And right now there's just so many heroes that are flexible. I really feel like your first 2 picks should include at least 1 flex pick.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree. It makes sense to me. We're going to be jumping into the draft here in just a moment. We had a little bit of difficulty getting in some of the players. I guess one of the players' computers crashed, but we're back, ready to go. And it's going to be the opening bands of the Nature's Prophet, the Lina, the Bat Rider, but the Shadow Demon this time not making it through as first pick for Tundra, it seems. So they get themselves what, 2 more bans here? 1 more ban? 1 more ban, yeah, before they want to go for their pick. Okay, so Tinker has to be banned here from BetBoom, I'd imagine.
I think so. And then we've been discussing the Sand King. He's a flex one between the mid and the off lane. I think it would be a worthwhile ban, but maybe if you have a different idea to try to counter it, you could go for it, especially because it will be literally the first pick from Tundra. Okay, no, they don't want to deal with it. They're going to take out the Sand King. And then Doom, who's not flex, but just has been a really solid off laner.
Do you ban Wind Ranger, pick Tinker?
I'd be up for that. I don't know exactly what you want to ban, but I like that Tinker pick because Shadow Demon's out, Doom is out.
Ban Omni, okay.
Omni take Tinker.
I think that's fine. It's like you get rid of another type of sustain hero that BetBoom could play around, and like giving someone like BKB and to try and like run into the fight and find the Tinker is always really strong. I don't think we've really seen BetBoom play the Omni Knight. That's more have been like a nouns pick for this event, and so I was unsure if it was worth the ban. In their eyes,
Toronto Tokyo's done it a little.
Okay, that makes sense. And then they go for the Beastmaster, one of the aggressive offlaners for sure. I'm a little bit unsure how that's going to go, but we will see. Right now, everybody, just to keep you on your toes, if you want to find all the in-depth match information, it's going to be in the 1xBet mobile app, so make sure to download that. You can click on the banner below the streams to find the links and the information on how to download it. I was going to say, really quick, the Tinker versus Beastmaster, we've seen this matchup, and on paper, I'm like, yeah, it should be good. Beastmaster can put a lot of pressure in the lane, but I think the last time we saw this, the sustain from Tinker was just too much.
I think some of the, like you said, on paper it kind of makes sense, but you want the Aghanims first on Beastmaster, and then you're going to buy Pipe or Blink, and then whichever one you bought first, you then buy the other. But Tinker's online at that point, so I feel like, I mean, it's fine. Beastmaster doesn't have, your offlane does not have to be the counter to the Tinker, but you're going to need another hero who comes online a little sooner and can start helping you kill the Tinker. And then later on, Beastmaster will have those tools. He'll have that Blink, Pipe, Roar to kill the Tinker right away in a team fight potentially, or just find the Tinker, help repeatedly root him as he tries to teleport away, right? I think it makes sense, but he just can't be the only answer. Otherwise, I think Tinker will get enough space to do what he needs to, and at that point, he could potentially be saving your Roar targets. Like you try to Roar someone who's been defense matrix, their status resistance, then another defense matrix comes out, then another one, and also March of the Machines is going the whole time. Right, all your Boars and your Hawk are being killed. So
that's why
I think it goes both ways.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking, like maybe Wind Ranger was going to be the response pick from BetBoom, because I know they like to play it, on top of the fact that it's good against Tinker lineups. Like you can go either support or core, you can play for Focus Fire, or you can play for the Whirlwind, depending on the drafts. But yeah, they banned it out, so no Wind Ranger coming out. The Hoodwink also banned. As we'll see the Alchemist get some respect this time from BetBoom. They do not want to play against Tinker Alch, which I think is reasonable, I'll be honest. They do go for the Enchantress, so this has been one of those heroes that we've seen sometimes do well against Tinker because the enchant is really good. But oh my god, is Tundra running a dirty draft right now? Bristleback, and now the Disruptor.
They are ready for this. I think they had these 3 heroes versus
Nouns.
Yeah. And they played quite well around it. Okay, Coddle is pretty good. Okay, so you're going for a momentum-based game now. You're going to try to win the lanes, push before the Tinker can come online, because the early game Tinker is really not that great. It's as you get into the mid game and the late game that Tinker starts becoming extremely difficult to deal with. But a potentially keeper mid or potentially support keeper, which we've seen them run with the Beastmaster, and you just keep giving him mana to spam out axes in the lane. Either way sets you up for a good pace, which Bristleback also does not immediately start winning, right? He needs to get his Aghanims and then preferably one more item. But now you have a way to pressure him in the lane and go invade and steal stacks, right? You don't even need a lot of heroes. It could just be the Coddle going if it's a support Coddle, and he just illuminates spams a couple times. You steal the stacks from the Bristle to slow them down.
So I agree. I think this is likely going to be Save on the Caudle with the Beastmaster off lane, because that is a duo that they really like. Save is typically the one that plays the Caudle. You still have the flex potential out of the Dragon Knight between the mid and the carry. Mars we picked up for Ramsey, something he's had a lot of success on. Now, the last time they ran this draft, they had the Sand King for Ramses, but his Mars is a very similar play style in terms of a blink stun initiator, a great team fighter. It actually is super strong against all three of the first picks from BetBoom, because they don't really like to build like any way out of the arena. Like Beastmaster is going like Blink, Aghanim Scepter. After that, you either build Pipe or BKB. So it's going to take them some time to get there. And Puck was the hero that rounded out Tundra's draft last time. So I'd have to imagine the Puck is not going to make it through the draft here, especially if you want the potential of flexing the keeper to the mid lane. Oh, they get rid of Monkey King.
I think it makes sense because with a Tinker, you want the other heroes to be active. And you know Bristol's going to farm early, so your other three heroes need to do things. That's why the Mars works, the Disruptor works, and whatever you're picking mid for Thompson, he should be a playmaker. So Monkey King could have done that, have some favorable lane matchups, and then Simeon Stride all over. In the late game, you could have a Tinker teleporting to a Monkey King waiting in the trees, right? That's terrifying. So I think that's very understandable. And then just any other playmaker that Tundra wants and thinks will fit this draft, I think will be good, because that is what enables the Tinker to do what Tinker needs to do. It will be the focus around Bristleback. Once he hits that timing, you just need to set him up for success. You don't need more damage based on the timing you are going for. You need to let Bristleback throw out the quill sprays and hit people and all of that. And I just think it should just be any kind of playmaker. And it'll help jump this Caudle and Enchantress in the back. These are squishy supports if they are the supports. Even if it's a core, Caudle's not that tanky, right? So just anyone who can get to him. I kind of wouldn't mind the Puck, but there are some instant stuns. Yeah, Pango would have been another playmaker. You do have to reveal it first on Tundra.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
There's someone who can't be countered too hard. I guess you don't want to run Puck because it could just be Dragon Knight mid.
I guess that is true. So I didn't really consider the fact that it could just be the DK mid, and Puck really does kind of struggle against it. I'm trying to think what other Thompson heroes are left. I mean, there is actually the Sniper.
Tundra eSports,
They banned the Puck. Can you just go Sniper in the mid lane? Or just, is there another hero that
I don't
can
think
get
you would
punished
ban
here?
Puck in that case.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they go for the Queen of Pain. I mean, she's a super fast tempo hero. We saw Copy actually have a pretty sick game on it earlier in this event. Going for like the Atos rush with like a double null talisman, whereas a lot of other people are just doing the Dagon rush.
10 seconds remaining.
So that one seems successful. More successful, at least, than the other Queen of Pains we've seen.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Dagon will be okay here, though, as part of bursting some of these squishy supports. And the reason's popular is it just combines with her, the Facet, giving you some spell lifesteal or spell steal to counter the extra damage you're taking yourself. I think Dragon Knight does okay if you want to pick a different carry. But I don't know. Who do you pick to beat the Bristleback?
That's the part I'm trying to figure out, because it's like Ursa is probably the only pick, but it doesn't do super well in lane versus the Mars. And then there's just lasers from Tinker, sustain and everything. Yeah.
Choose your hero.
So
Yeah,
they
they'll
go
try
for
it
the
again.
Ursa. It's not a bad hero. It just is one of those things where I don't know what your other options are here against this Bristleback. It's like eventually you can stack up enough damage, but it is also a scenario where it's like you pop in rage. If you hit the back of the bristleback, you can just like immediately stack like 8, goo onto your whole team, and you're just suddenly crawling on the Ursa. You can't actually chase them down at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be tough. You will have an Enchantress helping you out, and Toronto Tokyo's Enchantress is pretty good, so maybe that will help deal with this Mars. I do think Mars should get what he needs, but hopefully Ursa can as well. And I guess I'm looking at Beastmaster a lot this time, because you have that Coddle combo, so that Axe spam in the lane, the stack potential could lead to a really fast Aghanims, which you could then use to pick off the Bristleback a couple times before he gets too scary, or just any hero really, I guess, right? You just want to put that Aghanims to use, and that might help you make space for the Ursa, because you don't want this Bristleback to pop off and get ahead of the Ursa with the natural farming speed. You can hit an item timing well beyond the Ursa. So as long as you can slow down the Bristleback, let Ursa pick up that Battle Fury, and you kind of keep pace, then in the direct one-on-ones, Ursa should be okay there.
All right, well, here we go. I think for the most part, this should be another like pretty good draft from Tundra. I mean, I see Tinker Bristleback again, and I'm like, how did like no one even came close to addressing this in the previous series that they picked it? I think Thompson should have a great lane as well. So
I see Tinker and I'm sold.
Yeah, it's like this hero when he makes it through the draft has looked pretty much unstoppable. I don't know what the exact win rate is at the moment in like the professional games, but I know it's exceedingly high. There's a reason it barely ever makes it through. And you pair it with a great hero like the Bristleback. This is a sick draft from Tundra. I don't want to say it's a 2-0, but it might be, dude. Are you laughing because it's 100%?
But how many games do you think it's been allowed to go through?
Like 4, maybe?
2.
2.
So that's
okay.
100% win rate over 2 games, and it has been banned 56 times. So it is up there. It's it's slightly less contested than the Lina, if that helps put that into perspective.
How can it be less contested?
By 1 game. 1 game.
Oh my god. There was a bug in 1 game where it couldn't be picked or banned, actually. Here we go, everybody. It's game 2 of BetBoom versus Tundra as we take a look at the facets. I love this overlay, so big shout out to Fissure for doing this. This makes it so much easier. Everyone should do this. Solar Bind, of course, kind of the necessary pickup, Bear Down, and the Corrosive Dragon this time as opposed to the Fire Dragon of the last game. Kinetic Fence, though, from Disruptor, something that we don't see all that often, but when you have something like an Arena to already trap people, Kinetic Fence actually gets a lot more value, and I think it works really well with Bristleback because you can cut off the entire escape route of heroes on a pretty low cooldown with this.
That's true. Ursa's also a hero who hates being kited, and Kinetic Fence doesn't care about Enrage, so you could potentially waste a lot of Enrage time just fencing him off of different angles, which could be pretty cool. We'll see if that matters in the fights. I'm sure it will. Pure this time goes the Seeing Red facet. Last time I think he took Snot Rocket. Is that one that's called? The one with the armor reduction? Or changing the Quill Spray from the back to the nasal goo.
Say that again?
I think last time he had the other facet. This time he's got Seeing Red.
Oh, he did go. He switched last second then. Because he had the nasal goo up until, I think, right before the timer. So he must have switched it last second. Which is interesting. Because, yeah, he did go the nasal goo last time. The Snot Rocket. I don't know what it's called. Is that what it's called, actually? I just made that up.
That's why I need the facets to see it. That's why that overlay's so good. I never remember it. I'll check real quick.
It is Snot Rocket. Wow, look at that. First blood in the top lane, though, goes to Pure. Or, I'm sorry, it goes to Wipemon, but it's just so much damage from these 2 heroes. And again, when you have Bristleback stacking up these quills early on, you commit a lot of resources for it, but it makes... It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, they'll have other regen on the way, I'm sure, soon with that kill. So you just survive this next little moment where you're a little low.
Yeah. This is probably the best time they're going to have to get a kill as well, because at some point, Miro just has unlimited mana with the axe spam and just constantly shoves the wave. Well, that being said, oh, what a good fence as well. He has a second one. Miro, 2 deaths here would be huge. Does he have any more quills? He gets the stick off. He's going to be okay.
We're thinking about it.
All right, now maybe with the amount of resources you've committed for BetBoom, this lane should be pretty good, because the axe spam will never stop.
Should be able to keep your distance. And axes are so long range that you can throw them out without being worried about being hit by quill sprays in response. Though it does make it a little harder to hit. We see a miss there. Or we'll call it a dodge. A dodge from Pure. Well done.
The interesting thing about the Seeing Red facet is that this doesn't give you any benefit to your hero early on, other than, I guess, potentially an extra quill spray from the Bristleback, like, passive now, as opposed to, you know, getting, like, free nasal goo, which can be really good in the lane, right? So we'll see how much of an effect it has later on.
Yeah, I think it's okay because you're playing for later on anyways, like the Aghanims, BKB, that timing. And
Yeah.
that's when the Seeing Red will really kick in.
Okay, I want to talk about mid lane here. GPK is destroying this Queen of Pain. He is more than doubling his CS.
He's doing a really good job this time. He warmed up last game. Didn't get the play versus the Viper, but he's ready for the Queen of Pain now. Well, this is good because this time he's not as essential. Last time I was the Timbersaw. Like, this time he'll also be able to make plays around the Beastmaster, though Beastmaster does need to finish the Ags first. But having a much better game will be great for BetBoom. They have their playmaker who should be able to hit good timings. We'll see if there's a gank mid or something later. But yeah, this time Thompson's the one who's going to be in recovery mode.
Which is not what you want out of a Queen of Pain. Like, this is a hero that typically you pick to snowball your mid lane, or at least punish a mid lane pick.
Fortunately,
Whitemon in some trouble. We'll just glimpse back. Ooh, the creep though. Okay, it
Creeps?
doesn't hit him. But
I mean, there's
almost
going to
managed to
be
finish the
another
damage.
axes in a second.
Dude, if that ghost like randomly decided to grief Whitemon there, he would have been dead. It was like, oh, well, hello, Disruptor. What if I were to just slow you?
The neutrals are malicious.
They really are, dude. They do not care about anybody.
I think it'd be funny if we had a patch that made them like intentionally more aggressive. Like if you leave them alone, it's fine. They won't like go out of their way to kill you, but like if they're fighting and they can use a spell, they'll just do it. They'll just snipe you with like Storm Lightning. It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? I'm just gonna burn your mana. What you gonna do about it?
It'd be really funny is if they got more aggressive as the game went on. So it's like
that's a good
their
idea.
their like aggro radius increased or something, you know, and they're just like you're just walking by and creep just comes out and just bonks you or something. While we're paused here, I just want to take this moment to shout out 1xBet for being the sponsor, of course, for the FISSURE Universe Episode 3. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for putting this whole event together with us. It's been fun, man. This has been a cool tournament. Condensed tournament, but still very cool.
Yeah, I like it. We've gotten to see a lot of great games, a lot of experimentation from the teams. It's been interesting because oftentimes once we reach the elimination portion, there's much less experimentation because your life is on the line. But we've bounced between like group stage play-ins where there's double elims coming back and forth. So I feel like throughout the entire tournament, we've gotten to see full try-hard strats because you're on the line, but also it's like, okay, if I lose this series, we have another chance. Like maybe we can explore some stuff. It's been an interesting change.
Yeah. He's gonna go to the mana boots on the Bristleback, it looks like, which is kind of cool. I think it's one of those things where we're seeing carries that are just really mana hungry, just going for these mana boots early on, just because you can get so much value out of it. And it's not like it slows Bristleback down all that much anyway.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of it is there's just
Top
so much
lane?
farming you can do. Whitemon is not in a good spot here.
He does glimpse Pureback pretty far, and then they do have the rotation in from 9 class with the 1 point here
Kinetic
in
fence!
the goo. The kinetic fence blocking off save. Is the damage there? They get him in the fountain.
Man.
Meanwhile, Pure forces Miro to TP out, pops the salve at his tier 2 here to maybe reset.
Middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, that's when kinetic fence just shines, dude.
And a lucky regen rune for Thompson. That might be exactly what he needs to catch back up. You can just spam your spells to try to farm some jungle camps.
They can threaten the 7-minute rune here with both supports on the top side of the map. I think you'd want to bring the Bristleback in, but Thompson, mid lane, no blink. He's got a Sonic Wave if he wants to live, but no. Ends up just going down. Nice rotation from Toronto Tokyo there with the Hellbear.
That's actually so good. Thompson was playing insanely aggressive because he didn't care about his health because he knew he had the regen rune. And he's like, oh, blink back and heal up. And then there's an Enchantress there right away.
Oh, glimpse, and they've got him. He cannot get out of here on Miro. This is the 7-minute rotation I was hoping to see. So not only do they get themselves a kill, but they get themselves the enemy wisdom rune for Pure's Bristleback.
Has fallen.
While 9 class TP's back to grab their own. So a big swing in experience there, but you lose the mid tower thanks to that rotation from the Enchantress. There's some gives and takes, but I think overall Tundra might not be too upset about this.
Both these supports are very high, are going to be high level, at least in this early game. And that's important because they both scale really well off their abilities. But it is painful for a Tinker to lose these tier 1s early. Whitemon looks like he should fall here. Some nice body blocks plus the slow from the boar.
Radiant's top tower.
Kinetic
He's
fence,
gonna-
how much work can it do? Not enough.
Yeah. I think he was trying to hold the glimpse like a little bit too long there. Like he wanted to glimpse back the Beastmaster if it got too close, but turns out the real threat all along was the Coddle. All right. Completely different performance from GPK here. Like, he had an abysmal game 1. This time, he is off to a fantastic start. Toronto Tokyo on the bottom side finds an Arcane Rune. Thompson blinked in for this. Does he get the Dragon Tail in time? He's going to. Rotation in for Ramses. They get the arena. Where's the spear? It doesn't connect. Oh, no. Kinetic fence just to walk away.
He
Tundra
wanted to
is
spear
not
back
connecting
to
this
his
game.
team at that stairs where then maybe you can get a choke point and use Sonic Wave on several heroes, but yeah, that spear not connecting. A rare miss from Ramses.
Yeah.
He's usually pretty on
Agreed.
point with that, but we all get a couple, guys. It's okay. So that won't be the end of the world. Fortunately, you didn't lose your Queen of Pain. That was the biggest worry.
True.
That is arena used.
Yeah, and that's the part that worries me, is because I feel like for them, they want to get this top tier 1 tower, and they need to start threatening the Beastmaster stacks. Because we're seeing both teams making them, but Beastmaster right now is really struggling, and we've seen many times, I think specifically Tundra did this, they punished this hero pick so heavily. Like, anytime that he was trying to farm on the side of the map, they just rotate multiple heroes, and we're just going to see it again. Miro cannot get away from the disruptor. The kinetic fence is just doing so much work, forcing you to stay within range of the Bristleback. They get themselves another kill for Pure.
And it's actually pretty important to get kills this time because Toronto Tokyo's been doing a really good job of invading the triangle, sending creeps to body block. So
Yeah.
there's really not a lot of stacks for this Bristleback, especially because 9 class also wants to be farming them. So if you were losing in the lane, you would just miss your timings, no stacks to farm. So they need to keep getting these kills to keep Pure strong, and maybe if he's strong enough, you can steal the opponent's stack, which I think is something Tundra should be thinking about. Bring the Tinker over, bring the Queen of Pain over, try to grab these from the Beastmaster, who looks like he's about to start them.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially with this tower falling.
as soon as he has that Aghanim Scepter on the Bristleback, he takes those very quickly. As bottom lane Ramses, he's gonna make it out. Thank you, Ramses, because this gives me a moment to talk about the first deposit bonus that we have going on, a promotion with 1xBet. You guys can go on their website, use the promo code Universe UNVRS3, grab yourself a 100% welcome bonus deposit. There's a pinned message in chat with all the details on how to take advantage of it. And it looks like Thompson is going to go the Dagon build, so I was unsure what he wanted to do here, if he was going to go for Gleipnir, but it kind of doesn't feel like a good like a great Atos rush game, right?
No, I think that game was a little bit unique in what his team needed.
Yeah.
And that's why he went the Atos. I think the Dagon is more of the standard. He has an amplified damage rune. They need to find a kill with the Sonic Wave. He's been having a hard game. Better than the Beastmaster, at least. But you really want to find some kills to try to get some momentum back. Because you've lost towers, which is not what the Tinker wants. You need to find a kill and take a tower yourself. Looks like BetBoom reads the smoke gang. They're just going to sacrifice the tower, but not risk losing any heroes. Maybe they saw Thompson take the amplified damage. They do have some wards around the power runes.
Okay. Nero does manage to get his stack, so he's going to get a little bit of a recovery off of that. But yeah, you mentioned it earlier. Toronto Tokyo literally prevented them from taking advantage of the hard camp stack, like, at all. He would walk in, just enchant one of the creeps, farm half the stack, and just keep doing it over and over. So you can see, like, his net worth on the Enchantress relatively high for a 5 position. Obviously not keeping with the Tinker, as that's impossible, but for the 5 position Enchantress, he's got to be pretty happy about what he accomplished on the map, at least at the moment, keeping the game pretty dang even.
Interestingly, the Tinker is going for Yules rather than any form of auras. At least to start, he might go back for it. I'm sure he will. But the Yules is pretty good versus the Ursa. And it's a nice item to have at low cooldown.
That's really surprising. Ooh, 9 class gets the TP out as the smoke breaks. Ramses just walks back in. Glimpse will get him a little bit of help as a nice kinetic fence, but a great pushback from the Coddle.
Really good blinding light. I thought that Mars was out with that kinetic fence.
I mean, did Ramses not see the smoke break, or BetBoom just rotating in? I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe there was a misclick. That does happen.
It does. All right, Pure has Aghanim Scepter. This is a big moment for the Bristleback. I would like to see him start to pick up some stacks, but at the moment,
There are none.
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there are any. The Beastmaster's already cleared his whole side. Maybe it's
There's
just to play
one
aggressive.
ancient stack, partially farmed by the Tinker.
Yeah. I think if you find the Beastmaster, it's pretty good. He's rotated out completely. So they're going to look for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune here. The rotation that might net them a kill onto the Enchantress. I think for the time, they're just going to wait. Nah, Toronto Tokyo knows that this is happening. He sniffs it out. No one's showing on the map. Does not want to risk going for it. So, again, both Wisdom Runes going the side of Tundra it does add up. Like, this amount of experience is pretty huge.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is 2 levels on the supports. For BetBoom, they're level 6, but on Tundra, they're both level 8. And so this is where those early fights will make a difference, where those 2 levels can be a big deal. And with that Aghanims on Pure, I think that's what Tundra's recognized, and they're just trying to take advantage of this time, take another tower.
Dude, being level 8 on Disruptor right now is kind of wild. Like, his impact in these fights is going to be pretty huge.
And this is when Tinker starts to ramp up. March of the Machines is maxed. You're now getting more points in Defense Matrix, so you're starting to get more stacking value when you keep reapplying it on your allies. You're going to make your way to level 12 so that you can start showing up to more things, because that is the hard part right now. You've lost all your tier 1s. It's not the easiest to show up to this stuff. That's where Tundra will have to be a little careful.
Oh, they found Muro bottom. Ramses Blink Spear doesn't get the pull back, but with Tops in here and a Sonic Wave, it is a very easy kill.
And a necessary one. I think that's the first Sonic Wave we've seen.
It is. I also want to point out, though, he did buy out his Aghanim Scepter when this happened. So the Beastmaster, he was like 20 gold away as he was killing that creep camp and ends up finishing it. So doesn't lose too much off of it. Does slow down his ability to get back out onto the map, but good use of that Sonic Wave, like you said. The first one we've really seen. Pure does manage to get the back turned against them, taking a decent chunk of damage, though. As the glimpse will send the Beastmaster. Or no, who'd he glimpse? Maybe it was the Ursa, actually.
I think it was the Beastmaster.
Was it? Okay. Couldn't quite tell. Oh yeah, Beastmaster's at the fountain. Yeah, that'll do it. That makes sense.
That's where the kinetic fence is a little more awkward than the regular old kinetic field. He drops the ult, but everyone just walks away from it because he doesn't have multiple charges of the fence to throw down at that time. But I think it was mostly just to save Pure, so...
Agreed. Yeah. Gave time for Tinker to TP in, hit him with the reactive barriers, throw out some heals. And at this point, like, your Ursa is farming. He's got his Battle Fury, trying to get towards his next set of core items. The thing is that worries me in all of these drafts is the timing of the Tinker. Because at some point, this Tinker is going to bypass your cores in net worth. Like, he will just pass the Beastmaster at some point.
He's eyeing that Beastmaster.
Yeah. Blink picked up on Saika. That's a nice find. Ramses. Oh, what a blink timing from Saika.
Just in time.
That was a live or dime scenario.
I thought off that Beastmaster kill earlier where they thought they killed him before he got his Ags, but he had just bought it out. I thought we might see some kind of surprise smoke play. Maybe they were waiting for Blink on Ursa to do it, but instead he's just going to run straight to Roche and maybe try to sneak this. Ursa's coming too, so this will be quite fast. And Tundra's not anywhere in position for this. So it should at least be the first Roche for BetBoom.
This is something you probably did not want to happen. Like, your team is actually quite good at taking Roshan with this Bristleback, but you're also really good at fighting the Roshan. Unfortunately, without the Mars Arena, it makes it a little bit more awkward. So they get Roche for BetBoom, a massive win for them, as this could be a lot of space potentially for Saika on this Ursa. The smokes come out. Both teams are here, Pure under this reactive barrier. Might just walk in. Thompson looking for an opening on the backside. They spear back the Beastmaster as he just gets deleted with a Sonic Wave, but so does Ramses. Ursa just goes right through him, but now Pure on this Bristleback. Will he find his target? Gonna start stacking the Quills up here on the GPK, but the Solar Bind doing some work, and the Ursa trying to chase him. The reactive barrier, the blind out from the Tinker as well. Saika's gonna get glimpsed away. A 2-for-1, a big win for BetBoom as they get 2 big kills.
Really close. I think the kinetic field timing was just a little off. So a couple heroes managed to get away. Otherwise, you continue to stack up the Quill Sprays, which were really getting high up there, and that's when it looks like you're going to live, and then suddenly the rest of your health bar disappears. They were right at that point as that fight disengages. So stuck around just long enough to get the 2 kills on BetBoom. Well done. And they still have the Aegis. They should buy time for the BKB on the Ursa and maybe take a couple tier 2s.
Pure bottom
Saika's
lane. Oh, he gets some GPK, finishes it off, and now the Arena, again, not really going to get anything with this. Saika's not done, dude. He can keep chasing. There's going to be a kinetic fence, though, if he wants. Yeah, they got it.
It's pretty hard to chase a Disruptor and a Mars.
Yeah.
At least not until you have BKB. Alright, BetBoom might be eyeing the Tormentor. The timing is coming up here. They're pretty strong with this Aegis. I'd like to be pushing in that bottom lane.
We'll have a little bit of a lull in the action. This would be a really good time to check to see if you're following or subscribed to the FISSURE Studios Twitch and YouTube accounts. If you're not, show them some love. Of course, they've put together this whole Universe Episode 3 event. It's been awesome. They deserve it, so big shout out to them.
Don't want to miss any of this action.
Dude, it is 6-6 at 20 minutes. This has to be the slowest game we've seen from both of these teams, but I think it kind of favors Tundra because of the Tinker, right? Like, I feel like it does, but now I'm starting to feel like the Ursa is becoming a massive threat.
I think there's going to be a window. I think for the next 5 to 10-ish minutes. This is the first Tormentor. You guys aren't supposed to die to this one.
It's all right. Save comes here to tank some damage. It's good. And it gets rewarded with a shard.
Yeah, the next like 5 to 10 minutes I think will be good for BetBoom. Then that's where the Tinker starts to really shine. After that, I'm not sure because I think in the late game, Ursa will be better than Bristle, but you also have the late game Tinker. And this is where the scaling gets weird, and I'm not really sure how that part's gonna go. Queen of Pain's having a really rough start, but she also has really good scaling. Disruptor has one of the best Aghanims in the game. So I really don't know. And it's such an even game as well. At only a 2k advantage for BetBoom, really not that much.
Ooh, Bloodstone. We're back to the Bristleback Bloodstone. That's one of the things that people were like kind of memeing about when the facets first came out. They're like, doesn't these just make Bristleback worse? But with the third facet, the introduction of Seeing Red, he keeps his Bristleback passive. So Bloodstone, obviously a pickup for this hero once again. Saika under a ward. They do see him kind of separated from his team here a bit, but just gets his BKB delivered, has another 20 seconds on that Aegis. Not a real not a target you really want to go after, right?
Not at all. I will say I'm interested to see the Seeing Red in the late game, if we get there. Because it is a relatively new facet, and Bristle's not that popular, so we haven't really seen it in action. This is not the time to fight. He's still got that amplified damage.
Oh, that's a nice roar. The immediate jump onto Pure. He gets the kill. 9 class in trouble now. Ramsey's trying to get away. The Sonic Wave makes some distance, but you get the Tinker. GPK, Dragon Tail from the high ground. A double kill for him. Apparently, it doesn't matter. You just collapse on the Bristleback.
He started to cast his Bristleback, and then Ursa jumped from the other side. So he was hitting him from the front, no damage reduction. And I guess Queen of Pain was just a little bit too far away, because that's where the Roar should come out to disrupt that fight. Let him get some Quill Sprays out with the Bloodstone active to heal back up, and then you're good to go. But yeah, they successfully managed to burst down this farmed Bristleback. Well, I say that, Ursa's more farmed, so maybe it shouldn't be that surprising.
He did so much damage. 7 attacks for 2,000 physical damage. Is that right? Is that right?
You do have the Corrosive Dragon from Dragon Knight.
That would have been how much damage or minus armor? Like 3? Like 4 technically, I guess.
Maybe a little bit more, because I think he was in dragon form during that too.
Oh, he also has an Orb of Destruction. So he was getting like 7 or 8 minus armor off the DK. Okay. So I was trying to do the math. I was like 2,007 attacks seems like a lot from the Ursa, but if you're sitting at 0 armor, maybe it does work. And he also, on the Ursa, does have the Fury Swipe damage talent. Obviously, you pick that up at 15 every single time.
That's where the lack of auras maybe starts adding up. There is a Solar Crest in the works for Disruptor. And now that Tinker's finished Glimmer, I wonder if he's going to go back for a Guardians. Greaves.
Thompson's build is kind of sick, Octarine, Kaya, but he's very fragile if he gets found, and they get the immediate roar on top of him. They're trying to save him. The Dragon Tail just locks him down, and that's it. Ramsey's holding the arena thinking he might get out, but no. No counter initiation from Tundra. And this is the Beastmaster Blink Roar threat, dude. Every single time it's up, you can find the target. Ramses gets caught, but instead turns around with a nice BKB arena of his own. Do they finish off save? They're trying with the Quills. The Force Staffs actually push him back. And GPK just continuing to run these heroes down.
Saika's
up
in.
on the high ground. Saika finds the Mars. Oh boy. A 7,000 gold lead suddenly for BetBoom. As Tundra just never really connecting on anything this game. It's a Yules on your Bristleback.
It does feel weird. I don't know if I understand the Yules on the Tinker either. I am not sure I've really seen it come into action.
It's like, I mean, he buys Yules maybe to get rid of Solarbind and Vessel and stuff, but like, why not just get a BKB? I guess Vessel's not even done. Now it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's supposed to all tie together. BetBoom has been in the driver's seat here for the last about 10 minutes though, so maybe Tundra just hasn't been able to show us why they got these items. I mean, the Wind Waker late game on Bristol is great. I would think you would want the BKB around this time because this is fighting time, right? You gotta fight to get into that late game.
Blink Dragon Tail onto Pure. They drop the Static Storm immediately, but it just, again, they've used Static Storm exclusively as a zoning tool in this game, and Ramses gets one-shotted on the backside by Aurora once again.
Very even game just a moment ago, but now suddenly 10k lead for BetBoom because they've built the fighting items. They have the BKBs, they have Solar Crest. They actually don't have as many auras as both teams just don't want auras this game, I guess. But they at least have the BKBs and the Solar Crest, and they're starting to win these fights very easily, it feels.
I mean, they have the BKBs and the actual Blink initiation, right? Ramses hasn't found anything this game. I think this whole thing fell apart on first Roshan. Like, BetBoom were actually kind of struggling to get into this game. And then your Mars just dies bottom while throwing the arena. And suddenly you have no ability to contest Roche. And from there, BetBoom just walk all over this game.
Yeah, this is where I'm not seeing how these items connect. Like, the lack of auras on the Tinker, the Mars, right? You free up the Mars to not need any auras, but he's going Deso, which I guess will amplify a lot of Bristleback's damage, but I don't know. He's not really surviving. He needs, I feel like he needs some other item to survive and not be killed in a single roar. The Queen of Pain has a very like farm catch back up build. So I don't know. Last game we talked about not being able to connect on the Dragonite as your playmaker. Seems like this time it's happening to Tundra.
Yeah.
Never really connecting on the Mars, the Disruptor. I thought you had the heroes to do it, but something's going on and they're just not finding any kills. I think there's been like 2 Sonic waves this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say my other big like curiosity, I suppose, is the fact that the Queen of Pain just got destroyed mid. Like, this should not, I feel like this should not happen. Like, Queen of Pain does go like max Scream of Pain just so that you can farm and stuff, but it's like you last pick this into the DK to win the lane, right? And it got absolutely destroyed. And it's put GPK in such a good position here where he is level 18. He has a nullifier completed with his Mage Slayer. And nobody is safe now. Like, these Yule Scepters don't matter. Like, you bought this double Yules and there's a nullifier now.
Yeah. Tinker Matrix also doesn't matter anymore. Nullifier is a very good pickup. Not something you see often at this stage, but really good recognition of what it is. Roar, following up that Dragon Tail. Everyone trying to huddle in there. She's like in 3 trees. They all have to come from that same angle. But they are going to finish up that Queen of Pain kill. And I imagine just start running down to that last tier 2. If that, maybe you just look for more kills and push the high ground. It feels like that's what BetBoom wants to do. They've been non-stop looking for kills and fighting.
Don't forget to join the giveaway, everybody. There is one going on at the moment. You can type exclamation points 1xgive in chat for details on how to enter. Yeah, I'm thinking back at the history of this event. Have we seen a Queen of Pain win a single game? Does it have a 0% win rate? Oh, Psycho, the first hit bash on the Ramses! Dodges the spear as well. Oh, man, that has gotta hurt.
I took a quick look while that was happening. It's not a 0, but in 4 games played, it's a 25% win rate, so there's 1 win. And based on this game, I'm not sure if that number is going up.
It's a certifiable going down, it seems like, at this point. 9 class coming in on the Tinker. We're going to start throwing the March of the Machines to do something. This is another game where I haven't even felt the impact of a Tinker. Somehow he is being out-farmed by an Enchantress, which just never happens.
Mortify to keep the creep wave alive versus this March, and it's going to give them enough space to finish the banner. So they're going to back off. This is the hard part. The fights outside the base have been much easier. Now you are having to run to the choke point with endless March spam. This is where Arena and Kinetic Fields, or not Kinetic Fields, Static Storm can catch a lot of you. You get the Quill Spray onto everyone. So BetBoom does have to be careful here. One throw and Tundra's back in it. But I think you can just hold the outside of the base, drop these deep wards, find a big pickoff or two, and with that, break the high ground. I guess they just tried. They got about half that tier 3.
All right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I agree with what you were saying about the Tinker impact. I don't know. We don't really see Yules on the Tinker into everything else. I really thought it would be the usual build. You fight around your towers. They lost tier 1s really quickly too. Good on BetBoom to do that, but it did limit what the Tinker could do. But then I feel like some of these early fights that BetBoom won, if you just had some of the auras instead, like the burst heal probably buys enough time to keep your Bristleback alive, to keep your Queen of Pain alive.
Like, keeps Bristleback alive to get the Bloodstone and the Ags off, right? And that's pretty much how this game has to be played. The thing with the Guardian Greaves is, like, Tinker, he gets it so early, and then you can just snowball and sit behind this Bristleback, who's supposed to be the strongest hero on the map, right? So it feels very weird to go for these like other early game items, maybe to try and deal with the Ursa, but Ursa clearly has not been contained this game, as GPK going to be able to chase down Whitemon here fairly easily, just a couple more auto attacks. And the Breathe Fire.
Tinker's going to start preemptively placing these March of the Machines. He's going to have to come back and do it again right away before this next creep wave gets here. You need the machines already going by the time the enemy gets here so that it can instantly kill the creep wave.
Ooh, nice grab. The Yules does come out, but the Root, the War Player. Oh, you missed the Spear back. I mean, you could kill GPK if you can get him close to the tier 4s, maybe, right? The Spear back into all the damage from the Bristle, but you miss it, and as a result, you lose the tier 3 tower. They will back away. He's definitely killable there, I think, right? He has no BKB. Your Disruptor's coming up. You could definitely just, like, kinetic fence him off, and then where does he go, right?
I think so. I think it would be doable.
They're going to smoke out on Tundra, see what they can find, but
Dire are scanning.
it's not super easy for the Tinker to join them here. The scan does connect.
Tinker just has to walk in like some kind of non-teleporting peasant. So sad.
It's such a good read from BetBoom. I mean, they know, right? Like, what else is Tundra going to do right now? They are so desperate for a fight win.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job on reading the map this game. The earlier plays were also dodged out. Right, it's not just Tundra not connecting; it's just BetBoom doing a good job on it. Like I remember the 14-minute rune, they tried to like make a play. So to Tokyo reads it, just like doesn't go in, and it ended up being a very low kill game because of it, which I wasn't sure how that would play out, but clearly has worked out to BetBoom's favor, where now they've been the ones picking up the last 10 kills. It was 6 and 6 earlier, wasn't it?
It was always 6-6 at like 9 minutes, or no, was it 9 minutes? I don't remember.
It was some time
like
ago.
14 minutes. It was like 14 minutes, 6-6. So Tundra have not managed to secure a kill in, I think, over 15 minutes this game.
BetBoom's just going to wait out the next Roche, which that might be the end of the game when that happens. They've already managed to take the mid-tier tower, the bottom site.
They found Pure. They get the Abyssal off. He pops the Bloodstone, trying to heal through this, but Saika will just go to the front, beat him down. He's dead for 80 seconds without buyback.
Get that Marsh spam going.
Yeah. You don't have a
base.
BKB on the Ursa, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. You've got to get the spear back. The Sonic Wave goes at the exact same time, so instead GPK is safe. Ramses will be forced to drop the arena. The Static Storm doing some work. The Shiva's out as well. That's a lot of damage, but the BKB finally comes out from GPK. Ramses is dead as well. There is no damage without your Bristleback here.
I mean, that was a really good funnel point, right? Everyone was in that arena and Static Storm, but just not enough damage.
Big Sonic Wave. He managed to take down the Enchantress, but the Abyssal Blade is out. Tops it with a blink, but the Vessel and the burn from the Dragon Knight will finish the job.
Is Megas.
This is Mega Creeps.
That's your last Fortify.
Unless you buy back on Thompson.
I don't know if it matters. Bottom tier 3 is already low. Maybe back out to be safe to get Roche if there's a buyback.
Finds the Disruptor. He's going to buy back on here. Try and maybe finish off Miro. It is a lot of damage. He's going to get him. Okay. That's a huge... I mean, that's a definite, worthy buyback. But you're only getting one hero for it. Maybe not. Hold up. They find Saika. The Nightfall TP out. The Classico.
Yeah, pretty good time to use it this time, though.
Yeah, that's the...
Right, you have to go get... You got to go get Roche. Put it on your Queen of Pain.
Yeah, absolutely. Third Roche on Dire's side is pretty big, too. You need to do this fast. You don't have BKB on Ursa either. This is the best chance you're going to have all game for the Roshan. We're starting to see the damage come through from the Queen of Pain as he's getting the Lincolns queued up.
I mean, he has... So he has the Intelligence of Embrace, he has Shivas, he has Kaya. He's got a lot of amplification at this point.
Yeah. Plus Masochist,
as well, helping with the spell lifesteal. Yeah, the Masochist on top.
Looks like they will get the Roche. BetBoom will not contest as expected. They might look for a pick at the end here. We'll have to see. But Aegis hits the deck. Aghanim Scepter as well. Who gets the Ags? If it's not going to Queen of Pain, I'm going to lose it. They give it to the Disruptor.
I can understand that. Disruptor Ags is really strong.
I feel like you need damage, though. I don't know. We'll see if it makes a difference.
I think if the BKBs come out, you're not killing them. I think you're desperate, and you're hoping to get a really good Arena Static Storm and catch them without any of their items.
Yeah. Pure has the Aegis without, he does have the buyback. Oh, they jump in. Nullifier out on top of him. Do you go in? Whitemon's thinking about it. Ramses the blink, the Arena, the Spear. There's the ult. It's holding a lot of damage into GPK. He's trying to get out, but he can't. And the Ursa, he can't cast the BKB until the last second, but he's dead already. Pure gonna lose the Aegis. Roar out from Miro, holding Thompson down, but the lifesteal isn't enough. It's not. He will fall. Now Pure with his second life coming back into this Toronto, Tokyo. It's the Enchantress and Save on the Coddle doing all of the work here. He is out of mana now. 9 class will root him up with the Warp Flare. Pure able to chase him down. Nullifier's out, but he has a BKB? You gotta get more for this Aegis play. Can they, though? They find GPK, the Dragonite. He comes in and pops his BKB. Big Will-O-Wisp out as well. Pure forced to face it, actually in his favor, but Miro gets him with the Roar, the Force Staff. He's trying to get out, but can he? He will not. And Tundra are wiped on the low ground. That is the GG. We're going to a game 3. The supports. Who needs your Ursa? And apparently, dude, they just Save and Toronto Tokyo just soloed that team fight.
Yeah, that's the Enchantress scaling. Is why the position 5s love this hero. You get to do the damage later on. And we see why they gave the Ags to the Disruptor. It allowed them to pick up the Dragonite and the Ursa kill because they couldn't BKB. But in that time, the supports were just launching attacks from outside the Static Storm. Yeah, really well done from BetBoom. Just a total turnaround from last game.
Yeah, it's funny, like Toronto Tokyo's damage this game was pretty low, but I feel like almost all of it was that last fight in terms of how much damage he got out. Absolutely wild. And a really exciting game 2. Now, we'll see what happens as we go into game 3. Before we do, everybody, just a quick reminder to go ahead and take advantage of that 100% welcome bonus deposit. You can use the promo code Universe, UNVRS3. There's a pinned message in chat for that. But it's time to go to a break, and we'll be back with game 3 of BetBoom versus Tundra in this elimination series. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break.